Chapter 319. Pine Middle City's arrival was too fast, so fast that it exceeded Long Chen's expectations. This kind of situation was completely out of his expectations. With Pine Middle City's battle prowess at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, his arrival was tantamount to announcing the death sentence of Long Chen, Lingxi, and Xiao Lang. Long Chen was barely able to deal with the 9th prince, but the gap between him and Pine Middle City was really too wide, so wide that it was unimaginable. Pine Middle City was a top-notch elite of Jade Yang Imperial City. Apart from the 3 supreme elites of the Imperial family, Pine Middle City was considered a peak elite. Long Chen had killed his most beloved son, so he would make things easy for Long Chen. At this critical juncture, in an instant, Long Chen decisively made a decision. He pushed away Lingxi, who was in his arms, and held her hand tightly. Then, he looked at Xiao Lang with a resolute gaze, and said, "I will give you a mission. You must rescue Lingxi, or else we can't be brothers." There was an irresistible force in Long Chen's words. His idea was very simple: let Xiao Lang leave with Lingxi, and he would stay behind to block Pine Middle City. As long as he could let Xiao Lang leave safely with Lingxi, he was willing to do anything. Did you hear that? Hurry up and leave with Lingxi. Are you deaf? For the first time, Long Chen's expression was ferocious, and he roared crazily at Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. His eyes glared at Long Chen, but he didn't move. Seeing that Long Chen was about to really fly into a rage, Lingxi hurriedly pulled him back, and advised, "Chen, Xiao Lang said that he can use this move to trap the people in the future. The price is that he can't use the 9th underworld demonic ancestral flame for 10 days. What? Only then did Long Chen calm down. If there really was such a method, then he wouldn't have to sacrifice himself and could have a perfect ending. This was naturally a good thing in the world. How long can you trap him? Xiao Lang, are you sure? Long Chen asked solemnly. Xiao Lang said that because it's the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame, he's using one of his previous battle techniques. The 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame is miraculous, and can at least trap a martial artist in the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier for close to 6 hours. Moreover, it's absolutely stable, Lingxi explained. Xiao Lang usually didn't lie. In this way, Long Chen was relieved. His mood today was really full of ups and downs. With Xiao Lang's assurance, Long Chen felt much more relaxed. At this time, he could already see through his spirit-devouring demonic eye that they were about to arrive at the city of the Pine Middle. What surprised Long Chen was that there was a large group of people following behind the city of the Pine Middle. He thought about it, and could roughly guess that the people following behind were probably other members of the Wu tribe. The hatred between Long Chen and the Wu tribe was already too great. He hated this tribe from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, the Wu tribe had committed many crimes in the vicinity of the Imperial City, and many of their actions were outrageous. This kind of tribe should be completely exterminated. Only then would Long Chen be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Xiao Lang, get ready. We will find an opportunity to trap the city of the Pine Middle later. Us brothers will do something and then we will leave immediately, Long Chen whispered to Xiao Lang, who was already in battle mode. By the time Xiao Lang nodded, the figure of the city of the Pine Middle had already broken through the lake water surrounding the Golden Fish Island. He had successfully landed on the Golden Fish Island. After a while, another group of Wu tribe members followed behind him. It was the group that had come to the Golden Fish Island previously and was preparing to exterminate the Golden Fish Island. With so many Wu tribe members, they could be considered the majority of the Yamato family's strength. At this moment, everyone was looking at the 2 humans and 1 wolf on the island. Most of them were instantly attracted by Lingxi's beauty and immediately revealed covetous expressions. Only a small portion of them noticed the corpse that had fallen not far away. Although the corpse's tragic state made it difficult for them to associate it with the ninth prince, in reality, the ninth prince had actually been there just now. After a brief thought, they knew that the ninth prince was dead. After seeing Long Chen, the city of the Pine Middle's killing intent immediately exploded. However, after seeing the ninth prince's corpse, his body trembled and he shouted at Long Chen in shock, "You are Long Chen. You killed the ninth prince." If Song Yifeng's death was said to be a shock to the Yamato family, then this news was like a heavy bomb to the entire Baiyang imperial city. It wasn't just the city of the Pine Middle. Even the other Wu tribe members didn't have the time to look at Lingxi's beauty anymore. Instead, they looked at Long Chen in shock. Even they had to bow and scrape in front of the ninth prince. How could a small fry like Long Chen actually kill the ninth prince? This matter caused a huge conflict in their beliefs. Everyone found it hard to believe. "You are right. Not only did I kill that idiot son of yours, that trash called Song Yifeng, I also killed that shameless toad, Lin Tsangtian. What can you do to me, Song Zhongcheng?" Long Chen had confidence in his heart, so he smiled and said indifferently. Song Zhongcheng didn't say anything. He looked Long Chen up and down with his gloomy eyes. He couldn't help but reevaluate this young man. When he had first entered the Ni-Yang Immortals realm, Long Chen was just a little guy at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, in less than half a month, he would advance by leaps and bounds, and even do something that would shock the entire Zhongyang country. The ninth prince didn't die in the hands of the Heavenly Devil Palace, but died in the hands of his own subordinate. If this matter were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Song Zhongcheng was also thinking about what kind of shock this would cause if this matter were to spread to the imperial city. "I originally wanted to kill you directly, but it seems that I can't. You killed the ninth prince, so you must be handed over to the imperial family to be dealt with. You should be glad, because this way, you can live for about half a day more." After Song Zhongcheng finished speaking, he walked towards Long Chen with a gloomy look. He didn't give Long Chen much chance to speak. In his opinion, it was a simple matter to control Long Chen and send him to the imperial city. Actually, in my opinion, the Wu tribe is a group of things that are even worse than beasts. At this juncture of life and death, Long Chen didn't seem to be afraid at all. He looked Song Zhongcheng up and down, and said, "Look at you, how short you are. You don't even reach my chest. Look at your face, how wretched you look. Your legs are practically no different from the legs of a wild boar. These are the legs of a bowler, so ugly. It's really unbelievable that such an ugly tribe like you exists in this world." After he finished speaking, Long Chen looked at the group of people from the Wu tribe with a look of disdain. "I really can't find anyone who looks good," Long Chen said, feeling speechless. "Idiot, brat, shut your mouth. If you speak again, I'll tear your mouth apart. That's right, we of the Wu tribe are all handsome and elegant. We are not as unbearable as you say." As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer. It seemed like he was becoming less and less confident. "You are courting death. You want me to kill you? It seems like you are afraid of falling into the hands of the imperial family." Song Zhongcheng didn't move when he saw that Long Chen was intentionally provoking him. He was extremely thick-skinned, so of course, he wouldn't be angered by a few words from Long Chen. "You are thinking too much. I just felt that you guys are too ugly and sighed from the bottom of my heart. In any case, you guys are really too short and ugly, so I don't care what others say about you. In my opinion, the Wu tribe can't be considered humans at all. You guys probably haven't even grown to look like humans. I think you guys are the combination of a gorilla and a baboon, a monster born from it." After Long Chen finished speaking, he laughed out loud. "Idiot, brat, you are courting death. You are the gorilla." The killing power of Long Chen's words was too great. The people of the Wu tribe couldn't help but rub their palms together and follow behind Song Zhongcheng. They were about to pounce on Long Chen. Long Chen's words were too unpleasant to hear. Even Song Zhongcheng frowned deeply. He didn't want to give Long Chen a chance to speak. Thus, without saying anything, his body suddenly disappeared into the distance. He turned into a blurry shadow and rushed toward Long Chen. This speed was something that Long Chen couldn't compare to. "Xiao Lang, do it." At this critical juncture, Long Chen stopped laughing and his gaze turned ice-cold. When Song Zhongcheng made a move, Xiao Lang was already prepared. As soon as Song Zhongcheng made his move, Xiao Lang let out a roar. In an instant, an ice-cold aura swept toward the Wu tribe. The vigorous 9 underworld demon ancestral flame was like a fiery lotus that shot out of Xiao Lang's mouth. This fiery lotus enveloped Song Zhongcheng at an extremely fast speed. "What is this?" Song Zhongcheng was shocked. When he sensed the terrifying aura of this fiery lotus, he finally understood why Long Chen had been so unbridled. However, he was very close to Long Chen. At such a close distance, the fiery lotus enveloped a very large area. When Song Zhongcheng unleashed his palm strike, the fiery lotus had already enveloped him completely. "Idiot!" Song Zhongcheng's last words came out of the fiery lotus. It was more daunting than dangerous. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he finally trapped Song Zhongcheng. At the same time, his expression changed. He knew that the best thing to do now was to escape. However, sacrificing some time would allow him to get rid of more scum. He was willing to do such a thing. "Little Shi, close your eyes. I will take you away after a while. Xiao Lang, you look tired. Let your divine flame clone work with me." Long Chen used his dragon soul transformation. He held the blue dragon halberd in his hand as he stared coldly at the Wu tribe. He had been sloppy when he had been mocking the Wu tribe. However, now that he had successfully trapped Song Zhongcheng, a thick murderous aura erupted from his body again. "Chen." Lingxi wanted to say something but stopped herself. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." After comforting Lingxi and waiting for Lingxi to obediently close her eyes, Long Chen signaled to Xiao Lang and rushed toward the Wu tribe without hesitation. When the Wu tribe saw that Song Zhongcheng had been trapped by the strange fiery lotus, they turned pale with fright. They didn't know what to do and looked at each other in dismay. When Long Chen charged toward them, they were naturally not afraid because they had more people. "Let's capture this brat first," Song Zhongcheng ordered. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes turned cold. Devouring the Blood World. Chapter 320. Once the engulfing world of blood appeared, a blood-colored fog instantly engulfed all the members of the Wu tribe. The surrounding space turned blood-red. As Long Chen's cultivation level increased, the power of the engulfing world of blood also became stronger. At least, those whose cultivation level was lower than Long Chen's had no way of resisting the domain-type super-mystical ability of the engulfing world of blood. Among this group of people, the strongest was Song Zhongzhen, who was at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Although he wasn't as strong as the 9th prince, and wasn't even as strong as Elder Yen, he could still put up a fight against the engulfing world of blood. However, he was shocked by the uncontrollable blood qi in his body. As for the others, those whose cultivation level hadn't reached the Heavenly River tier basically exploded the moment the engulfing world of blood appeared, turning into a fog of blood. "I can't devour this fog of blood." Blood was fatally attractive to Long Chen. However, ever since he'd used the blood of the 9 heavenly fire beast to advance to the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, the ancient blood spiritual dragon's murderous nature had gradually awakened, and he couldn't control himself anymore. At this time, it was best for him not to use refining blood to qi, especially on people. Although Long Chen didn't use refining blood to qi, this method of making people lose their ability to fight and even explode completely shocked and terrified all the members of the Wu tribe. At this moment, Long Chen was like a legendary demon. Impossible, this is the method of a god. Song Zhongzhen was also shocked. He looked at the members of the Wu tribe around him, all of their faces pale and their blood qi boiling. At this critical moment, he could only shout loudly, "Everyone, retreat, retreat." As he spoke, he used his fastest speed to escape from the range of Long Chen's engulfing world of blood. But how could Long Chen give them the chance to escape? Xiao Lang, surround them with divine fire doppelgangers, and even kill that 6th-level heavenly river tier. I will deal with the others. We must kill them all in the shortest time possible," said Long Chen coldly. After that, he transformed into a blood-red shadow and appeared in the middle of all the Japanese. Immediately, screams rang out. In terms of combat ability, they weren't a match for Long Chen at all. And under Long Chen's devouring world of blood, they were no longer a family. Long Chen hated the Wu tribe, so he didn't show them any mercy. For these scum, if he didn't kill them all, they would extend their evil claws to the weak, and more people would die. Hearing Long Chen's instructions, Xiao Lang didn't hesitate. When he was dealing with Elder Yen, he had lost dozens of his divine fire doppelgangers. At this moment, there were only over 100 sun-devouring demonic wolves left. A crazy pack of sun-devouring demonic wolves charged towards the Wu tribe. Their target was, of course, Song Zhongzhen, who was trapped in Long Chen's devouring world of blood. The divine flame doppelganger wouldn't be affected in the slightest by the devouring blood world, but it was different for Matsutanika Jin. If he tried to use his true qi, he would definitely encounter a huge resistance. The uncontrollable blood qi would even forcibly stop his attacks. No, no. Sensing the state of his body, Song Zhongzhen screamed tragically. As long as the devouring world of blood existed, it would be difficult for him to use it even if he had decent strength. Moreover, Long Chen wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Thus, during this period of time, countless divine fire doppelgangers directly engulfed Song Zhongzhen. Within the fire lotus created by Little Wolf, Song Zhongcheng, who was at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier, was naturally able to hear the commotion outside. When he began to hear the agonized screams of the countless wolf tribe members, his eyes immediately bulged out of their sockets, and he roared, "Long Chen, what are you doing? You must die for killing my wolf tribe members. In any case, I've already killed them, so why would I care about these one or two? Oh, this one who looks as ugly as you should be your younger brother, right? He has committed many mistakes in his life, and has probably killed many people. I've already shown great mercy and sent him off. Next will be the others." Long Chen's mocking voice caused Song Zhongzhen, who was trapped in the fire lotus, to fly into a rage. When he thought about the members of the Wu tribe dying one by one in panic, Song Zhongzhen felt like he was about to collapse. However, the fire lotus that trapped him was really too terrifying. He had already tried several times, but to no avail. His only option was to wait for this fire lotus to disappear as time passed. He could see that the fire lotus was shrinking slightly. "Long Chen, you will definitely die. Not only you, but everyone around you will also be hacked into pieces by me, never to be reincarnated." Song Zhongzhen's crazed screams came from within the fire lotus. "Is that so?" Long Chen laughed coldly. The blue dragon battle halberd in his hand danced rapidly, taking a life every time. Coupled with Xiao Lang's divine flame doppelganger, these Wu tribe members were simply not enough to kill. Waves of painful screams rang out on Golden Fish Island. The islanders of Golden Fish Island didn't dare to approach. However, when they heard that Long Chen was slaughtering the demon-like Wu tribe members, they were extremely excited. The Wu tribe members who had committed heinous crimes were like rice being slaughtered by Long Chen. They were controlled by Long Chen's devouring world of blood, so it was impossible for them to escape. Even a few cultivators at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier couldn't. Long Chen didn't hear Song Zhongzhen's frantic warnings. When all the Wu tribe members fell into a pool of blood, Long Chen's body and the blue dragon battle halberd were completely covered in blood. Only Song Zhongzhen was left of the Wu tribe. Long Chen didn't say anything else. He directly jumped into the lake, allowing the water to wash away the blood on his body. Only then did he instantly appear in front of Lingxi and Xiao Lang. He said, "There's no time to lose. Let's act immediately." When he said this, Long Chen was still a bit gloomy, and the killing intent on his body had completely disappeared. Instead, Lingxi was slightly startled. She felt a bit uncomfortable, and grabbed onto Long Chen's arm. She asked worriedly, "Chen, are you all right?" Right now, Long Chen was already starting to recover from the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodthirst. Seeing Lingxi's pure eyes filled with concern and worry, Long Chen's heart gradually calmed down. Lingxi's eyes always calmed him down quickly. "Let's go." He placed Lingxi on Xiao Lang's broad back. Xiao Lang was a few meters tall in his battle form. Putting Lingxi on his back was like putting nothing on him. In order to stabilize Lingxi, Long Chen also climbed onto Xiao Lang's back. Xiao Lang let out a low roar of excitement. Although he had used the fiery lotus and lost the ability to use the 9th hell demonic ancestral flame for 10 days, it didn't affect his body as much as he had imagined. It was completely possible to carry Long Chen and Lingxi. They were finally going to leave Baiyang Imperial City. The three of them were very excited. Hope was right in front of them. "You're too naive to think that you can leave safely. Long Chen, you're underestimating the power of the imperial family. The entire Zhangyang kingdom belongs to the imperial family. As long as you're still in the Zhangyang kingdom, you'll be under their surveillance and control. You think that you can leave the Zhangyang kingdom after killing the 9th prince? That's just wishful thinking. Even I don't dare to say that I'm capable of doing that." Pine Zhongcheng, who was trapped in the black fiery lotus, shouted angrily. Long Chen secretly remembered these words. He also knew that it would be extremely difficult to escape the Zhangyang kingdom, which was controlled by the royal family, after killing the 9th prince. In particular, Lingxi was a mortal who didn't know anything and needed everything. Her body was weak and she needed more rest. In this way, their journey would be slowed down by at least 2/3. This is a path of life and death. As long as I can escape, I'll have a brighter future, and I'll be able to live together with Lingxi in peace. That's why I have to put in 10,000 effort, 10,000 care and caution. Thinking of this, Long Chen hugged Lingxi tightly in his arms and said to Xiao Lang softly, "Let's go, use the fastest speed." Xiao Lang let out a low roar and bent his legs slightly. His entire body was like an arrow that had left the bow, and he quickly disappeared into the horizon. After the wolf cub completely disappeared, Chen Feng and Chen Lei looked at each other with eyes filled with great astonishment. "Lei, if I'm not wrong, the entire Zhangyang kingdom will be shaken by the fact that Long Chen killed the 9th prince. Furthermore, so many people from the Wu tribe have died. It will be easy for the family head to vent his anger on us. We should move as fast as possible and leave the Golden Fish Island." "But father, the Golden Fish Island is the property left behind by our ancestors. We can't just move away like this." Chen Lei was a little anxious. "What can we do? Our ancestors hoped that we could keep our lives and not be exterminated. We are escaping today so that we can make a comeback in the future. Furthermore, the current situation is different from the Wu tribe forcefully occupying our territory. Even if they killed Long Chen, the Wu tribe wouldn't come to a small place like the Golden Fish Island for no reason. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to move quickly." After hearing Chen Feng's words, Chen Lei finally understood the logic behind it. He hurriedly agreed and exchanged a look with Chen Feng. Then, they split up and went to inform their relatives and friends as fast as possible. Because they had prepared to resist the Wu tribe, the families of the Golden Fish Island had already packed their belongings so that they could escape at any time. They followed Xiaofan and left the Golden Fish Island that they had lived in for generations. In the direction of the Golden Fish Island, the enraged roar of the city of the Pine Middle reverberated throughout the sky. Although Long Chen had escaped, the news that he had killed the 9th prince would quickly spread to the imperial family. At that time, there would be endless pursuit waiting for Long Chen. Countless battles to the death were waiting for Long Chen to participate in. In front of countless powerful enemies, could Long Chen, who was only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, emerge victorious? Chapter 321. Are you cold, little she? Amidst the raging winds, Long Chen turned around and sat on Xiao Lang's back, using his back to welcome the oncoming wind. Meanwhile, Lingxi was nestled in his embrace, her body tightly curled up in Long Chen's embrace. Her fair jade-like face was currently lacking some blood. It seemed that she was feeling cold. Lingxi nodded somewhat weakly, looking at Long Chen with eager eyes, her eyes starting to mist up again. Xiao Lang, is there any way to raise your body's temperature? Long Chen asked loudly. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Long Chen felt that Xiao Lang's body temperature under his butt had increased by quite a bit. Only then did Lingxi feel a little better. However, the raging winds had already entered their bones, so no matter how warm they were, it was useless. Long Chen could only choose to use his body to block Lingxi as much as possible. Half a day had already passed, the imperial city must have already discovered that the 9th prince had been killed. Perhaps the people chasing after him had already been dispatched. Long Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and could only ask Xiao Lang to speed up as soon as possible. Of course, when Xiao Lang sped up, Lingxi's mortal body was somewhat unable to bear it. Chen, where are we going? Lingxi asked. Yuanling City. We have no way to return, and Baiyang Imperial City is the center of Cangyang country. From the Imperial City, the distance to Cangyang country is about the same no matter which direction you go. We are currently heading west. Long Chen patted her head, looking at her somewhat dotingly as he explained. Why are we heading west? Lingxi was somewhat puzzled. Her curious look, innocence, and cuteness, coupled with her beautiful appearance, could only be described as a source of calamity. If it wasn't for Lingxi's appearance, Long Chen wouldn't have to bring her and Xiao Lang to flee to the ends of the world. Fortunately, Xiao Lang didn't mind. Xiao Lang's enemy was the imperial family. Long Chen had killed the 9th prince, and the 9th prince possessed the bloodline of his enemy. He was the son of his enemy, so he was endlessly grateful to Long Chen. In Cangyang country, there is only one power that can contend against the imperial family, and that is the Heavenly Devil Palace. The headquarters of the Heavenly Devil Palace is at the Emperor Devil Mountain in the west. The closer we are to the Emperor Devil Mountain, the weaker the imperial family's forces there. We can pass through the Emperor Devil Mountain and enter the Western Sea Nation, which is the archenemy of Cangyang country. As long as we enter the Western Sea Nation, we will be safe and sound. Long Chen slowly explained to Lingxi. Can we really successfully escape? Lingxi was somewhat perplexed. She looked at the distant Baiyang Imperial City that was gradually fading away and asked in bewilderment, can we really successfully escape? The affairs of the world were truly unexpected. It hadn't even been a month since they went to the Baiyang Imperial City, but because of Lingxi, Long Chen killed the 9th prince who appreciated him at that time. From then on, they embarked on this path of no return. It could be said that this was a path of life and death. There were only two endings, life or death. Of course, don't think too much. You can sleep peacefully for a while. I'm afraid that the following days will be very tiring for you. I can't bear to see my little she fall ill from exhaustion and become ugly. Long Chen pinched her nose and strangely laughed. Chen, you are a bad guy. Lingxi was somewhat bashful and extended her hand to push away Long Chen's uneasy hand. Even if Long Chen assured her that everything would be fine, the worry and confusion in her heart still didn't disappear. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for implicating you. If it wasn't for me, you would definitely be able to obtain great nurturing in the Baiyang Imperial City. You wouldn't be like this now, wandering aimlessly with unknown life and death, running for your life. Thinking of this, Lingxi felt very sad in her heart. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Long Chen was somewhat displeased. He gently lifted Lingxi's head and used a resolute gaze to look into Lingxi's eyes. The firm conviction in his eyes caused Lingxi to be somewhat moved. Little she, remember, don't say such things to me again. Between us, there's no distinction between being implicated. Your matter is my matter. I am a man, I have to bear the responsibility and protect a woman. This is a matter of heaven and earth. If you say such things again, I'll take it that you're spouting dog fart. Long Chen faintly smiled. You're the one spouting dog fart, humph. He actually dared to use such indecent words to a girl. He was truly rotten. Lingxi extended an arm and used all her strength to pinch Long Chen's face. She wanted to punish Long Chen, but unfortunately, her strength was too weak. She couldn't even pinch Long Chen's face. I'm really useless. Lingxi hung her head dejectedly. You're thinking too much. It's only because Chen's face is too thick. Of course you can't pinch it. Long Chen laughed. Although they were fleeing for their lives, under Long Chen's occasionally funny and teasing words, the heavy-hearted Lingxi gradually felt better and revealed a beautiful smile. Long Chen felt great. At this moment, the girl in his arms was like a blooming lily. Pure, natural, and somewhat enchanting. Long Chen couldn't bear to see this beauty suffer even the slightest bit of damage. This was the most important thing that he wanted to spend his entire life protecting. It was the place where his soul rested. It was another life for him. Anyone who dared to touch Lingxi would undoubtedly touch Long Chen's bottom line. After killing the 9th prince and starting to flee for their lives, Long Chen didn't have the slightest bit of regret. However, while Lingxi had calmed down, Long Chen's heart was incomparably heavy. He just didn't want Lingxi to notice it. The people of the imperial family were the highest power in the entire Cangyang country. Long Chen had killed the 9th prince. It was simply a confrontation with the entire country. In this country, there were originally people of the imperial family. Within the imperial family, there were countless experts. How could Long Chen be their opponent now? If they really caught up, what should he do? Moreover, there were many small messenger demonic beasts whose speed could completely surpass Xiao Lang, who was carrying Lingxi. Perhaps at this time, the news of Long Chen's arrest had already spread to many cities. Countless cities were like huge dormant monsters, waiting for Long Chen to walk into the trap. It was precisely because of this that Long Chen didn't enter the city even once during the journey. He was worried that his whereabouts would be discovered. He and Xiao Lang specifically chose remote roads and tried to go to desolate places as much as possible. There were several times when they went in the wrong direction, delaying their progress. A lot of things weren't as simple as Long Chen imagined. For example, Lingxi was an ordinary person. Her fragile body simply couldn't bear such a high-intensity journey. Moreover, Lingxi also needed to eat, drink, sleep, and the wind and cold would make her sick and so on. These problems were like maggots, entangling Long Chen's body, making his expression heavy and difficult to breathe. 3 days and 3 nights passed. In order to take care of Lingxi's body, their speed wasn't fast. It could be said that if it wasn't for Lingxi, their speed would at least be 3 times faster. But even so, Lingxi's body was already somewhat unbearable during the bumpy journey. These days, her face was getting paler and paler, her body was getting weaker and weaker, and her voice was getting softer and softer. Although she said she was fine every day, how could Long Chen not feel that her body was deteriorating? In the wilderness, Long Chen couldn't even find dry rations. He could only let Lingxi eat roasted beast meat. In these 3 days, Lingxi had already vomited this greasy food once. Seeing Lingxi vomit in front of him, Long Chen felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He really wanted to stop and let Lingxi recuperate, but he also knew that if the imperial family caught up, they would only end up dead. "Chen, it's okay. I'm fine. Let's start moving." With Long Chen's support, Lingxi said somewhat weakly. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, but still chose to continue on. On Xiaolang's broad back, a gust of wind surged behind them. It was currently night, and the sky was filled with resplendent stars. A total of 9 heavenly rivers traversed the sky, magnificent and extraordinary. The entire world was shrouded in an illusory light because of the starlight of the heavenly rivers. Under such starlight, the sun-devouring demon wolf was like the wind, running in the wilderness. Ugh! Lingxi seemed to have a nightmare. She woke up with a pale face. When she saw that Long Chen was still by her side, hugging her tightly, she let out a sigh of relief. She panted violently, and her pure white face was already covered in cold sweat. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lingxi like this, Long Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. He slightly increased his strength so that Lingxi could lie more comfortably in his arms. "Chen, I dreamt that you died." After Lingxi finished speaking, she nestled in Long Chen's arms and cried. Her soft sobs were like ants crawling into Long Chen's ears. "I was afraid that if you died, would have no one to rely on, and there would be bad people everywhere. What would I do? I don't want you to die, don't, woo-woo." The girl in his arms was filled with helplessness. "Xiao Shi," Long Chen hugged her. His resolute eyes looked at the resplendent stars without the slightest hint of retreat. "You have to believe me. No one can kill me. I'm immortal. You can sleep peacefully and rest well. I will always hug you like this. As long as you want, we can continue to do so." Saying such resolute words was enough to show the resolve in Long Chen's heart. Of course, Long Chen didn't have much confidence in his heart. He only knew that no matter what danger came, he would stand in front of Lingxi and protect her, regardless of life or death. Lingxi opened her eyes wide and nodded her head. "Sleep well, I won't die." Long Chen reminded her again and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Then, he looked at her timid eyes and smiled slightly. After finally coaxing Lingxi to sleep, the sky was almost bright. Long Chen looked at the vast land and there was a moment of confusion in his eyes. "Xiaolang, I have to find a small city to enter first and see if there is a map of the Zangyang country. At the same time, I can buy some daily necessities for Lingxi." After thinking for a moment, Long Chen decided. Chapter 322. After daybreak, Xiaolang started moving towards the populated areas. Not long after, a small city appeared in front of him. This city was about the same size as the Yuanyang city, which was the main city of the Yuanling city. It was even smaller than the Yuanling city, and the strongest warrior in this city was at the Heavenly Core realm. Since he didn't know if there was anyone wanted by the imperial family in this city, Long Chen didn't plan to let Lingxi and Xiaolang enter the city. Outside the city gate, Long Chen hid them in a remote forest. After giving them some instructions, they arrived at the city gate. Looking at the 3 words carved on the city gate, Long Chen knew the name of this city, Crescent City. However, for Long Chen, none of this was important. When he saw that the guards at the city gate had become much stricter, he was shocked. He didn't enter the city right away, instead, he stayed far away and listened to the conversation of the guards. His hearing was extraordinary, and although he was far away, he could still hear what they were talking about. Such a huge commotion, where did that Longchen go? The entire Sanyang kingdom has been caught in a trap, and I heard that he has a girl who doesn't have any cultivation base with him. I'm sure he can't be fast, but why haven't I heard any news about him? I think he has escaped. This Long Chen's reputation has been blown up this time. How dare he kill the 9th prince? He is really courageous. It's impossible for him to escape. I heard from the commander that a lot of people have been dispatched from the imperial city this time. Moreover, it seems like most of them are heading towards the west. How could an unknown kid like Long Chen escape from such an inescapable trap? It's better if he is caught earlier. Then we won't have to keep an eye on him every day. If he isn't careful, he will be scolded. Their conversation made Long Chen's heart feel heavy. Sure enough, the imperial family had caught up with him. In the past few days, Long Chen's strength had recovered, and the divine fire doppelganger was also ready. Although the wolf cub couldn't use the 9 underworld demon ancestral flame for the time being, its strength had reached the 5th grade of the earth realm because of the 9 refined fire essences. It was very extraordinary, but such strength was no different from hitting a stone with an egg when facing the experts of the imperial family. His heart felt heavy. However, Long Chen wasn't a man who would give up easily. Since he knew the imperial family had caught up with him, he just needed to think of a way to fight back. Long Chen couldn't enter the Crescent City right now, but this small city with only heavenly core warriors couldn't stop him. Moving slightly to the side of the city wall, Long Chen went straight into the Crescent City. It was early in the morning, and the streets were bustling with activity. There weren't many people around. Long Chen took out his cloak and covered his face. There were many people who didn't want to reveal their identity, so he didn't stand out. In Crescent City, Long Chen used the remaining divine jade in Yuanling City to buy many daily necessities that mortals often used. Basically, he had prepared all that he needed. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Regardless of housing or transportation, at least in terms of clothing and food, he had already prepared everything for Ling Shi. "Boss, do you sell a map of the Sanyang kingdom?" When Long Chen paid the bill, he put the things he bought into his Cosmos sack one by one and then asked casually. The owner of the shop was a stout middle-aged man. His body shape was similar to the leader of the Kingdom of Dawn, Li Wudi, but he was only at the Dragon Vein realm. It was obvious that Long Chen was a powerful warrior, so the middle-aged man was a little scared. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to serve Long Chen well. Long Chen needed it, so he thought for a while and bowed. "I'm sorry, we didn't buy a map, but what?" Long Chen interrupted him and asked. "I do have a personal map. If Lord is willing, I can give it to you. After all, you've bought a lot of things from me." The fat shop owner smiled. "Thank you very much." After obtaining the map from the shopkeeper, Long Chen left. By the time his figure disappeared outside the door, the shopkeeper was already drenched in cold sweat. He trembled as he looked in the direction Long Chen had left, and said somewhat excitedly, "1,000,000 divine jades. Is it going to be in my hand soon?" After leaving the Crescent City, Long Chen went to the forest at his fastest speed. He had a good memory, and he had the soul-devouring eyes, which could see souls. It was very easy for him to find Lingxi and the others. However, what made him want to kill them was that there were many bandits surrounding Xiao Lang and Lingxi, and they hadn't started attacking yet. It seemed like it had just happened. At this moment, Xiao Lang wasn't in his battle mode. These bandits were at most at the Earth Core realm, and they weren't even qualified to be a snack for Xiao Lang. Therefore, Xiao Lang didn't pay much attention to them. He would wait for them to say a few more words and reveal more information, then he would attack. "This woman is really beautiful. I've seen countless women in my life, but I've never seen such a beautiful woman." Most of the bandits sighed with emotion. However, when they saw the wolf cub, they suddenly recalled the shocking news of the 1,000,000 divine jades that had just happened. Long Chen had killed the 9th prince and fled for his life. The imperial family had ordered that anyone who could find them within the Cangyang kingdom would be rewarded with 1,000,000 divine jades. In a place like the Crescent City, 1,000,000 divine jades was a fortune that even the strongest warrior in the city couldn't have. It was enough to let these bandits live freely for countless years. Big brother, a peerless girl and a black Xiaolang, aren't they the ones who killed the 9th prince? And the main culprit, Long Chen, hasn't he appeared yet? Everyone thought about this, and they were naturally very excited. Only the bandit leader suddenly frowned and shouted, "Let's split up and run, quick." His mind was working very fast. How could a person who could kill a super existence like the 9th prince be weak? They were just a small group of bandits, and they didn't even have the right to be a snack for this person. Just as the bandit chief finished speaking, a series of screams suddenly rang out from behind him. When he turned his head, he could only see a blurry figure moving through the crowd of bandits at a speed that was difficult to follow with the naked eye. Everywhere he went, all the bandits died. Not a single one of them could withstand a single punch from that person. In less than 5 breaths of time, more than 100 bandits had died on the ground. It could be seen how fast this person was. Seeing this scene, the bandit leader's mind went blank, because this meant that the foundation he had painstakingly built over these years was now completely destroyed. His many years of hard work had turned into nothing. However, this was not all. In front of Long Chen, he was no different from the other bandits. Long Chen punched the bandit leader's lower abdomen when he couldn't resist at all. Immediately, the clothes on the bandit leader's back were shattered, and his internal organs were completely destroyed by Long Chen's punch. The bandit leader immediately died. Lightly pushing the corpse away, Long Chen walked in front of Lingxi. Since the matter was already done, and he had obtained a lot of information, there was no point in staying here. I was worried that they would leak the news, so I killed them all. Now, the entire Cangyang country is looking for us, so we have to be more careful. Let's go now. Xiaolang, you stay like this. I'll carry Lingxi and quickly go into the wilderness. Your body is too big, it's easy to attract attention. After giving the order, Long Chen didn't hesitate and directly turned around. He said to Lingxi, "Little Shi, come up, I'll carry you." Ah. Although she usually nestled in Long Chen's embrace, this was the first time she was carried by Long Chen, so for a moment, Lingxi felt a little uncomfortable. "What are you dilly-dallying for? Quickly come up." Long Chen turned around and said with a frown. "All right." Lingxi was a little nervous. Before she was ready, Long Chen directly held her legs and carried her on his back. "Let's go." After saying this to Xiaolang, he sped towards the direction of the wilderness. From the map he had just obtained, to the left of Crescent City, there would be a relatively vast wilderness. As long as they entered the wilderness, they would be relatively safe. Although Xiaolang's body was small, it did not affect his speed. The 2 men and 1 wolf quickly disappeared into the forest, and at this time, the sun slowly rose. It had to be said that after carrying Lingxi, Long Chen didn't feel that it was a burden, but comfortable. Lingxi's body was soft as she obediently laid on Long Chen's back. Her hands were wrapped around Long Chen's neck, and the slightly large amount of soft flesh on her chest gently touched Long Chen's back. Being touched by a close skin-to-skin contact made Long Chen feel exceptionally comfortable. Even though they were facing a great enemy, he did not forget to take advantage of Lingxi a few more times. What made Long Chen feel the most was that because her body was created from the Xiantian jade lotus, Lingxi's body had a strong fragrance of lotus flowers. It was elegant and fresh, and smelling this fragrance, Long Chen felt relaxed and happy. As for Lingxi, she was already tightly wrapped on Long Chen's back, and it was difficult for her to move. In this constant movement, she could only hug Long Chen tightly, so Long Chen's solid back also gave her waves of numbness. This strange feeling finally made her pale face regain some color. Lingxi moaned. Her face was a little red, because Long Chen's hand had already climbed onto her little butt, grabbing them. Lingxi felt as if she had been electrocuted. This feeling that she had never experienced before made her a little lost. Scoundrel. After waiting for Long Chen to take advantage of her, Lingxi felt a little humiliated. She stretched her white neck and used her white teeth to gently bite Long Chen's ear, and then immediately withdrew. "What's wrong, Lingxi?" Long Chen's face was deep, and he asked as if nothing had happened. "I'm going to bite your ear off, so that you can carry me on your back for the rest of your life, and remember me." Lingxi whispered in his ear. "I can remember you for the rest of my life now, there's no need to bite your ear." Long Chen said, pretending to be a little afraid. Perhaps. Lingxi was a little lost about the future. Chapter 323. The sun rose and set. After a day, Long Chen finally arrived at the wild forest marked on the map. After 4 days and 4 nights of rushing at full speed, they were now 2/3 of the way to the West Sea country in the west. This also meant that Long Chen had already succeeded by 1/3. In this wild forest, the trees were very tall and dense. In this forest, Long Chen could unleash a greater speed, so he continued to carry Lingxi. However, after being carried continuously for a day, Lingxi was already sore all over. Seeing that this girl was uncomfortable but did not dare to say it, Long Chen felt very distressed. In the wild forest, there was no lack of demonic beasts. Therefore, there was no lack of caves for demonic beasts to live in. When the wolf cub came out, basically all the small demonic beasts fled. Long Chen therefore occupied a clean demonic beast cave and cleaned it up. Then, he took out the bedding, cooking utensils and other tools. "It's getting late. Let's practice here today and continue our journey tomorrow morning." Long Chen carried Lingxi in his arms and wrapped her in the quilt. It was a spring night now and the temperature was very low. Only in this way would Lingxi feel a little less tired. At this time, Xiaolang had already brought back a lot of trees from outside. Under the roasting of his flames, the cave quickly burst into flames, so there was some temperature and brightness. Long Chen moved a huge rock and completely covered the fire in the cave, leaving only some space for ventilation. This wild forest was vast and boundless. Long Chen did not believe that the people of the royal family could still find their way here after he made such a precise arrangement. After everything was prepared, the wolf cub saw that there was nothing else for it to do, so it lay at the entrance of the cave, cultivating while taking on the role of a sentry. Long Chen, on the other hand, dealt with the pots, bowls, ladles, and other things that he had bought in the morning and made a small kitchen. He had everything that a normal kitchen should have. It had been a long time since he personally made a delicious meal like this. Starting a fire, cutting vegetables, stir-frying vegetables, and barbecuing meat. After about half an hour, a table full of fragrant food was prepared. While Long Chen was busy, Lingxi was wrapped in the quilt, only revealing her small head. She looked at Long Chen with her eyes. This young man's dedicated attitude filled Lingxi's heart with a strong feeling of happiness. Basically, all girls would dream of being pampered like this, and Lingxi was no exception. Although they were fleeing for their lives, the atmosphere that Long Chen had intentionally created caused Lingxi to feel incomparable hope. She wanted time to remain in this moment forever, because this moment was warm and beautiful. There were no worries about the future, no enemies chasing after them. But this was impossible, all beautiful things would eventually pass. After greeting Xiaolang, 2 people and a wolf quietly had a meal like this. Because he had not cooked for a long time, Long Chen's cooking skills were a little rusty. In addition, this was not a real kitchen, so the food he made could only be regarded as ordinary. But even so, Lingxi was very satisfied with the meal. Although nothing earth-shattering happened, this meal was indeed the happiest meal in Lingxi's life. After the meal, it was time to rest. Xiao Lang did not disturb them, and he was bored, so he continued to keep watch at the entrance of the cave. With him guarding, ordinary monsters did not dare to approach. This day of hurried journey was very tiring for Lingxi, so not long after the meal, she gradually fell asleep in Long Chen's arms. Looking at this beautiful girl in his arms, when she fell asleep, her beautiful eyebrows were still slightly knitted, showing how afraid she was of the future. But in front of Long Chen, she did not dare to show it, worried that Long Chen would worry about her. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Long Chen sighed. This life and death escape was destined to be the most profound experience in his life. It was not because the royal family was too powerful, but because there was Lingxi by his side, as well as his brother Xiao Lang who had been silently accompanying him. Xiao Lang was a person of few words. Ever since he became a sun-devouring demonic wolf, he basically did not communicate with Long Chen, but they did not need to communicate. Basically, as long as there was something that Xiao Lang needed, he would take the initiative to do it, without any unnecessary words. When they were down and out, they could go through trials and tribulations together. Long Chen knew that this was a true brother. The person he loved and the brother who supported him were all by his side. Long Chen felt very satisfied. Night gradually fell. The girl in his arms was naturally extremely alluring. Her snow-white skin, exquisite curves, and the exposed skin of her body through her collar were all enough to make Long Chen feel a little aroused. However, he knew that Lingxi was already tired. She, who was extremely lacking in rest, could not be disturbed in any way. In the middle of the night, Lingxi suddenly woke up in a daze. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at Long Chen with embarrassment. She said shyly, "Chen, I want to go out, go out." Long Chen naturally did not sleep the whole night. He asked in confusion, "It's so cold outside. What are you going out for?" Lingxi did not speak. She held it in for a long time before saying, I want to pee." Long Chen suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, what's there to be shy in front of me? I'll take you out." In this wilderness, Long Chen naturally could not let Lingxi go out alone. After carrying her out of the cave, he randomly found a place and said to Lingxi in his arms, "Let's do it here." Lingxi did not move. Her head had almost shrunk into her neck. "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked doubtfully. "Go away." Lingxi blushed. She would be embarrassed to let Long Chen stay here like this. After becoming immortal, Lingxi could not avoid many problems. "Oh, okay." Long Chen was somewhat stunned. He walked a dozen steps outside with his back facing Lingxi. He teased, "Little she, are you still shy in front of me? When you used the mysterious sky jade lotus, I saw you all over. Don't say it, don't say it." Recalling the embarrassment and shyness at that time, Lingxi blushed. If Long Chen said it again, she would get angry with Long Chen. It was so cold outside. It was better to finish this quickly and then go back. Therefore, Long Chen closed his mouth. Not long after, the sound of hissing came from behind him. Long Chen fantasized for a moment and then recalled the scene when Lingxi was reincarnated. That snow-white scene made Long Chen's heart run wild. Okay. Not long after, Lingxi came to Long Chen's side. For her, solving this kind of problem in front of a man was really a bit embarrassing. Even at this time, her ears were still red. "Chen, why are you looking at me?" At this time, seeing that Long Chen was staring at her, Lingxi's heart was a bit flustered. Long Chen's fiery gaze hid some kind of message, and Lingxi could feel it. It was a gaze that couldn't wait to eat her up. At this time, Long Chen didn't say anything and pulled Lingxi into his arms. Before Lingxi could react, the back of her head was pressed by Long Chen. Then, Long Chen's warm lips blocked her sandalwood mouth. A snake-like tongue instantly broke through her pearly white teeth and intertwined with hers. Lingxi's eyes widened. She used both hands to support herself on Long Chen's broad chest. At this time, Long Chen was like a ball of flame. The rich masculine scent on his body quickly ignited Lingxi in this dark night. Lingxi suddenly felt her body heat up. It seemed that this cold night didn't feel cold anymore. In her body, the speed of her blood flow was a lot faster. From head to toe, as long as Long Chen touched her body, she would feel a burst of numbness. It was this kind of numbness that made Lingxi moan and fall into Long Chen's arms, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. The beauty in his arms and the lotus fragrance that assailed his nostrils stimulated Long Chen's sense of smell even more. It stimulated his desire. Without hesitation, his palm had already reached into Lingxi's clothes and covered the soft flesh on her chest before she could react. In that instant, Lingxi felt like she had been electrocuted, and her body became even more limp. Chen. No. At this time, Lingxi's face was flushed and her eyes were blurred. Her voice could only be described as a gossamer. At this juncture, how could Long Chen listen to what she said? As soon as his palm touched the softness, his hand moved involuntarily. He rubbed and squeezed again and again, gradually evoking the flames in Lingxi's body. At this time, a sharp bird's cry sounded out of nowhere and shook the entire wild forest. Long Chen was originally still immersed in his lust, but at this time, he completely woke up. His hand quickly left Lingxi and just hugged her. He looked up. In the sky not far away, flashes of lightning began to flash. It seemed like there was a lightning net pouncing towards Long Chen. Long Chen opened his eyes wide and even used his spirit-devouring demon eyes. He was shocked to find that there were a few cores in his lightning net. The electric filaments that were swimming around were coming from these cores. These cores were impressively a few thunder divine birds. Not good. This is an Earth-level 3rd-grade demonic beast, Thunder Bird. To be able to rear such a large demonic beast as a mount, only the royal family would be able to do so, Long Chen said with a solemn expression. The royal family had finally caught up. At this time, Xiao Lang had already rushed over. From the anxious look in Xiao Lang's eyes, Long Chen was even more certain of his judgment. Xiao Lang said that the Thunderbirds have been dispatched. This must be the commanders of the Imperial City Guards. There are a total of 7 commanders in the Imperial City Guards. Apart from the 7th commander, the rest can all control the Thunderbirds. There are 5 Thunderbirds in the sky, which means that at least 5 commanders have come. Lingxi also woke up when the royal family arrived and said in a panic. Chapter 324. Thunderbirds were lightning-type demonic beasts, and they were flying-type demonic beasts. They were best at speed. Although their level was not as good as the current Xiao Lang, their speed in the sky was fast enough to cover thousands of miles in a flash. They were definitely not weaker than the current Xiao Lang. When the Thunderbirds appeared in the sky and flew to Long Chen, it didn't take long. Now, escaping immediately was more likely to attract the attention of the people in the sky, so at the critical moment, Long Chen carried Lingxi and hurriedly rushed into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, a total of 5 Thunderbirds intertwined into a huge lightning net, rushing over the top of Long Chen's head. Wherever they went, crackling sounds could be heard incessantly. The Thunderbirds flew at a low altitude, and when they passed, the entire forest showed signs of fire. If it weren't for the heavy humidity at night and the trees being very wet, they would have long been burned. As the Thunderbirds flew past, Long Chen kept looking at Lingxi in his arms, and Lingxi was also looking at him blankly. They were just in the midst of passion, but they didn't expect the people of the royal family to catch up at this time. Lingxi was a little embarrassed, but she was more worried. Chen, The ones who came were the commanders of the imperial city, which also meant that the royal family had caught up. Long Chen didn't know how they knew the direction Long Chen was heading, but this was no longer important. What was important was how to escape now. As soon as the Thunderbirds passed, Long Chen asked in a low voice, "Xiao Lang, the commander of the imperial city guards, how is his strength?" Through Lingxi's, Long Chen learned that the imperial city guards had a total of 7 commanders. One of them was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, the 2nd and 3rd commanders were at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, and the other 4 were at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, including the 7th commander who brought Long Chen into the Baiyang imperial city to become China. For Long Chen, this was an irresistible force. Not to mention the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen wouldn't be a match for the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Don't worry, the first commander is actually a member of the royal family. His status is noble, and he is responsible for the great task of guarding the imperial city, so he probably won't be dispatched. The 5 Thunderbirds should be the other 5 commanders. Lingxi passed Xiao Lang's words to Long Chen. Long Chen heard this and breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Chen, we'll stay here?" Lingxi asked nervously. Because it was the middle of the night, and she wasn't wearing much, she was already shivering from the cold. Since they know we're nearby, there's only one thing they can do now, and that's to escape. Little Shi, quickly put on more clothes, I'll pack my things. At this critical juncture, Lingxi didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. She hurriedly wrapped herself up tightly, and at this time, Long Chen had already packed his things and directly carried her on his back. He then gave Xiao Lang a look and rushed out, starting to hurry through the night in the boundless mountains. Long Chen and Xiao Lang actually didn't make any noise. Not long after he escaped, Long Chen heard a rumbling sound coming from behind him. This was the sound of countless war horses advancing together. Moreover, they were definitely not low-grade demonic beasts. If the sound was so dense that it sounded like a recitation, it meant that there were quite a few demonic beasts chasing after him. Oh no, those warhorses are surrounding us. If they were to fight now, the Thunderbirds in the sky would be patrolling. With their eyesight, as long as there was the slightest movement, they would immediately swoop down with their master. At that time, Long Chen would really lose his life. "Xiao Lang, they haven't discovered our position yet. If they do, I'll leave Little Shi to you, I'll lead the way. Little Shi, your body isn't good, so bear with it this time. We'll talk about everything after we escape." At this critical juncture, Long Chen quickly gave his instructions. Since they hadn't been discovered yet, he used his fastest speed to run towards dark places, wherever the forest was thick. The wind kept rushing behind him. Long Chen had already used his fastest speed in the forest, but even so, the Thunderbirds in the sky were still patrolling around. Several times, they flew over Long Chen's head. Long Chen could only stop at this time and hold his breath, so he wasn't discovered. Fortunately, he had the spirit-devouring demon eye, so when an enemy approached, he could discover it relatively quickly. In the process of escaping, Long Chen discovered that the spirit-devouring demon eye's insight function was quite useful. This kind of escape lasted for a total of less than an hour, but the Thunderbirds in the sky were still there, and the sound of tens of thousands of horses galloping behind him was endless. At this time, Long Chen already knew what was chasing behind him. This was a powerful army of the imperial city, known as the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry. The Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry was composed of a total of 2,000 Heavenly River tier martial artists, accompanied by Scarlet Ghost Horses, a 9th-level mystic rank demonic beast. Just from this name, one could roughly guess the configuration of the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry, which was naturally quite luxurious. However, it was unknown how many Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry were deployed in order to pursue Long Chen. Demonic beasts and martial artists formed a combination, and it was a combination of so many people. The combat power of the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry was naturally self-evident, and the commander of the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry was the 7th commander who once led Long Chen into Baiyang Imperial City. As for the other commanders, they should be above the Thunderbirds. There are at least more than 200 Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry, and there are many Imperial Guards following behind. Oh no, in addition to the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry, there seems to be many Imperial Guards. They seem to know that I am in this forest, so they have deployed so many people. Thinking of this, Long Chen's expression changed slightly. The Imperial Guards were in a form of encirclement, trapping the current Long Chen. There was no doubt that they definitely knew the approximate location of Long Chen, but the question was how they knew. Long Chen's brain turned quickly, and finally thought of a person. It should be the shop owner in Crescent City, where Long Chen had bought a lot of things and even obtained a map, that middle-aged fat man. Long Chen had not expected that in order to hunt him down, the Imperial Guards would actually go to such an extent. Even a random shop owner in a small city could guess the identity of the cloaked Long Chen. It seems that this time, the royal family has made up their mind to dig me out of Cangyang country and then kill me. The ruthless determination of the royal family made Long Chen's heart very heavy. However, he did not show his panic because he still had someone to protect. The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Now it seems that I can only kill. The pursuit of the royal family had triggered the bloodthirsty and murderous nature of the ancient blood spiritual dragon in the depths of Long Chen's character. Very soon, a faint killing intent appeared on his body, and his eyes were already somewhat bloodshot. "Chen, are you all right?" Seeing Long Chen's condition, Lingxi was a little worried. "I'm fine, don't worry. I will definitely rush out with you. Just be obedient," Long Chen said in a low voice. His voice started to become hoarse. Even when he was talking to Lingxi, a thick killing intent was reflected in his voice. "How about I give up this body now, so that I won't be a burden to you. Without me being a burden, you can escape with Xiao Lang," Lingxi said as tears welled up in her eyes. Of course, she did not want to return to Lingxi's sword. However, if she did not return, Long Chen and Xiao Lang would probably die here today. "Shut your mouth. You're not allowed to mention this again. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Long Chen naturally would not allow her to do so. At this critical juncture, he could only speak harshly. After being growled at by him, Lingxi bit her lip with an innocent look on her face. Tears were about to flow out of her eyes. "Chen, I'm really useless. I can't help you, and I'm even a burden to you. I feel terrible." Lingxi said this in her heart. At this moment, Long Chen stopped in his tracks. After rushing to this place, he discovered that there was a valley in front of him. There were towering mountains on both sides of the valley. If he wanted to pass through this place, the only way was to force his way through the valley. However, there were already many Imperial City Guards gathered in the valley. There were even quite a few ghost stallions present. As for retreating, it was already impossible. More pursuers had already caught up from behind. If he turned back, Long Chen would have to face an even more intense battle. Long Chen only stopped for a breath's time. Now was the most pressing time. He only had a minute to analyze the pros and cons. Retreating was already impossible. If he hid in the distance, he would be discovered sooner or later. The only way now was to kill his way out. "Xiao Lang, I'll leave little Shi to you." Long Chen didn't allow Lingxi to resist. He placed her on Xiao Lang's back. Xiao Lang had demonic energy, so during the battle, he could naturally hold Lingxi firmly on his back. Moreover, both Long Chen and Xiao Lang had practiced the divine fire doppelgangers to the highest level. With a large number of divine fire doppelgangers, they didn't need to worry that someone would take advantage of the chaos to attack Lingxi. After placing Lingxi on Xiao Lang's back, Long Chen didn't say anything. He rushed forward like an arrow, with Xiao Lang following closely behind him. he understood that Long Chen was breaking out of the encirclement. What he needed to do was to protect Lingxi and then follow Long Chen's footsteps. As for attacking, Long Chen alone was enough. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen rushed into the middle of the valley. His speed was too fast, and his arrival was too sudden. Most of the imperial city guards in the valley didn't even have time to react. A large mass of blood-colored fog had already surrounded the entire valley. The blood-colored fog rapidly spread in everyone's vision. That terrifying suction was acting on everyone's body. Devouring blood world. The entire devouring blood world was like a blood cocoon, quickly covering all the imperial city guards. Who? A loud shout came from the imperial city guards. Chapter 325. A loud roar shook the ground, causing the grass and trees in the valley to tremble. The imperial city guards within the red devouring world of blood finally managed to calm down after hearing this voice. Even so, some of the soldiers with lower cultivation bases exploded under the effect of the devouring world of blood. It could be said that once Long Chen's devouring world of blood was activated, a tenth of the people here had already died. There was a bloody mist everywhere. This terrifying and tragic scene caused everyone's mind to go blank. Without a doubt, the devouring blood world was the bloodiest massacre. This proved the characteristics of the immemorial blood spirit dragon, a dragon of blood and slaughter. Long Chen had obtained the blood essence of the immemorial blood spirit dragon, one of the 10 ancient ancestral dragons. He was destined to embark on the path of slaughter for the rest of his life. This had nothing to do with good or evil. In Long Chen's heart, there was only one standard, and that was his original intention. Those who violated or even harmed him, no matter how kind they were, Long Chen would not be merciful. Under the terrifying effect of the devouring world of blood, most of the imperial city guards who could barely survive were petrified. They could only barely circulate their true qi to calm the boiling blood in their bodies. Only some of the heavenly river tier experts could barely resist. At this moment, the crowd reluctantly parted to form a path. A rumbling sound came from afar, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone. It was a dozen huge black horses, with bulging muscles and powerful limbs. Their eyes were completely red, and even the coarse breath they exhaled carried a thick blood color. This was a mystic level 9 demonic beast, the Scarlet Ghost Horse. At this moment, the Scarlet Ghost Horse was covered in heavy black armor, looking majestic and murderous. On top of the Scarlet Ghost Horse, there was a tall martial artist who was also wearing black armor. The heavy armor was cold and bloody, and every martial artist held a weapon that was stained with the smell of blood, looking very ferocious. After this team of heavy cavalry charged over, a thick smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Without a doubt, this was the famous Ghost Horse heavy cavalry of the Cangyang Kingdom. Demonic beasts of the 9th level of the mystic rank, paired with martial artists of the heavenly river tier and above, the battle prowess of the Ghost Horse heavy cavalry could definitely sweep through many armies. It was not impossible for one to fight against 100. However, what they encountered was an even bloodier Long Chen. Under the effects of the devouring world of blood, the closer they got to Long Chen, the more timid and anxious the Scarlet Ghost Horses became. When they were about 20 meters away from Long Chen, all the Scarlet Ghost Horses suddenly leaped up with their forelegs and let out an earth-shattering neigh before turning around in a sorry state. And at this time, Long Chen was like a whirlwind, directly rushing towards the Ghost Pegasus heavy cavalry. There were many obstacles in this valley. Only by killing these Ghost Pegasus heavy cavalry would he be able to fiercely intimidate the others and rush through the valley in the shortest time possible. Bastard! The Scarlet Ghost Horse was disobedient, and the martial artist on it cursed in exasperation. Then, he hurriedly turned around, his blood-red eyes charging towards Long Chen. Long Chen, it really is you. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. You actually dared to kill a member of the imperial family. Even if you grew wings today, it will be difficult for you to escape. The martial artist charging at the very front was the 7th commander of the Imperial City Guard Army. His strength was at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. At this time, he led a group of ghost horse heavy cavalry martial artists, roaring as they charged over. Every one of them was very tall, and with more than a dozen of them charging together, the aura created caused all the Imperial City Guard Army to feel shocked. And at this time, Long Chen was alone, waving the blue dragon halberd. He lowered his head, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly accelerated, appearing in front of the 7th commander in an instant. Die! The 7th commander crazily charged towards Long Chen. He was confident that he could flatten Long Chen with a single punch, but he had underestimated Long Chen. Underestimating Long Chen, who was already close to insanity, was a very terrifying thing. A line of blood shot out from the blue dragon halberd. In that instant, the 7th commander saw Long Chen's eyes, blood-red and cold. These eyes seemed to want to swallow his soul. In that moment of shock, Long Chen used his most powerful move, the Dragon Emperor's Mourning, directly shattering the 7th commander's attack. The blue dragon halberd shattered the 7th commander's entire arm, causing his flesh and bones to explode and scatter in all directions. The 7th commander instantly let out an earth-shattering scream. This scream caused everyone's scalps to go numb, and they couldn't help but retreat. Long Chen defeated the 7th commander in one move. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock because of this question. But the shock didn't stop there. When the 7th commander's arm was shattered in one move, Long Chen had already rushed in front of him. Under the terrified gaze of the 7th commander, Long Chen's fist landed on the 7th commander's forehead, causing his entire head to explode. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground. Ah! Such a cruel and tragic scene caused almost everyone's hearts to sink, and they hurriedly retreated. Even the strongest 7th commander had been instantly killed by Long Chen. Who else could be a match for Long Chen? And who would dare to use the same method as the 7th commander to die at the hands of Long Chen, who seemed to have completely entered a state of slaughter? Long Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest after killing the 7th commander in a cruel manner. At this moment, the only ones who dared to stand in front of him were the remaining ghost horse heavy cavalry cultivators. They were all Heavenly River tier cultivators, and when Long Chen had slaughtered them like a demon, their hearts had trembled. After killing the 7th commander, Long Chen's blue dragon halberd directly pierced through the chest of a cultivator. In the next breath, the blue dragon halberd directly chopped off the head of the next person. The head flew into the distance, and the other guards, who didn't dare to make a move, all screamed and dodged the head. Even more people began to retreat. Under everyone's gazes, Long Chen was bathed in blood. He was like a meat grinder as he charged into the crowd. Apart from the 7th commander, no one could block his attack, and they were all directly killed. More than a dozen Heavenly River tier elites were all killed by Long Chen in an extremely tragic manner in an instant. Long Chen directly used the blue dragon halberd to open a path of blood, and Xiao Lang followed closely behind him, charging out. Apart from the ghost horse heavy cavalry, the other cultivators all watched as Long Chen escaped. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop him, but under the intimidation of the devouring blood world and Long Chen's bloodthirst, they had completely lost the ability to move their bodies. When Long Chen had gone far away, everyone stared blankly at the tragic state of the Heavenly River tier cultivators. Some of those who had just entered the battlefield had already begun to vomit. As expected of a ruthless character who dared to kill the 9th prince, in the valley, there was only silence. Of course, the commotion here couldn't escape the attention of the thunderbirds in the sky. There were even more powerful cultivators above the thunderbirds, who had even reached the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen successfully broke through the heavy encirclement in an extremely short time, but he also attracted the attention of the Thunderbirds, so at this time, all the Thunderbirds clamored wildly, and the huge lightning net in the sky whistled towards Long Chen. In the process of Long Chen running, he had already straddled Xiao Lang's body. He had a strong ability to control blood, so even if he created a very abnormal and tragic scene, there was not the slightest stain on his body. At this time, Long Chen's whole body was covered in shining blood-red dragon scales, and sharp and domineering bone spurs. Just by looking at him, Lingxi felt a power that came from the soul, acting on her soul. At this time, on the blood-red dragon scales, there was a faintly discernible image of an ancient blood-red divine dragon, roaring and dancing wildly. That crazy, bloody, and murderous aura was emitted from the image on the dragon scales. Just now, Lingxi watched helplessly as Long Chen carried out an extremely tragic massacre. He did it to intimidate the enemy, and also because of the murderous intent of the inherited blood essence in his body, so Lingxi didn't blame him for being bloodthirsty. She looked at Long Chen desperately with tears in her eyes, stroking the perfect, regular, and gorgeous dragon scales on his body, and was so moved that she cried out. This rebellious and unyielding young man in front of her was the man she had given her heart to in this lifetime. However, after so many ups and downs, would she be able to escape to the ends of the world under his protection like today? This was Lingxi's most tragic memory, and it was also the most profound one. Lingxi, I'm sorry. I basically can't control myself when I'm killing. Only when I ruthlessly smash the enemy into pieces can my body reach its most excited state. After the massacre, Long Chen had a brief moment of clarity, but he knew that under the influence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon's murderous intent, he would eventually become a murderous demon. I don't blame you, Chen. I'm just worried that in the future, you won't even recognize your own family. You'll completely become a killing machine, and you'll only kill crazily for good and evil. Lingxi said sadly, biting her lip. Don't worry. Long Chen stood up from Xiao Lang's body. He looked at the lightning net that was rapidly approaching from afar, and his heart was suddenly filled with boundless lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations. Little Shi, I want to promise you that even if I destroy the entire world, I definitely won't make a move against you. Of course, I won't destroy this world either, because I'm Long Chen. No one can control my fate, not even them. He was pointing at the lightning bird, as well as the commanders of the Imperial City Guard army on it. The seventh commander was the weakest, and the other 5 were the biggest obstacles for Long Chen this time. 2 at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, and 1 at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. They were about to become the most terrifying threat to Long Chen. The crazy lightning net and the shrill cries of the lightning bird gradually approached. The light of the lightning gradually covered Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid as the elites approached, because he was the incarnation of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. He was at the pinnacle of countless creatures, and there was no creature that could make Long Chen feel fear. Chapter 326. Because there were no obstructions in the sky, the Thunderbird's speed in the sky was very fast. If Xiao Lang continued to fly in the vast wilderness, he would eventually be caught. Long Chen had no choice but to face so many powerhouses. Poverty leads to change. Long Chen's expression was solemn as he looked around and recalled the general terrain on the map. They had already exited the wild forest and arrived in the wilderness. Long Chen suddenly recalled that there was a misty valley on the left side of the wilderness. The valley was foggy, and ordinary martialists wouldn't be able to distinguish the path and direction, let alone the Thunderbird. With the obstruction of the fog, Long Chen might still have a chance of escaping the pursuit of the royal family. Thinking of this, Long Chen quickly told Xiao Lang, head to the left. While Long Chen was thinking of countermeasures, Xiao Lang certainly wasn't idle. However, he still couldn't think of anything. If Long Chen told him to head to the left, then it must be right. With a low growl, the sun-devouring demonic wolf's huge body suddenly turned and rushed to the left. Along the way, smoke and dust filled the sky. At this moment, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see Xiaolang at all. They would only be able to see a black shadow passing by. The Thunderbird behind him also changed direction and chased after Long Chen and the others. The endless exploding lightning net in the sky was about to engulf Long Chen. At this moment, Xiaolang had already unleashed his maximum speed. In this boundless wilderness, a huge chase was taking place. Facing the night wind, Long Chen hugged Lingxi tightly, feeling her nervousness and despair. Long Chen knew what she wanted to say, but he covered her mouth and said, "Don't say anything before the outcome is decided." His tone was very calm, but it revealed an unparalleled majesty. From his calm voice, Lingxi could tell that his body was already like a volcano. Under the influence of the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance essence blood, there was only one word left in his mind, and that was kill. In this wilderness, the Thunderbird chased after the sun-devouring demonic wolf for a full hour. It almost caught up several times, but Xiaolang sped up and left it behind. When a deep valley shrouded in fog finally appeared in front of them, Long Chen smiled in pleasant surprise. Given the density of the fog in this valley, the Thunderbird can't fly at all, let alone use its full speed. However, Xiaolang can. Xiaolang now knew why Long Chen had asked him to turn left. This dense fog valley should be their only hope of escaping. The commanders of the Imperial City Guard Army on the Thunderbird also saw the dense fog valley. However, they didn't think that Long Chen could escape this time. There were 5 Thunderbirds and a total of 5 commanders. Among the 5 commanders, there was a middle-aged martialist, a man and a woman. The 2 of them were introverted and their eyes shone with dazzling starlight. It was obvious that their cultivation was far above Long Chen's. "You want to escape into the dense fog valley? What a naive child. The Thunderbird can't catch you in the dense fog valley, but we can't catch you either. He, second brother, he isn't a child. He killed Song Yifeng, the 9th prince, and just killed 7th brother. Can a child do that?" One of the 2 powerhouses, the beautiful woman, said. Among the commanders who had come this time, the 2 of them were the strongest. Furthermore, the woman had just addressed the other powerhouse as second brother. It was obvious that the 2nd to 7th commanders of the Imperial City Guard Army had been mobilized. It was obvious that they had put in a lot of effort to capture Long Chen. At this moment, Xiaolang had already carried Lingxi and jumped into the dense fog valley. The other commanders were surprised when Long Chen jumped off the sun-devouring demon wolf. Then, he looked coldly at the Thunderbird that was diving down and preparing to land. Given the speed of the commanders, they would definitely be able to catch up to Long Chen and the others on the ground. Therefore, it seemed like they wouldn't need to use the Thunderbird. Why did he stay behind? Everyone had the same question in their minds. The cold glint in Long Chen's eyes made them somewhat unsure of his intentions. However, it would be great if they could capture Long Chen faster. Hence, they mocked Long Chen's audacity. At the same time, the Thunderbird formed a huge lightning net and pounced at Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen moved. After letting Xiaolang rush into the dense fog valley, Long Chen immediately turned back. Seeing that a few Thunderbirds were about to land, Long Chen erupted with all his strength. With a roar, he swung the blue dragon halberd in his hand like a sharp arrow that pierced the sky. What? No one had expected that Long Chen would actually attack the Thunderbirds. As the Thunderbirds were about to land, they didn't fly very high. Long Chen swung the blue dragon halberd. Before the Thunderbird could react, the entire blue dragon halberd had pierced deep into the chest of one of the Thunderbirds. The Thunderbird let out a painful wail as its heart was pierced. It couldn't control its body any longer and fell down. It seemed like it wouldn't survive. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Long Chen quickly recalled the blue dragon halberd. Then, he followed Xiaolang and quickly flashed into the dense fog valley. In fact, in the dense fog valley, Long Chen's greatest reliance was the soul-devouring demon pupil. The third level of the soul-devouring demon pupil, Profound Insight, allowed Long Chen to completely ignore the thick fog and directly see any life within. Although Xiaolang had already entered the dense fog valley, Long Chen was still able to find him very quickly. Just now, he only wanted to stay behind and delay the 5 great commanders from entering the dense fog valley. He only wanted to kill one Thunderbird. Even he didn't think that it would have such a big effect. The 5 lightning birds were able to form such a fast speed and soar in the sky because they were connected by a lightning net, and in the process of diving, one of the lightning birds died. Firstly, it caused the unfortunate 6th commander on his back to directly fall from a height of about 100 meters. With his strength at the 6th level of the heavenly river tier, though he wouldn't fall to his death, he would at least be dizzy from the fall. As for the others, because of the death of one of the Thunderbirds, the lightning net formed by the 5 Thunderbirds instantly lost balance. This imbalance also caused the other Thunderbirds to tremble in the air for a long time before they finally adjusted and landed safely on the ground. However, with this small delay, Long Chen had already disappeared without a trace. Old 6th, you stay here and order everyone to surround the dense fog valley. The others, go in and search for me. We must catch Long Chen. Being played by Long Chen so easily, the 2nd commander felt uncomfortable. His expression was gloomy as he made the arrangements. Then, he immediately led the others into the dense fog valley. With Long Chen's agility, he quickly caught up to Xiaolang in the dense fog valley. He rushed to the front and used the soul-devouring demon pupil to lead the way for Xiaolang. In this dense fog valley, there were many demonic beasts, and there were even quite a few very powerful ones. In order to avoid conflict with these demonic beasts and cause unnecessary trouble, Long Chen had been doing his best to avoid these demonic beasts. In the dense fog valley, the terrain was rugged, and there were jagged rocks everywhere. Not a single blade of grass grew. It was a desolate scene. Although there were no sounds of pursuers behind him, Long Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He was currently thinking of countermeasures. In reality, the dense fog valley wasn't that big. If the 5 commanders directly mobilized 10,000 troops, they could completely surround it. Even if Long Chen broke out of the encirclement, it would be difficult for him to escape the pursuit of the 5 commanders. Therefore, he had to make good use of this terrain and reduce the strength of the 5 commanders in an extremely short period of time until they were all dead. Looks like this time, I have to put my life on the line. Only then will I have a chance to survive. As he rapidly advanced among the rocks, Long Chen searched for a concealed place for Lingxi to hide. As long as Lingxi hid and Xiaolang protected her, Long Chen would be able to engage in guerrilla warfare with the 5 commanders in the dense fog valley. Long Chen had 3 main things he could rely on: the spirit-devouring demon eyes, the blood escape technique, and the divine flame clone. With the blood escape technique, as long as he achieved his goal of killing in one move, no one would be able to stop him. This was Long Chen's plan. At this moment, the terrain started to descend and the sound of flowing water could be heard in front of him. This should be a waterfall. Long Chen didn't pay much attention to it. He was originally heading towards the waterfall, so he didn't change his direction. Not long after, a waterfall appeared in front of them. The waterfall wasn't big, but it was full of momentum. The drop was about 30 meters or so, and a huge amount of water crashed into the deep pool with a loud rumbling sound. Waves of white water rippled in all directions, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the pool. Originally, Long Chen didn't care much about this waterfall. He was preparing to cross the waterfall and find another place to hide. He didn't expect that at this time, his spirit-devouring demon eyes would directly penetrate the mountain wall and see that there was a cave in the middle of the waterfall. And in this cave, a powerful demonic beast was hibernating. This demonic beast gave Long Chen a huge pressure. It seemed that it was at least a 7th-level Earth-ranked demonic beast. Long Chen reckoned that this mountain wall was originally the entrance to a cave. Later, the river channel changed, and the river directly smashed down from the top of the cave. Only then did the water cover the cave entrance. This was originally an excellent hiding place, but it was a pity that there was actually a 7th-grade Earth-rank demonic beast inside. With the existence of this demonic beast, there was no way to quietly occupy this cave. At this time, Long Chen carefully sensed that the aura of the demonic beast had weakened to the extreme. Could it be that it was already injured? Chapter 327. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. He knew that the growth of a peerless genius depended on one's own talent, one's clan's heritage, but the most important factor was one's luck. He had to admit that his luck had been especially good ever since he obtained the mysterious dragon jade. Every time he faced a life or death situation, he would always have the chance to reverse the situation. For example, this time, the Misty Valley seemed to be specially designed for his soul-devouring demon eye. With the soul-devouring demon eye, he wouldn't be affected in the Misty Valley, but others would be affected by the dense fog. And now, in the cave under the waterfall, there was an injured 7th-grade Earth Realm beast. No matter how strong this beast was, Long Chen knew that this was his only chance. After telling Lingxi about the cave under the waterfall, Long Chen immediately made a decision. Xiao Lang, I'll go into the cave first to attract the beast or drive it out. Then, you take Lingxi inside and hide. It's best if you don't come out if there's nothing important. No, Chen, won't you be in danger this way? Lingxi said in a panic. No, this is an injured 7th-grade Earth Realm monster beast. If I'm lucky, I can kill it and make myself stronger. Even if I'm no match for it, I can still use the blood escape technique to escape. Little Shi, listen to me. I'm sorry, Chen, I'm just a burden. Lingxi's eyes flickered with tears. Her body trembled in pain. I've decided that I'm a big problem now, so I'll give up this body. This way, Chen and Xiao Lang can escape. Bullshit. Long Chen scolded. He looked at Lingxi with a serious expression and warned, Little Shi, don't let me hear such words again. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Why? Lingxi was a little confused. If I can find the 9 heavenly immortal fruit, won't I still be able to live? That's only if. I can't guarantee anything. Long Chen sighed, Xiao Shi, who knows what the future holds? The 9 heavens immortal fruit is still an unknown. I can't bet your future on an unknown. So before we find the 9 heavens immortal fruit, don't do anything stupid. It's possible that I won't be able to obtain it in my lifetime. Long Chen's words made Lingxi, who had been blaming herself, calm down. Little Shi, someone once told me that this world is too big, and that I'm just a little genius from a small place. Even if I put my life on the line, in the eyes of the people from that world, would only be mediocre. He suggested that I help you recover your body and then find a place to live a peaceful life for the rest of your life. These were Li Xuanji's words. Long Chen remembered them in his heart, but he never gave in because of them. So, if you don't take care of your body and I'm mediocre, you'll miss the chance to live with me for the rest of your life. So, listen to me, understand? Lingxi looked at the serious man in front of her, and she was so moved that 2 streams of hot tears flowed down her cheeks. Towards this youth, she seemed to have developed a feeling that surpassed familial love. That kind of budding, exciting, and intense feeling gave her an experience she had never experienced in her entire life. She even felt that even if she was asked to follow Long Chen and die immediately, she wouldn't have the slightest bit of complaint. Chen, seeing that Lingxi had something to say, Long Chen hurriedly listened attentively. I've decided. What have you decided? Long Chen asked curiously. Lingxi was a little embarrassed. Her originally pale face gradually turned red. She held her breath and finally said, "In this life, I, Lingxi, will marry no one but you." Ah! Long Chen didn't expect this girl to say such bold words. He was stunned for a moment. Finally, he looked at the girl in front of him who had bravely spoken her heart and felt very touched. "Lingxi, I will live up to the words you've said to me today. I hope that you will always remember it. I won't say anything else. You already know my feelings for you. I'll chase that demonic beast out right now. Just do as I say and nothing will happen." Lingxi nodded heavily. Without another word, Long Chen directly carried the blue dragon halberd and rushed towards the waterfall. When he was near, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he directly rushed into the waterfall. Water splashed everywhere. Just as he rushed into the cave, an angry roar of a beast rushed towards Long Chen's face. It almost sent Long Chen flying. Blood. As soon as he rushed in, Long Chen smelled the scent of blood in the air. He focused his eyes and saw a beast lying in the cave, staring at Long Chen with hatred. It was a huge beast covered in thick black scales. Its overall shape was similar to a pangolin, but it was much more terrifying than a pangolin. There was a row of sharp black spikes on its back, and its 4 thick legs were also covered in thick scales. It was as if it was wearing a thick layer of armor. The only big difference between it and a pangolin was that this beast's head was actually like a dragon's. On its forehead, there was a sharp and long horn that emitted a cold light. The sharpness of the horn probably surpassed Long Chen's blue dragon halberd. 7th grade Earth rank, Demonic Tyrannosaurus. Long Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect to actually encounter such a beast in the dense fog valley. The demonic Tyrannosaurus name had the word dragon in it. It was believed that it had the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon. Of course, this was only a legend. If it really had the bloodline of the divine dragon, this demonic Tyrannosaurus would not be at its current level. When he saw the current state of the demonic Tyrannosaurus, Long Chen almost laughed out loud. This was because the body of the demonic Tyrannosaurus was actually covered in densely packed wounds. Some of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. It could be seen that the demonic Tyrannosaurus was trying to prevent blood from flowing out. However, its body was still drenched in blood. The most serious injury was one of its forelimbs. It had actually been completely cut off and disappeared. At this moment, a large amount of blood was brewing at the place where the limb was cut off. Under the control of the demonic Tyrannosaurus, the blood did not surge out. However, what if the devouring bloody world was added to the mix? Long Chen knew that this demonic Tyrannosaurus had clearly been injured by someone. Hence, when it saw Long Chen, its eyes were naturally filled with rage. Long Chen had already made up his mind. As soon as he entered the cave, he didn't say anything. He swung the blue dragon battle halberd in his hand at the opponent. Just like when he had killed the Thunderbird, the blue dragon battle halberd pierced the other forelimb of the demonic Tyrannosaurus. Although the wound wasn't deep, the piercing pain successfully enraged the demonic Tyrannosaurus. Long Chen retrieved the blue dragon battle halberd and immediately rushed outside. As expected, the demonic Tyrannosaurus, who was recuperating, couldn't help but chase after Long Chen crazily. Since there was the word Tyrannosaurus in its name, it naturally meant that this fellow's temperament was definitely very violent. Long Chen's use of this method to lure it away was very correct. After rushing out of the waterfall, Long Chen quickly shot a look at Xiao Lang, who was hiding at the side, before quickly fleeing far away. In the next moment, the huge body of the demonic Tyrannosaurus rushed out of the waterfall, causing water to splash everywhere. Lingxi was so frightened that she hid behind the rock in front of her. She was worried about Long Chen's safety, so she stuck her head out. When she saw that the demonic beast that was chasing Long Chen was covered in blood and was even missing a lower limb, Lingxi heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that no matter how strong this demonic beast was, it wouldn't be a threat to Long Chen. "Chen, you must be well." Lingxi had a resolute look in her eyes. Then, she entered the waterfall under the escort of Xiao Lang. "I've caused such a huge commotion here. I'm sure it'll attract those commanders over here." Long Chen secretly calculated the distance between him and the waterfall. After ensuring that Lingxi's side was absolutely safe, Long Chen stopped in his tracks and prepared to deal with the demonic Tyrannosaurus. "Fortunately, I didn't waste the beast blood." Along the way, blood kept flowing out of the demonic Tyrannosaurus's body. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't let it go. Hence, he kept using the devouring world of blood to a very weak degree. All the beast blood that flowed out of the demonic Tyrannosaurus's body was absorbed by him. This demonic Tyrannosaurus will leave a trail of blood on the ground along the way. If they discover this trail of blood, they will easily find the end of the trail, the waterfall. When that happens, Lingxi will definitely be exposed. This was the reason why Long Chen was still collecting beast blood even though he was in front. At this moment, Long Chen turned around. He was still in his beast soul form. At this moment, he held the blue dragon halberd in his hand and looked at the huge demonic Tyrannosaurus in front of him. He didn't even frown. "You're bleeding so badly, yet you still want to be my enemy? What a big idiot. I'll let you experience the devouring world of blood." In an instant, the demonic Tyrannosaurus was completely surrounded by a mass of red mist. In a large area around it, there was a lot of blood-red mist floating about. It transformed into a faint dragon shadow. This was a true divine dragon. Hence, what Long Chen didn't expect was that the aura of the devouring world of blood had terrified the demonic Tyrannosaurus. A majestic earth-ranked demonic beast was actually trembling and wailing in the devouring world of blood. Right now, its entire body was covered in blood. Long Chen had increased the strength of the devouring world of blood to the maximum. The demonic power of the demonic Tyrannosaurus was simply unable to maintain such a huge devouring ability. When one of the wounds was broken by Long Chen, the other wounds were broken one after another. In order to reduce the terror of this fellow, Long Chen used the blue dragon halberd to cut its throat when it lost all ability to resist, ending its life. Chapter 328. The confrontation with the demonic Earth Tyrannosaurus had already caused quite a commotion. Long Chen believed that if the 5 commanders had already entered the dense fog valley, they would have already discovered the commotion here. There was no time to lose. Long Chen had just killed the demonic Earth Tyrannosaurus, so he began to refine his blood into qi. Right now, Long Chen had just reached the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. The bloodline of a 7th-grade Earth-rank demonic beast was still very useful to him. At the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen had already gradually figured out the rules. Generally speaking, demonic beasts that were 1 level higher wouldn't have much effect on Long Chen, and demonic beasts that were 2 levels higher wouldn't have much effect on him. Only demonic beasts that were 3 levels higher, such as the current demonic Earth Tyrannosaurus, could allow Long Chen to completely advance by 1 level. However, if the demonic Earth Tyrannosaurus wasn't seriously injured, Long Chen wouldn't be its match at all. Hence, it was very difficult for Long Chen, who didn't have a backer, to rely on refining blood into qi to quickly become stronger. Moreover, refining blood into qi wasn't something that could be used casually. For example, during the past few times, because Long Chen had used it too frequently, the bloodline of the ancient blood spiritual dragon had gradually manifested in him, causing him to gradually lose control of the murderous intent in his heart during the battle. This wasn't a good sign. Long Chen didn't want to become a killing machine that didn't care about his own family and friends one day. However, this time, he couldn't cultivate in peace like before. If he didn't refine blood into qi and wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to survive at all. Hence, using blood into qi again was something that Long Chen couldn't do anything about. Under Long Chen's control, the surging blood of the 7th-grade Earth-rank demonic beast surged into his body and gradually fused with it. Meanwhile, some of the waste in the blood was turned into a bloody mist by Long Chen's body and sent flying. The bloodline of the demonic Earth-rank demonic dragon is really effective. Long Chen sighed with emotion. As he rapidly transformed his true qi, he directed it into his 5th star meridian. Advancing to the Heavenly River tier required a large number of Heavenly River pills. When he broke through to the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen had actually already used up almost all of the Heavenly River pills that the Burning Heaven Demon Emperor had given him. It just so happened that when he killed the 9th prince, Long Chen had obtained a total of about 100,000 Heavenly River pills from him. These Heavenly River pills directly solved many of the problems that Long Chen would face in advancing to the next level. While using the Sky River pill to construct the starry sky, he also used the blood refinement technique to refine even more vital energy into his star meridians. As time passed, the 5th pair of star rivers formed rapidly within his body. The last time Long Chen had condensed the 4th pair of star rivers, he hadn't absorbed the power of the stars from the starry sky at all. Thus, the star rivers formed within his body had been very stable. Therefore, he had skipped the time gap and completely condensed the 5th pair of star rivers in his body. 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Dazzling starlight suddenly exploded from Long Chen's body. From now on, the completion rate of the star rivers in his body had already exceeded half. There were a total of 18 star rivers, and in Long Chen's body, there were already 10 star rivers flowing through it. True qi flowed within them, as if they were the dazzling stars within. The power of the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. I really have to thank this demonic Earth-rank demonic dragon and the person who injured it. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes were filled with an intense blood-red glow. His strength had indeed entered the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Added with his various talents, it would probably not be a problem for him to explode with the destructive power of the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. However, the problem was that the murderous aura that belonged to the ancient blood spirit dragon had become even thicker. Looks like after I successfully escape this time, I definitely have to find a way to solve this problem of mine, Long Chen thought with a frown. From the time he had caused a commotion, defeated the demonic Earth-rank demonic dragon, and then successfully advanced to the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, not much time had passed. Long Chen believed that with such a huge commotion, the other party would definitely rush over. Now, as long as Lingxi was not by his side, with the blood escape mystical power, he would forever be undefeatable. Long Chen stabilized his strength, and then began to smash rocks in a frenzy. One after another, explosive sounds rang out in this foggy mountain valley. His high-profile actions very quickly attracted the attention of one of the commanders. This was also a tall and burly middle-aged man, with a face full of stubbles and fierce muscles. His eyes revealed a fierce glint, especially when he saw Long Chen, especially when his eyes turned red. It was precisely because Long Chen had killed his mount, the Thunderbird, that he had fallen from the sky and been utterly humiliated. At this moment, when he saw Long Chen, it was as if he had met his enemy, and his eyes were exceptionally red. "Why is it only you?" Long Chen was a little puzzled, but he immediately understood. These 5 great commanders must have directly split up after entering the demonic fog valley to look for Long Chen's movements. Sure enough, when Long Chen was speaking, the 6th commander shot a signal firework into the sky. He believed that not long after, the others would immediately rush over in an extremely short period of time. "I also want to ask, why is it only you? Where's that beautiful little girl of yours, and that demonic wolf of yours?" The 6th commander's expression was gloomy as he approached Long Chen. This was because he had heard that Long Chen had almost instantly killed the 7th commander. He, who was only slightly stronger than the 7th commander, was prepared to delay for a bit so that the others could arrive. However, how could Long Chen let him do as he wished? Right now, Long Chen could already contend with this guy in terms of true qi. However, Long Chen had other methods that the sixth commander couldn't compare to. Without another word, Long Chen charged towards him. To Long Chen, every commander was a huge threat. Naturally, killing one would have one less. Attack, do you think I'm afraid of you? The sixth commander glared, and all the muscles on his body bulged as he charged towards Long Chen. This guy was clearly an expert in close combat. His physical body was incredibly strong, and he should have cultivated a medium-level Earth-tier body refining battle technique. His muscles were a faint gray, and they looked no different from sturdy rocks. Long Chen, with your weak body, how can you block a punch from my meteorite battle physique? Huh, I heard that you killed the 9th prince and 7th brother. You must have used despicable methods to ambush them. You're merely at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. What can you do? Savage laughter reverberated through the demonic fog valley. Idiot. Without another word, Long Chen brandished the blue dragon halberd in his hand, and instantly used the Dragon Emperor's Lament. It transformed into a blood-red silhouette that closed in on the sixth commander. Long Chen discovered that this was the sure-kill technique of the Blue Dragon battle technique. Combined with the spirit-devouring demonic eye that Li Xuanji had given him, it could unleash unimaginable destructive power. That red line stunned the sixth commander. In his eyes, this red line was no longer the tip of the Blue Dragon halberd. Instead, it was a primordial divine dragon that blotted out the sky. With such a huge pressure pressing down on his body, the sixth commander discovered that no matter how strong his physical body was, he could barely move. What the spirit-devouring demonic eye brought him was fear. Why? This thought reverberated in his mind. This scene was too much of a shock to him. When he discovered that the primordial divine dragon was already in front of him, he realized that he was about to die. At this moment, the so-called primordial divine dragon completely disappeared. All that was left was a blue dragon halberd that had already pierced through his abdomen. The blue dragon halberd had directly pierced through his abdomen. The sixth commander stared at the youth in front of him in disbelief. He truly did not expect that he would die so quickly at his opponent's hands. What exactly was Long Chen? How could a mere 4th level of the Heavenly River tier explode with such terrifying battle prowess? Where did his various strange techniques come from? Before he died, the sixth commander vaguely felt that this ambush might not be as smooth as everyone had imagined. At least for now, the 6th and 7th commanders were already dead. Their corpses crashed onto the ground. The power of the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier has indeed increased tenfold. I can directly use the Blue Dragon halberd to kill my opponent. Of course, the most powerful technique is still the spirit-devouring demonic eye. This charm technique actually has an effect similar to an illusory technique. As long as he looks into my eyes, he will be dazed for a period of time. After successfully killing the sixth commander, Long Chen did not relax in the slightest. There are still 4 more. They should be here soon. Among the remaining 4 commanders, 2 of them were martial artists at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. When he saw the signal fireworks just now, Long Chen estimated that the 2 martial artists at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier should arrive even faster. However, he guessed wrong. After a while, the other 2 commanders arrived. They should be the 4th and 5th commanders. When they arrived, they saw the 6th commander's corpse, and without another word, they charged towards Long Chen. Strange, where did the other 2 guys at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier go? When the signal fireworks were released, they actually didn't arrive first. Long Chen was a little anxious. However, the 2 people in front of him were already closing in on him. Long Chen did not dare to be negligent, and immediately brandished the blue dragon halberd, charging towards them. Divine Fire Doppelgangers. In the process of the intense battle, Long Chen instantly released 125 Divine Fire Doppelgangers. With the help of this huge number of divine fire doppelgangers, Long Chen quickly killed the 5th and 4th commanders. Now, each of the divine fire doppelgangers had the battle prowess of the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Over 100 guys at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier surrounded and attacked one of the commanders with no regard for their lives. With the help of Long Chen, they quickly killed the other party. However, after quickly killing these 2 commanders, Long Chen already felt that something was wrong. Could it be that they discovered Lingxi's location, so they won't fall for my trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain? At this thought, Long Chen panicked. Sure enough, at this moment, Xiao Lang's angry roar came from afar. Chapter 329. The bloodthirsty and murderous elements of the primordial blood spirit dragon completely erupted after hearing Xiao Lang's furious roar, causing a thick murderous aura to instantly erupt from Long Chen's body. Long Chen knew that with Xiao Lang's current battle prowess at the 5th level of the Earth tier, coupled with the divine fire clone, he could at most contend with a martial artist at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. This was just barely enough, but if he wanted to deal with 2 at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, it was completely impossible. In other words, their current situation was simply extremely dangerous. Long Chen let out a roar of indignation. At this moment, he directly ignited his true energy and burst forth with the blood escape. He was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, but when he burst forth with the blood escape, his speed already surpassed that of a demonic beast at the 9th level of the Earth tier. With such a fast speed, the originally short distance basically didn't even take 10 breaths time for Long Chen to reach the waterfall. How could they discover Lingxi's whereabouts? This was a question that Long Chen couldn't answer no matter how hard he thought about it. His plan was originally a very successful plan. Through fighting with the Earth Demon Tyrannosaurus, he would advance, and at the same time, with a loud noise, he would attract all the enemies in his direction. This way, it would be very difficult for the enemies to find Lingxi, who was hidden in the cave. Originally, everything was going according to his plan, but why did something go wrong at the last moment? Since he didn't understand, Long Chen didn't think about it anymore, because he knew that as long as he reached the other side of the waterfall, he would be able to find the answer. This was an unforgettable lesson for Long Chen. It made him understand that not everyone could be firmly controlled by him. Lingxi. When approaching the waterfall, Long Chen had already withdrawn his blood escape. Although it was a short distance, Long Chen had already expended close to 1/10 of his true qi. Long Chen had to maintain enough true qi to be able to face 2 opponents in the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier in the following period of time. A lot of time had passed. How was Lingxi doing? Would the other party lose his mind and kill Lingxi immediately? This series of questions caused Long Chen's head to be filled with blood, and his eyes to turn completely red. If something happened to Lingxi, he would never forgive himself. He would never forgive himself. The waterfall was right in front of him, and Long Chen arrived very quickly. At this time, he was completely prepared for battle, because he could already see from afar that all of Xiao Lang's divine fire doppelgangers were madly attacking. At this time, Long Chen rushed here, and then he suddenly saw that, surrounded by Xiao Lang's divine fire doppelgangers, Lingxi was already in the hands of one of the middle-aged, majestic men, and the other beautiful woman was busy resisting Xiao Lang's desperate attacks. Long Chen's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, the 2 commanders, the man and the woman, laughed. "You still know to come back. If you didn't come back, this beautiful young lady would have died." Seeing the furious expression on Long Chen's face, the beautiful woman giggled. Although she was a woman, she was able to climb to the position of the 3rd commander of the Imperial City Guard Army. It was clear that this woman wasn't simple. The other middle-aged man, who was controlling Lingxi, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes were bursting with cold electricity as he stared gloomily at Long Chen and the blood qi on his body. It seems like you have killed all the other commanders, the ice-cold middle-aged man, who was also the second commander, said coldly. While Lingxi was being controlled by the other party, Long Chen knew that what he needed the most right now was to remain calm. Even though he was about to explode, for the sake of Lingxi, he could only grit his teeth and completely suppress his impulse to attack. Only by doing so could he ensure Lingxi's safety. Seeing Long Chen appear, Xiao Lang's expression was one of defeat and discomfort. Long Chen had asked him to protect Lingxi, but he hadn't completed his mission. To him, he had no way of facing Long Chen at all, so he had attacked so crazily. Even the beautiful woman at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier was helpless against Xiao Lang's attacks. Long Chen stopped Xiao Lang's attack, and said, "Xiao Lang, don't be like this. The opponents are two at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. I'm not blaming you. Fight properly." After comforting Xiao Lang, Long Chen finally looked at Lingxi. After casting a look at the pale-faced Lingxi for her to calm down, Long Chen finally looked at the two people high up in the air, and asked, "I'm very curious. How exactly did you two find this place? Logically speaking, shouldn't you use the signal fireworks to deal with me? Little brother, I have to praise you. He is indeed very meticulous, and also very brave. Unfortunately, you encountered us. Do you know what this is?" The beautiful woman laughed until she was trembling. In the process of laughing, she raised her arm, and at this moment, a tiny demonic beast tunneled out from her sleeve. It used its rolling eyes to look at Long Chen, and then immediately shrank back. This is a lotus marten, only at the 1st level of the yellow tier. It can't even be considered a demonic beast, but it has a very special characteristic, and that is, it is very sensitive to the scent of lotus flowers. It can smell the scent of lotus flowers from a few kilometers away. Little sister, you have the scent of lotus flowers all over your body, delicate and pure. Even I, your older sister, am extremely envious. Unfortunately, because of the scent of lotus flowers, you're going to lose your life." The words of the 3rd commander, who was also this beautiful woman, finally let Long Chen know the reason. This time, he was completely convinced. No matter how meticulous his thinking was, he wouldn't have thought that there would be a problem here. "Tell me, what do you want?" Long Chen knew that they captured Lingxi, but they didn't immediately kill her. Clearly, they wanted to use her to threaten Long Chen. Now that Lingxi was in their hands, Long Chen's weak spot was grasped. How the situation would change, he didn't know. Even if the current Long Chen could defeat these two guys, because of his relationship with Lingxi, there was a high possibility that he would die in their hands. "What do we want?" The middle-aged man, who was also the 2nd commander, smirked coldly. "You killed 4 of my brothers, so I naturally want you to have a taste of what it feels like to have the people around you die. Today, this little girl and this beast will both die, and Long Chen, surrender without a fight. We will bring you back to the Imperial City, and the Imperial family will naturally deal with you." The 2nd commander was overbearing, and gave Long Chen a show of strength. Long Chen was indeed scared stiff. At this moment, there was a great anger in Long Chen's heart, but he could only force himself to calm down. Only by calming down would he have a chance to survive today. "The two of you have really broadened my horizons. As the 2nd and 3rd commanders of the Imperial City Guards, you actually want to use a hostage to threaten a mere 4th-level Heavenly River tier cultivator like me. This has really broadened my horizons. 7th-level Heavenly River tier cultivators can crush me with a wave of their hands, yet they still need to use such methods. Looks like the two of you don't have the confidence to face me head-on." Long Chen looked at them, his face full of mockery. "Hee, Long Chen, you don't have to provoke us. We are not fools, and won't fall for your tricks." The 3rd commander's beautiful eyes swept across Long Chen's body as she slowly said, "This beautiful young lady, we can spare her first. After all, if we present such a beauty to His Majesty, the two of us will be promoted and rich. However, this demonic beast is very annoying, so it must die. Second brother, I'll kill this demonic beast now. As for Long Chen, I'll leave him to you to subdue. Long Chen's eyes swept over Long Chen. Her sweet voice could easily cause others to misunderstand that this beautiful lady was a kind person, but the meaning in her words caused Long Chen's scalp to go numb. Long Chen knew that if they couldn't survive today, their losses would definitely be very heavy. The third commander wanted to personally deal with Xiao Lang, and Xiao Lang was also full of fighting spirit towards her. Xiao Lang, are you confident? Long Chen asked with a frown. If Xiao Lang could help him take on an opponent, it should be easier for Long Chen to deal with this. Xiao Lang nodded without hesitation. His pure eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. He had not completed his mission this time, and he felt extremely guilty. Thus, he had already decided that even if he died, he would tear this despicable woman in front of him into pieces. Go, I believe in you. Long Chen treated Xiao Lang as his closest brother, and there was not much restraint or politeness between brothers. Xiao Lang nodded. He looked provocatively at the beautiful lady, and growled at her in a low voice. Then, his figure flashed a few times, and he appeared in a cluster of rocks 100 meters away. There, he could deal with this woman at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier freely. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was a terrifying demonic beast that could mature the most. How could it lose to her? Xiao Lang's provocative gaze caused the third commander to laugh even harder. This was the first time she had seen such a human-like demonic beast. Looks like this little bastard is quite smart. It's just that the look in his eyes is really annoying. Forget it, I'll go and take his life first. Second brother, you play with this little guy and let him see your superb close combat skills. Of course I won't mistreat this brat. The second commander gave a rare smile. However, this smile contained a hint of coldness and cruelty. After saying this, the beautiful lady did not speak again. She looked at Long Chen and Lingxi with a pitiful gaze, and then immediately left. When she faced Xiao Lang, her entire body was filled with killing intent. A mere bastard dares to look at me like that? You must be tired of living. A battle instantly began next to Long Chen. Although Long Chen was concerned about Xiao Lang's life, he knew that his opponent was right in front of him. Lingxi was still in his opponent's hands, so he could not watch. Looking at Long Chen, Lingxi was extremely flustered. The second commander who was controlling her emitted a murderous aura that made her tremble slightly. This second commander seems to be an expert in body-refining battle techniques. This physique is clearly much stronger than that meteorite battle physique. It's probably a high-level Earth-tier body-refining battle technique. Long Chen coldly observed his opponent. Chapter 330. At the crucial moment. Beside him, the little wolf and the third commander were fighting fiercely. Meanwhile, Long Chen was forced to watch the second commander calmly, despite the fact that his body was already completely boiling. You guessed correctly. I do have a high-level Earth-tier body-refining battle technique. Seeing Long Chen's serious expression, the second commander said calmly. Then, he sized up Long Chen, and said, I have to say, you are indeed a monster. My intuition has always been very sharp, so I can feel that if I let her go, you even have the power to resist me. I have always been very cautious in my actions, so this girl is in my hands. I will rely on her to cripple you. His Majesty's order is that I don't kill you, because I want to bring you back and let him execute you. However, I can cripple you. You killed so many of my brothers, I can't let them die in vain. Am I right? Long Chen looked at him, but didn't speak. His mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. At this moment, the second commander looked at Lingxi, and said, You are indeed a source of trouble. No wonder you have the courage to kill the 9th prince. Your good luck has come to an end. From now on, I will use her to attack you. If you have the slightest bit of resistance, I will use the same attack on her. If you don't believe me, you can try. You can also ask around to see if the words of Jiang City are trustworthy. You are despicable. With such a sinister plan, Longchen wasn't anxious, but Lingxi was. The second commander was stronger than Longchen in the first place. Longchen couldn't fight back, and could only last a few moves against him. Fine. Longchen's expression was dark, and he directly agreed. This was out of the second commander's expectations. You are so bold. The second commander laughed coldly. He grabbed Lingxi's arm with one hand, and with a swoosh, he rushed towards Longchen. With the speed of the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, he instantly appeared in front of Longchen. I'll give you a simple move first. An ordinary punch was aimed at Longchen's lower abdomen. Dodge. At that moment, Lingxi's arm was hurting from the second commander's grip. Her entire body felt like it was about to fall apart. However, she didn't have the time to worry about her own condition. Longchen actually stopped dodging after hearing the second commander's threat. He glared at the second commander without moving. With a bang, Longchen was sent flying and crashed into the mountain wall. Immediately, countless rocks rolled down from above, making a rumbling sound. This heavy punch caused a trace of blood to flow from the corner of Longchen's mouth. However, he immediately wiped away the blood and looked at the second commander with an unruly gaze. He mocked, "Old man, did you not eat? Or did you spend all your energy on a sow's belly last night? Why are my punches so soft? I feel itchy. Don't try to be brave in front of me." The second commander was unmoved, and continued, "I will increase my strength with each punch. The Great Circulatory Punch is a fist technique that will completely shatter your body until you're crippled." That was the first punch. After 5 punches, all the meridians in your body will definitely be broken, and your true chi will be useless. Then, if I endure 5 punches and am not crippled, old man, do you have the guts to fight me head-on? Longchen's eyes were covered with a thick layer of blood. Though he was already injured, his head was still proud and unyielding. The provocation in his words made the second commander very uncomfortable. "If you can block 5 punches and still have the ability to fight, I will give you a chance for a fair fight," the second commander said indifferently. In reality, he understood the Great Circulatory Punch the best. Even if Longchen could endure 5 punches and was not crippled, he would definitely be heavily injured by then. The second commander was clearly in an invincible position against a heavily injured Longchen at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier in his perfect condition. You said it yourself. Don't go back on your words like a grandson. I think the dogs of the imperial family have no guts. You still have some backbone, but don't let me find out that you're a soft-footed shrimp, daring to fart but not daring to admit it. Longchen used Return to Origin to heal his injuries as he said this with a cold smile. However, in reality, Return to Origin, a medium-level mystic battle technique, was already useless against his body. There was no time to refine the medicine, so Longchen could only endure. Since we have an agreement, then don't talk nonsense. Whether my words count or not, you just have to see, the second commander said calmly. Lingxi completely listened to their words. Looking at this stubborn youth bathed in blood, tears flowed down her cheeks. These days, Longchen had brought her too many emotions. At this moment, the resolute gaze in the youth's eyes made her feel very uncomfortable. I can only blame myself for being useless. For the first time in her life, Lingxi developed a strong desire for power. Back at home, she was spoiled by everyone, and no one dared to touch a hair on her head. Thus, she had never felt that power was of any use. Today, when she saw the person she liked actually dare to agree to such an absurd bet to save her, Lingxi's heart broke. If she had a chance to start over again, she swore that she would definitely cultivate properly. Even if she had to protect Long Chen for the rest of her life, she would be willing. But now, in order to not let Long Chen become a cripple, Lingxi only had one choice, and that was to die. As long as she died and abandoned this body, Long Chen would have a chance to defeat his opponent and escape to a faraway place. Lingxi. At this moment, Long Chen looked at her coldly and said indifferently, "Don't do anything stupid for me. Don't make me hate you." His ice-cold words caused Lingxi's heart to tremble. Long Chen only needed a glance to see through her decision. From Long Chen's eyes, Lingxi saw a message: he is a man, and he needs to be trusted. This gaze made Lingxi choose to give up. Don't linger anymore. Neither of you have a good life ahead of you. Why are you acting so wishy-washy? The second commander smiled, then looked at Long Chen and said, "That was the first punch just now. Now, it's the second punch. Are you ready? Just don't tickle me again." Long Chen arrogantly raised his head, there was no fear in his eyes. "Stubborn brat." The second commander laughed. As he laughed, his body suddenly accelerated, instantly breaking through Long Chen's surroundings. He punched out, causing the air to explode. This was a solid punch. This time, it landed between Long Chen's chest and abdomen. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out. One could clearly hear the sound of Long Chen's bones breaking. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, sprinkling on the ground. This time, Long Chen rolled on the ground several times. Only then did he stand up without frowning. "Chen!" Lingxi let out a scream. She thought Long Chen was finished. However, Long Chen quickly stood up. This made her heave a sigh of relief. It was just that Long Chen's face was almost completely covered in blood, causing Lingxi's heart to twitch. As soon as he fell, he stood up. One could see that the area between Long Chen's chest and abdomen had caved in, but he didn't even frown. He forced himself to stand up and sneered at Jiangcheng, "Old man, looks like you're really done for. How was the taste of a sow? To be able to make you die from excessive ejaculation, it must be very good, right?" This time, Jiangcheng didn't say anything. He was sure that Long Chen was already injured. However, his opponent's willpower truly shocked him. Vomiting blood, his chest caved in, his ribs broken, Long Chen's expression didn't change at all. He immediately stood up after falling. With such a temperament and character, if he was allowed to grow, he would become a great calamity for the royal family in the future. This child must be captured today. Thinking of this, the second commander didn't say anything else. He continued his third punch towards Long Chen. He had to finish off Long Chen as soon as possible. He could already see that there was a small problem in the battle between his third sister and Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Therefore, after finishing off Long Chen, he would go help him. The third punch slammed into Long Chen's abdomen. This time, the force of the punch was even more powerful, and Long Chen's injuries were even more severe. An enormous amount of true energy surged into his body, wreaking havoc on his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Such a grievous injury caused Long Chen to lie on the ground and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Only then did he stagger to his feet. His expression didn't change. His face was covered in blood as he smiled coldly at the second commander. "May I ask, what position do you use to have fun with a sow? Up and down, left and right, or front and back? Stubborn brat, let me punch you again. I bet you'll definitely be lying on the ground, unable to crawl back up." The second commander's mouth twitched. Long Chen's words were too humiliating. This only increased the anger in his heart. "What are you crying for?" Seeing Lingxi's tear-stained face and her trembling body, the second commander was a bit vexed. "I have to say, the fellow you like really does have a backbone. But reality is just that cruel. You don't even have the strength to truss a chicken, but you're so beautiful that you can cause the downfall of a nation. In the future, you'll have to face countless sufferings. Even if you want to cry, you won't be able to stop it. As for this youth who willingly endured my fatal attack for you, I'll just treat it as a memory. Even if he stood on the side of the imperial clan, he had no choice but to admit that Long Chen was an absolutely shocking character. From his gaze, his attitude, and his fighting spirit, he could see all of that. Little she. Long Chen also saw Ling Shi crying, causing waves of pain to surge in his heart. However, his greatest enemy was still in front of him, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the heart-wrenching pain all over his body. He glared at the second commander and said, "Old man, there are still 2 more punches left. If you can't handle it, you can directly fight me fair and square." "No, Chen, don't, I don't want you to die." This mortal's body caused Lingxi too much pain. She wanted to charge in front of Long Chen, but regretfully, under the second commander's seal, she couldn't move an inch. "Old ghost, don't dawdle. I'm in a hurry. Give me another punch and scratch my itch." Long Chen no longer looked at Lingxi. Looking at her for too long would make his heart ache. "You don't know the difference between life and death. I'll help you." The second commander sneered and once again punched Long Chen. This time, Long Chen directly fell into the pool beneath the waterfall. Chapter 331. Splash. Water splashed as Long Chen rapidly sank into the pool. His blood dyed the surrounding water red, and the stench of blood wafted out of the pool. "He can't be dead, right?" The second commander frowned. His superior's orders had been to capture him alive. If Long Chen died, his contributions would be greatly reduced. Lingxi's mind went blank as she watched Long Chen sink into the pool. She knelt on the ground powerlessly, her eyes wide as she stared at the faint red water beneath her. Tears streamed down her face. Panic, helplessness, fear, despair. These emotions immediately overwhelmed Lingxi. She lost all desire to live. They hadn't realized that from this day on, they had become one entity. From the moment Long Chen had jumped into the abyss of the Star Fiend prison with Lingxi, they were destined to live and die together. So if Long Chen died, Lingxi would have no desire to live in this world. With Lingxi's current body, it was very simple for her to die. She just had to jump into the pool and not enter the Lingxi sword. As long as she didn't enter the Lingxi sword, the power of her soul would be exhausted in a few days. When she thought of this, Lingxi gritted her teeth and was about to dive into the pool. The second commander had already released Lingxi because he felt that Long Chen was probably dead. He hadn't expected Lingxi to be so bold as to use her life to follow Long Chen. He was shocked and was about to pull Lingxi back when Long Chen's head popped out of the water. He saw Lingxi's head poking out from above. Scram! Long Chen cursed. Lingxi cried even harder. She felt as though she'd risen from hell to heaven. Although Long Chen was cursing her, she felt incomparably happy. Using his true qi to shake off the water beside him, Long Chen barely managed to rush to the shore. However, when he landed, he continuously swayed a few times before barely managing to stabilize his body. Because of the water washing, the bloodstains on his body had already reduced by a lot, and the blood on his face had also completely disappeared. However, his face now appeared astonishingly pale. From this, it could be seen that after the 4 punches, the injuries he had received were very serious. However, he gritted his teeth and continued to endure the pain. Long Chen's internal organs had been completely dislocated, and many of his bones had been broken. Although he was forcing himself to stand, if one took a closer look, one could see that his body was deformed. Don't continue. Lingxi really couldn't bear it anymore. Although there was only 1 punch left, she knew that with Jiang Cheng's ruthlessness, the last punch would definitely use 200% of his strength, with the intention of crippling Long Chen, or even completely killing him. Brother Chen, I'm begging you, please don't continue. Just do as I say. Even if I die, won't I still be by your side? Ling Shi pleaded weakly under Jiang Cheng's control. Brother Chen, I'm begging you. Don't say any more. There's only one punch left. Do you think this piece of trash can kill me? Long Chen pointed at Jiang Cheng, and laughed coldly. The dignified second commander of the Imperial City Guards, 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, and yet you're so useless. What a joke. Looks like you have too many sows at home. The commander is busy with breeding, and has no time to care about training. Brat, that's enough. This time, I've decided to take your life directly. Jiang Cheng roared. After being continuously insulted by Long Chen, he was also angered. At this moment, he grabbed Lingxi's arm in his hand, then looked coldly at Long Chen, and said, Great circulatory punch. Each punch is stronger than the one before. This punch of mine can directly kill a martial artist at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. If you can withstand it, I, Jiang Cheng, will call you father from now on. After saying this, Jiang Cheng didn't give Long Chen any more chances. Under Lingxi's despairing gaze, a powerful aura exploded from his body. He suddenly dodged and threw a punch, as if the whole world was hidden in his hand. With the power of heaven and earth, the last punch landed on Long Chen's body. There were a total of 5 punches, and Long Chen really didn't resist even one of them. This kind of temperament made Jiang Cheng's heart tremble. He had to admit that Long Chen was definitely the most terrifying young man he had ever seen. He believed that if they were to fight normally, it was very possible that he wouldn't be this young man's match. At this moment, he finally realized how correct his method of using Lingxi to threaten Long Chen was. Great circulatory punch, great life transformation fist. Boom! With a loud bang, Long Chen was once again thrown onto the mountain wall. The huge impact caused his whole body to directly sink into the mountain wall, smashing out a human-shaped pit in the hard mountain rock. On the ground, there was a pool of blood. This punch was absolutely powerful. Compared to the 4th punch, the 5th punch was several times more powerful. In order to directly kill Long Chen, Jiang Cheng had used all his strength. When this punch landed on Long Chen's body, he already knew in his heart that Long Chen was finished. His meridians were broken and his bones were crushed. He didn't believe that Long Chen could still survive in this state. Young man, in the end, you are still too impulsive. You are just a beautiful woman, but you actually lost your life for the sake of beauty. Jiang Cheng shook his head. He looked at Lingxi in his hand again. At this moment, Lingxi seemed to have lost her life. If it was said that Lingxi still had a trace of luck in the 4th punch and chose to believe in Long Chen, she had already lost all hope in the 5th punch. At the moment when Long Chen died, her heart also died. There were no tears, no despair, only satisfaction. In this life, there was such a person who was willing to sacrifice his life for her without hesitation. Lingxi really felt that she was already very happy. She really had enough of living. In this life, it didn't matter how long it was. Even if it was a short life, as long as one had enough experience and obtained things that ordinary people couldn't experience, it was enough. The only thing she felt guilty about was that she had caused Long Chen's death. Along the way, although she had given Long Chen a lot of help and laughter, Lingxi believed that if she hadn't foolishly flown over Long Chen's head that time, Long Chen would have lived a stable and good life in this life, instead of dying in this place at such a young age with a bright future. Xiao Lang's roar of anger and despair were like pieces of knives, cutting Lingxi's heart. Little girl, don't take it too hard. His Majesty asked me to bring you back to see what kind of woman his son died because of. I think you definitely won't have an easy life in the future. What happened today is just an insignificant matter. Jiang Cheng was a little emotional. He had originally wanted to directly cripple Long Chen, but in the end, Long Chen had really terrified him, and that was why he had chosen to kill Long Chen. Releasing Lingxi, Jiang Cheng shook his head and directly walked towards Long Chen, murmuring, "Brat, I can't bring you back to the imperial city alive. I can only complete the mission with your corpse. You killed 4 of my brothers, and without your corpse, I can't answer to their parents." With Long Chen's strength, he was facing the strongest move of a 7th-level Heavenly River tier elite head-on. Moreover, it was also complemented by a high-grade body-refining battle technique. If Long Chen could survive, then the sun would rise from the west. Jiang Cheng was a powerful cultivator, and had sufficient confidence in his strongest attack. Thus, he did not care much. He directly reached into the mountain wall that had been smashed open, wanting to pull Long Chen's corpse out. Indeed, at this time, there was no longer any sound from Long Chen. "It's all over." Jiang Cheng smiled. Although those idiots from the Wu tribe had more manpower, they weren't as smart and meticulous as Third Sister. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for us to find this girl. Finishing the mission before the Wu tribe, this made Jiang Cheng very proud. Very quickly, he had already pulled the front of Long Chen's clothes. It was sticky, probably blood. At this moment, under Xiao Lang's crazy attack, the 3rd commander's hair was completely burned off by Xiao Lang. To a woman, hair was practically her life, so when Xiao Lang succeeded, the 3rd commander let out an earth-shattering scream. "What's going on?" Jiang Cheng frowned. He pulled on Long Chen as he looked back. Pooh! A blue dragon halberd had pierced through his chest, and with a twist, a huge hole instantly appeared in Jiang Cheng's chest. Ugh! Lowering his head to look at the hole in his chest, Jiang Cheng was dumbfounded. He raised his head in disbelief, only to see a figure bathed in blood slowly crawling out from the deep hole in the mountain wall. And the azure dragon halberd in Jiang Cheng's hand seemed to be held in this person's hand. Am I dreaming? Jiang Cheng's consciousness gradually dissipated. He was in a daze because he had already seen a blood-soaked Long Chen standing in front of him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a thick red color, as though there were countless blood-red dragons roaring in his eyes. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't injured. However, Long Chen was still able to straighten his back and stand in front of him. He looked at Jiang Cheng with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were still filled with disdain. Jiang Cheng realized that he was not dreaming. "Long Chen, you are definitely a devil," Jiang Cheng said with great difficulty. He couldn't help but tremble as he looked at Long Chen. This was the most terrifying person he had ever seen in his life, not because of his strength, but because of his undefeatable will. With this undefeatable will, there was nothing that could stump him. "It's a pity that you are a piece of trash who only knows how to fuck a sow." Long Chen smiled coldly and suddenly pulled out the blue dragon halberd in his hand. Then, he looked at Lingxi with a cold and bloodthirsty gaze. "Little she, close your eyes." His tone instantly turned into an infinite gentleness. Lingxi looked at the young man who was covered in blood in a daze. She didn't know how to describe the raging waves in her heart. The only thing in her mind was Long Chen's instruction, which was to close her eyes. "Okay." Lingxi nodded her head heavily. Chapter 332. Good boy. After Lingxi closed her eyes, Long Chen raised his blue dragon halberd and pointed it at Jiang Cheng. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was on the verge of death. He could barely stand in front of Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen with fear and despair. He knew that Long Chen wanted to kill him, but he didn't know how to do it. "You punched me 5 times. Long Chen walked in front of him and said softly, "I've never been willing to lose. You punched me 5 times, so I'll have to cut you 6 times before I'm satisfied. Piercing your abdomen was already the first time." This is the second time. With a swoosh, the blue dragon halberd directly chopped off one of Jiang Cheng's arms. The arm flew out and landed in the middle of the battlefield between Xiao Lang and the third commander. That arm was still trembling, causing the beautiful woman whose hair was burnt to a crisp to scream. She wanted to help, but the wolf cub turned around and stopped her. Long Chen's resurrection had filled Xiao Lang with fighting spirit. Xiao Lang knew that if he couldn't even defeat this woman in a normal battle, he wouldn't have the face to see Long Chen again. Howl! The frenzied attacks forced the third commander to retreat. Old man, now it's your turn to say that I'm out of energy. Do you dare to say it? Long Chen smiled faintly. In fact, Jiang Cheng was almost dead. The pain had tortured him to the point that he was hovering between life and death. Losing one more arm didn't matter to him. Of course, he couldn't speak. He slowly fell to the ground and stared blankly at the sky. His eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. Seeing that he didn't speak, Long Chen chopped off his other arm for the third time. Jiang Cheng's body started to twitch. Fourth, fifth. These 2 times, Jiang Cheng's legs were chopped off. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was one step closer to death. His eyes started to turn white. Forget it, I'll give you a quick death. The 6th time, the blue dragon war halberd chopped off Rivervale's neck. Looking at the mutilated corpse, Long Chen smiled helplessly. No one can underestimate me, no one can defeat me. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with boundless pride. The third lieutenant screamed as the flames of Xiao Lang's divine flame clone engulfed her. She had never been a match for Xiao Lang, and now that Jiang Cheng had died, her heart was filled with despair. Before long, she had been burned to a crisp by the divine flame clone. Her fate was similar to Jiang Cheng's. Xiao Lang exited combat mode and fell to the ground, panting heavily. Long Chen forced himself to take a few more steps and arrived in front of Lingxi. The 2 men and 1 wolf looked at each other and smiled as if they had just survived a disaster. At this moment, Long Chen fell to the ground. Long Chen. Lingxi jumped in fright. She hurriedly helped Long Chen up and looked at him in a panic. Tears almost flowed out of her eyes. There was too much blood on Long Chen's body. As a result, all of it was smeared on Lingxi's body. She was almost completely covered in blood. Xiao Lang also rushed over in panic. He knew that although Long Chen didn't die under the terrifying attack of Jiang Cheng, he was definitely seriously injured. I'm fine. In Lingxi's soft arms, Long Chen quickly forced a smile. He was worried that these 2 fellows would lose their sense of propriety because of him. However, the truth was that Long Chen was already on the verge of death. This time, he was also infinitely close to death. However, because of the terrifying physique of this body, he managed to survive time and time again. Even without energy restoration, his body was gradually regenerating under the nourishment of the blood. Long Chen knew that this was all the credit of the inherited blood essence. Moreover, it was that 1,000th of the inherited blood essence. Bastard, you're about to die and you still say you're fine? Sob sob. Lingxi wiped Long Chen's blood on her face. After today, Long Chen's figure was deeply engraved in her soul and could never be erased. Now, she knew that there was a reason why Long Chen forcefully endured the 5 punches of the opponent. Only when the opponent finished the 5 punches and thought that Long Chen would die, would Long Chen have the chance to kill him in one blow when the opponent relaxed. That had been a crazy gamble. But Long Chen had made the right bet, and so he was still alive. As for the 7 commanders of the Imperial City's guards, 6 of them had already died. Those who had come to kill Long Chen had all died. If this news spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Cangyang country. Long Chen's name would become even more famous. Elixirs. This was a critical moment. Moreover, this was not a safe place. Therefore, the most important thing for Long Chen now was to recover from his serious injuries. There were many elixirs in the cosmos sack. They were collected from the 9th prince. There were also many elixirs in the Middle Earth rank. Long Chen immediately took out a green jade spirit fruit and put it in his mouth. The green jade spirit fruit turned into a clear stream and was swallowed by him. It helped to nourish his body's rebirth. However, Long Chen's injuries were so serious that a green jade spirit fruit couldn't help him. Fortunately, because of this green jade spirit fruit, Long Chen was pulled back from the edge of death. Let's go first. There are still many Imperial City guards outside. We need to travel as far as possible before we can escape. Therefore, we can't delay. But, Chen, your injuries. Lingxi said anxiously. It doesn't matter. I can refine the elixirs in Xiao Lang's body. Long Chen rubbed her head and said with a forced smile. He struggled, and with Ling Xi's support, he gradually stood up. Just at this moment, the wolf cub's hair stood on end and it abruptly looked forward. Long Chen also raised his head to look. At this time, a person in black slowly walked out from behind a nearby boulder. This person was dressed in black from head to toe and her head was covered with a thick black cloak. It was impossible to make out her facial features. However, judging from her figure, she should be a young girl. Don't panic. I'm not an enemy. The girl said as she gradually approached. From her voice, Long Chen estimated that she should be about the same age as him. However, this girl's mind was more mature. Her tone was also more mature. What's the matter? Long Chen guessed that this person should have been lying in wait at the side for a long time. Because he was focused on dealing with Jiang City, he didn't notice her presence immediately. However, why had she been watching from the side for so long? I know you're suspicious of me. There's no need at all. Let me tell you, I was the one who injured that earth demon Tyrannosaurus. It escaped through the ground, and I chased after it. I didn't think that it would benefit you in the end. The girl stopped 10 meters away from Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked. This girl wasn't old, but she was able to defeat the earth demon Tyrannosaurus without suffering any injuries. Didn't that mean that her battle prowess was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier? It seemed like there was only one such young expert in the Imperial City, and that was Lin Zichen. I'll be straightforward. I know your name, Long Chen, right? You've caused quite a commotion these few days, and the news has already spread throughout the Cangyang nation. I don't want to interfere in the matters between you and the imperial family. However, I have to remind you that with your current injuries, if you don't use high-grade earth-level spirit medicine to treat them, there's a high chance that there will be hidden injuries that will negatively affect your future cultivation. I have high-grade earth-level spirit medicine, and I can give it to you. However, I need the beast spirit of the earth demon Tyrannosaurus. Can I exchange it with you? Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Frankly speaking, the conditions that this girl had proposed were actually very advantageous to Long Chen. With her abilities, if she forcefully snatched it, Long Chen wouldn't be able to stop her at all. Moreover, the beast spirit of the earth demon Tyrannosaurus belonged to her in the first place. Long Chen had merely snatched the fruits of her battle. After advancing to the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen took advantage of the time to collect the beast spirit of the earth demon Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, he took out a soul concentration orb from his cosmos sack and directly threw it at the girl. The girl caught the soul concentration orb, and without another word, she threw a jade box to Long Chen, saying, "Refine it as soon as possible." I'll remind you again, it seems like the Wu tribe has already mobilized their entire tribe, and they're threatening to kill you in front of the Imperial City Guards. There are martial artists at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier among the Wu tribe, so you'd better be careful. After saying this, the girl directly left in a flash. Thank you, Long Chen said at the end. It could be seen that this girl was helping them. Not only did she give Long Chen a high-grade earth-tier spirit medicine, but she also told this important news to Long Chen. It wasn't important who this mysterious girl was. What was important was that even more trouble was looming over Long Chen's head. "Chen, what should we do?" Lingxi shivered in the night wind. "Let's go, Xiao Lang." "Sorry for troubling you," Long Chen said with a resolute look in his eyes. He would deal with the situation as it came. He had never been afraid of the Wu tribe. Because he hadn't protected Lingxi well, he had caused such a difficult situation today. Xiao Lang had always been a little ashamed. Now that he had a use for him, he hurriedly got up and revealed his battle form. He directly carried Long Chen and Lingxi on his back. After recalling the map, Long Chen pointed in a direction and asked Xiao Lang to move in that direction. As Xiao Lang moved forward at full speed, Long Chen opened the earth-tier spirit medicine that the mysterious girl had given him. High-grade earth-tier, white lotus heart. A faint fragrance of lotus flowers wafted over. "Little Shi, this spirit medicine smells exactly like you." Long Chen smiled faintly. Lingxi lowered her head, feeling a little sad. "It's because of this rotten smell that you're in danger." Lingxi bit her lips, her eyes filled with endless self-blame. "What are you thinking about, silly?" Long Chen patted her head and looked at the endless sky. After a night of fighting, the sky had just brightened. Behind them, the sun was slowly rising in the east, its golden rays gradually covering the earth. "Lil Shi, remember this." Long Chen smiled as the sunlight shone on his face, making him look even more dazzling than before. "All of my enemies, all of my tribulations, are the driving force behind my growth. One day, all of my enemies will be trampled under my feet, and all of my tribulations will be crushed by me. At that time, you will realize that your man, Long Chen, will be the strongest existence in this world, or even countless worlds." Lingxi looked at him excitedly, her eyes filled with love and worship. After a night of running, her frail body stayed by Long Chen's side. Chapter 333. They had already covered 1/3 of the distance, but the Wu tribe was still hot on their heels. Hence, Long Chen had no choice but to take a roundabout route and head west. Although the journey was longer, it was much safer. Long Chen's physique was rather amazing. In just a few days, with the nourishment of the white lotus heart, his body gradually recovered from its heavily injured state. After 3 days, he had almost recovered all his fighting strength. Earth-level high-level elixirs were indeed extraordinary. However, because he had used blood refinement qi too frequently, the bloodthirsty and murderous nature of the primordial blood spiritual dragon had seriously affected him. Long Chen yearned for battle and killing all the time. If it weren't for Lingxi watching from the side, he would have easily indulged himself and followed his personality to kill. After 3 days, Long Chen and Xiao Lang had already recovered to their peak state. Unfortunately, Lingxi had fallen ill because of the cold she had caught that night. This illness had lasted for 3 days and had gotten worse. Long Chen had tried everything he could, but to no avail. He had plenty of elixirs on him, but Lingxi's body didn't have any qi to refine, so she simply couldn't absorb any. Seeing Lingxi's body weaken day by day, Long Chen was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. He knew that Lingxi actually only needed an ordinary doctor, but the problem was that, given their status as street rats, how would they dare to look for a doctor? "Big brother Chen, don't blame yourself anymore. I'll be fine." Lingxi hurriedly grabbed Long Chen's hand when she saw that he was a little anxious. She forced her weak self to reveal a smile and comforted him. "I can only blame myself for being too impulsive. Little Shi, I'm really sorry for making you suffer with me. If he hadn't killed the 9th prince and had only defeated him, they wouldn't have been reduced to such a desperate situation. Big brother Chen." Cough cough. Lingxi coughed a few times before she looked at Long Chen seriously and said in a determined voice, I don't know how to understand, but I think that being able to be with you is the best thing that has ever happened to me. No matter what we're doing right now, lying in your arms like this makes me really happy. These are the best few days of my life. If I were to die right now, I really wouldn't have any regrets. Bullshit. Long Chen patted her pale face and said, don't talk nonsense with me. I risked my life just to make sure you are safe. If you don't cherish your own life, how can I protect you? I know I was wrong. Long Chen's words touched Lingxi's heart and she hurriedly said. Because she spoke too quickly, she coughed a few more times. This time, she coughed even more thoroughly. Long Chen's heart twitched. Lingxi was like a treasure in his hands, like a beautiful white lotus. But now that the lotus was damaged and yellow, he naturally felt incomparably sad. The fever is getting worse. Long Chen moved his hand away from Lingxi's forehead and said with a frown. It's fine, it will be better soon. Little she won't become a burden to Chen. I will work hard. Lingxi clenched her soft fist and said with all her might. Long Chen stared at her for a while. Xiao Lang, find a town nearby and we will disguise ourselves. I want to bring little Shi to see a doctor. Long Chen said with a determined gaze. He knew that if they continued to travel like this, Lingxi's body would definitely collapse in a few days. At that time, even if Long Chen escaped the pursuit of the royal family, it would be meaningless. No, it will cause trouble. Lingxi said anxiously. Because she spoke too hastily, she couldn't control her coughing again. I have already made up my mind. Don't say too much. Little Shi, no matter how big the trouble is, I will trample it to death. Outside of a vast bamboo forest, there was a clear river. Beside the river, there was a city named Clearwater City. Clearwater City wasn't big, and it wasn't much bigger than Crescent City. However, because Clearwater City was rich in divine jade, it had abundant resources and was somewhat famous in Cangyang country. At this moment, Long Chen was just outside Clearwater City. Of course, he wouldn't go to the city gate because that would be courting death. Outside one of the eastern city walls, Long Chen carried little Shi and directly rushed into Clearwater City. Of course, he moved quickly and didn't let anyone see him. Actually, Long Chen had already entered Clearwater City once before. In Clearwater City, he directly found a remote alley and found a house that seemed to be uninhabited. Now, he directly sent Lingxi to this simple house. Although the house was simple, it had all the necessities. Moreover, it was warm and remote enough that no one would come to visit. It was very suitable for Lingxi to recuperate. Long Chen cleaned up the surroundings and let Xiao Lang protect Lingxi. He then said to Lingxi, stay here, I will go find a doctor for you. Okay. Lingxi nodded solemnly. After taking another look at her, Long Chen finally walked out of Clearwater City. Because of the lesson he had learned in Crescent City, he basically moved in the dark. With his speed as a 5th-level Heavenly River tier, no one in Clearwater City could see him. In Clearwater City, the most powerful experts were only at the 1st or 2nd level of Heavenly River tier. After observing for a long time in Clearwater City, Long Chen finally found a middle-aged doctor. He should have been practicing medicine for more than 10 years, and he should be able to easily treat a simple cold. The reason why Lingxi's condition had worsened over the past 3 days was mainly because her body was weak. Moreover, she had been rushing for 3 days. She was tired, bumpy, and cold, so she couldn't recover. Long Chen followed this doctor back to the pharmacy. When there was no one around, Long Chen finally appeared, and said, Doctor, help me treat someone. How about 1,000 divine jade? If he practiced medicine, he would not even be able to collect a single piece of divine jade at most, yet Long Chen had suddenly revealed 1,000 pieces of divine jade. This immediately stunned him. In order to prevent him from believing him, Long Chen directly took out over 1,000 pieces of divine jade from his cosmos sack and poured them onto the table. He said, "These are all yours. I only need you to treat a very simple cold. Put away your tools and medicine and come with me." The doctor, who had seen countless people, only needed one look to roughly know that Long Chen was an impressive young elite. He directly and straightforwardly took out 1,000 divine jade. The doctor hesitated for a while, but still accepted, because he knew that people like Long Chen would give a lot of benefits, but if they didn't do as he said, they would lose their lives. After putting away the 1,000 divine jade, the doctor directly said to Long Chen, "Lead the way." They had already been out for a while. Without saying anything, Long Chen directly grabbed the doctor's arm. The two of them were like a whirlwind that swept through Clearwater City. Passers-by could only feel a gust of wind sweeping past them, but they couldn't see their figures. Very quickly, they returned to their original location. Long Chen finally stopped. The doctor's face was a little pale due to the high-speed movement. He looked around in bewilderment, clearly not knowing where this small courtyard was in Clearwater City. "After you go in, don't ask too many questions. All you have to do is to treat the person inside, and then you can leave safely. Otherwise, the divine jade will not be yours, and neither will your life." Long Chen's threat scared the middle-aged doctor. He didn't dare to say anything else, and directly followed Long Chen into the room. When she saw that Long Chen had returned, Lingxi's face glowed with a lot more radiance. It was the doctor's first time seeing such a beautiful girl. In his opinion, Long Chen was undoubtedly evil and terrifying. However, this girl in front of him was like a white lotus, and her eyes were pure and kind. She won the doctor's good impression. It's indeed a cold. Furthermore, it hasn't been treated effectively. Moreover, it's been tiring all this time. That's why it's so serious. However, I've been practicing medicine for 20 years, so I have a lot of experience in treating colds. After the diagnosis, the doctor wrote a prescription. In fact, before coming here, Long Chen had already asked him to bring the necessary medicinal ingredients. It was said that a long time ago, doctors specialized in prescribing medicine, and there were specialized pharmacies in the market. However, ever since the Cosmos sack was popularized, ordinary doctors would directly bring medicinal ingredients to practice medicine. After the prescription, the doctor went to boil the medicine at Long Chen's request. Long Chen sat beside Lingxi and looked at this delicate girl with a pained expression. He asked, "Do you feel better after lying here?" "Yes, I feel very good." Lingxi nodded. She was a little depressed. She leaned against Long Chen's ear and looked at the doctor who was boiling the medicine not far away. She said, "Chen, are you going to kill him?" Whether or not the doctor could recognize Long Chen's identity, Long Chen didn't know. However, for Lingxi's safety, he absolutely couldn't take the risk. Therefore, he had already decided in his heart that even if he had to be a bad person, he would kill this doctor after Lingxi was cured. "Yes." Long Chen nodded in a low voice. "No, Chen. A doctor has the heart of a parent. I can see that he's a good doctor." Lingxi couldn't bear to do it. "Alright, then I'll let him stay here for a few days. I'll let him leave when we're about to leave Clearwater City." With the nourishment of some ordinary herbs and a professional doctor attending to her, Lingxi's health condition gradually improved. In just a day, her face had become rosier and her fever had mostly subsided. She should be able to recover in 2 more days. The doctor beside her was a little fearful in front of Long Chen. "You can leave when the time comes," Long Chen said. With this guarantee, the doctor heaved a sigh of relief. Today was as though he had been living on the edge of a knife and had almost entered the gates of hell. A day passed. In the morning of the second day, Long Chen was lying on the bed with the sleeping Lingxi in his arms. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold and he got up. After covering Lingxi with the blanket, Long Chen leaned over and kissed her fair forehead. Lingxi let out a sleep-talking sound and gently pushed Long Chen away. Long Chen smiled, turned around, pushed the door open, and walked out of the room. Outside stood a large group of dwarves. They were from the big family. End of 20 chapters. Please believe in Lunatic's character. His updates are definitely the craziest. The occasional silence is only for the crazy eruption. Recently, there have been exams, but I'm still typing crazily. I hope you can understand. Today, my fingers are almost crippled. Every day, I have limited time to write. Seeing some reviews scolding me for updating slowly makes me feel very uncomfortable. Damn it, I've updated 700,000 chapters this month. That's 4 to 6 times more than others, and they still say I'm slow. Tomorrow, I'll probably update 5 to 10 chapters. Chapter 334. Just now, Long Chen had already sensed that quite a few elites had already surrounded him. Among these elites, some were so strong that even he felt his heart tremble. Without a doubt, these were all elites of the Wu race. At this moment, there was a total of Song Zhongcheng, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and almost 10 martial artists at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. As for martial artists at the 5th and 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, there were almost over 100 of them. With so many elites, it was practically the entire strength of the Wu race. This time, not only did Long Chen kill Song Zhongcheng's most beloved son, he also killed the 9th prince. As long as they killed Long Chen, on one hand, they could avenge Song Yifeng, and on the other hand, they could claim credit from the Sword Emperor. Such a good thing, for the Wu race, who always like to take small advantages, why not? Thus, along the way, the Wu race had always been competing with the Imperial City Guards. When they found out that the Imperial City Guards had actually been completely annihilated in the hands of Long Chen, the members of the Yamato clan were all stunned. At the same time, they also obtained a lot of information from them. For example, the numerous Lotus Martins that they currently held in their hands were information that was leaked out from the Imperial City Guards. It was precisely because of these Lotus Martins, and dozens of Lotus Martins at that the Wu race was able to find Long Chen and Lingxi in a relatively remote city like Clearwater City. The smell of the lotus on Lingxi's body was impossible to get rid of, so when the Wu race used the Lotus Martins, as long as Long Chen slowed down, they were destined to be found. Long Chen was already very careful this time, but he didn't expect that he would still be defeated by the Lotus Martins, a small first-level yellow-tier demonic beast. At this moment, Xiao Lang was standing beside Long Chen, and that doctor, seeing so many ugly and fiendish strangers, was so scared that his legs were trembling. It could be seen that these people were here to find trouble with Long Chen, and they were definitely not from Clearwater City. You go first. Since he had already been exposed, Long Chen did not want to make things difficult for the doctor. After all, he was the one who had helped Lingxi recover. For safety, he had put a lot of effort into the details. For example, he did not let the doctor go back. However, the smell of the mysterious sky jade lotus on Lingxi's body could not be concealed. With Long Chen's permission, the doctor heaved a sigh of relief. He moved to the side and was about to leave through the place where there were fewer Wu tribe members. At that moment, one of the Wu tribe youths punched the air and killed the doctor, who was so weak that he couldn't even truss a chicken. Baka, a piece of trash like you wants to leave in front of the Yamato family's patriarch? His arrogant attitude showed that he did not put Long Chen in his eyes at all. Long Chen put his fists behind his back and clenched them tightly. Song Zhongcheng sized up Long Chen for a while, laughed dryly, and said with some emotion, "Long Chen, your reputation has already shocked the entire Cangyang country. Every time, I remind myself not to look down on you, but later on, I found out that I still underestimated you. The 6 commanders of the Imperial Guards all died in your hands. I have to say, I really admire you. However, our Yamato family has a great and glorious bloodline. All the dregs are vulnerable in front of us, including you. I have to say that the Lotus Marten is really a good thing. It was them that led us to this Clearwater city. The Wu tribe members roared with laughter. The Lotus Marten was originally the idea of the third commander of the Imperial Guards, but who would have thought that it would benefit the Wu tribe in the end? The Wu tribe followed suit and finally found Long Chen with the help of the Lotus Marten. Moreover, they had an absolute advantage and completely surrounded Long Chen. With such a huge force to deal with a martial artist at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, there was no reason for them not to win. Thus, Song Zhongcheng and the others were very relaxed. Although Long Chen was full of miracles, Song Zhongcheng, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, had battle prowess close to the pinnacle, so it was impossible for him to be defeated by Long Chen. If that was the case, Long Chen would not be a miracle, but a legend. A legend was a legend, and would never appear in reality. Lingxi was in the room behind him, sleeping quietly. If Long Chen wanted to maintain the peace in her heart, he would have to pay the price in blood. Thus, his heart was a little heavy. As the other party spoke sarcastically, Long Chen was estimating the battle prowess of the two sides. The result was undoubtedly tragic. He and Xiao Lang combined could at most face 2 cultivators at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. What could make up for such a huge gap? It could only be intelligence. Because the Wu tribe was generally very short, Long Chen could only lower his head and look at them. He said coldly, "So what if I find it? Although I am afraid of the guards of the Imperial City, I have never been afraid of you. You are just a bunch of ants, and you are merely using your advantage in numbers to intimidate others. Who dares to fight me one-on-one, a fair battle?" Long Chen's provocative words instantly caused a huge uproar among the Wu tribe. Even Song Zhongcheng knew that Long Chen was trying to goad him into action. Under the situation where the members of the clan were filled with righteous indignation, he could only say coldly, "Who said that the Wu tribe only knows how to win with our advantage in numbers? Long Chen, I will fight you. I want to see what methods you have to kill the second commander of the guards." What a fair battle. An 8th level of the Heavenly River tier against a 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Isn't Patriarch Song afraid of losing his status and becoming a laughing stock? Long Chen's expression was full of mockery. Bullshit. Our Patriarch is giving you face by dealing with you. Why aren't you kneeling and thanking him? It is your honor to die at the hands of our noble clan. Say no more. Song Zhongcheng waved his hand. Right now, there were already many experts from the Wu tribe. Song Zhongcheng knew that if he were to deal with Long Chen alone, he would most likely become a laughing stock when he returned to the Imperial City. He would not be able to raise his head. Thus, he instructed a burly man who looked like a wild beast, and said, "Bendao, you go deal with him. You must kill him." When the burly man saw that Song Zhongcheng had chosen him, he instantly licked his lips. A bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes, and he said, "Yes, I guarantee that I will take him down." After saying this, he walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Long Chen. "You are the first." Long Chen did not have the slightest bit of fear. Being able to deal with these Wu tribe members separately was already the best outcome for him. He knew that the Wu tribe members were very concerned about their pride. If Long Chen slightly provoked them, they would fall into Long Chen's trap. However, even so, Long Chen's current situation was not optimistic. Cultivators at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier usually used high-level Earth tier battle techniques, and Long Chen currently lacked many things. His most powerful offensive battle technique, the Dragon Emperor's Demise, was only a medium-level Earth tier battle technique. The only thing he could bring out was the heaven-burning Demon Emperor's Divine Flame clone. Long Chen jumped a few steps and arrived on top of one of the roofs. He looked down at the densely packed Wu tribe members, and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I will stand right here. You trash of the Wu tribe can come up one by one. Let's see how many people you need to defeat me. Or is it that you trash are no match for me at all? Baka." Long Chen's provocative words instantly enraged all the Wu tribe members. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and ruthlessly slaughter Long Chen. This brat is really arrogant. However, in front of our Yamato clan, no matter how arrogant he is, he will still die. The warriors of our Wu tribe all have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Matsumoto Shima, go up immediately and pluck this brat's head. Tonight, I will reward my wife to you, Matsumoto Shima said coldly as he looked at Long Chen. Hearing his words, the short and muscular man called Matsumoto Shima's eyes instantly turned green. When he thought of the patriarch's wife's voluptuous breasts and buttocks, his lower body began to flush with blood. He wanted nothing more than to immediately kill Long Chen, and then go back to the bed to kill the patriarch's wife. As expected of a group of beasts, Long Chen secretly shook his head. They could even casually give their wives to their subordinates. Long Chen really couldn't understand these uncivilized barbarians. It could even be said that they hadn't evolved into humans yet. While the crowd was cheering, Matsumoto Shima had already rushed up to the roof, panting heavily. There were originally not many people here, but because of the arrival of the Wu tribe, the remaining people had all run away. Therefore, this area had become almost uninhabited. Looking at the beast-like Wu tribe members in front of him, Long Chen sighed in his heart. He didn't know the doctor's name, but he still felt that it wasn't worth it for him to die at the hands of the Wu tribe. Forget it, I will take revenge for you. If I can kill one, then I will. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes as he looked towards the courtyard where Lingxi was. Xiao Lang was guarding the door, looking at the current Long Chen with admiration and excitement. "Protect little she." Long Chen said softly, but Wolf Cub could read his meaning from the shape of his mouth. He quickly nodded. This was an important task for him. This time, I definitely can't let Sister Lingxi be captured by them, even if I die. This thought was very strong in Xiao Lang's heart. If necessary, I will ignite the life of the sun-devouring dire wolf. I don't believe that I won't be a match for them even if I ignite my life. Long Chen didn't know what Xiao Lang was thinking, but he believed that Xiao Lang would do a good job. Right now, Long Chen only needed to provoke the Wu tribe members one by one and kill them one by one. Your name is Matsumoto Shima. Very good, you are the first Wu tribe member to die in my hands today. Long Chen looked at the burly man in front of him indifferently and said slowly. What? Baka, kid, did your brain get stuck in a door? I heard that the most beautiful girl in Sanyang country is with you. After I defeat you, I will definitely ask the family head to give me that girl for one night. Long Chen was infuriated. I'll fuck you. In an instant, the devouring blood world and the divine fire clone appeared, engulfing Matsumoto Shima. Chapter 335. Devouring the blood realm and divine flame doppelgangers, these were Long Chen's two most powerful techniques right now. Matsumoto Shima was too close to him, and he had an arrogant expression on his face. Thus, when more than 100 divine flame doppelgangers at the 4th level of the heavenly river tier appeared, he was instantly overwhelmed. Baka, what the hell is this? Matsumoto Jima had already eaten it, and the divine flame avatar still wanted it. After all, it was a battle of numbers. However, what was that blood-red mist that was controlling his bloodline, causing his blood to boil and his combat prowess to plummet? Dragon Emperor's downfall. Just then, between the numerous divine flame doppelgangers' attacks, a red line of blood suddenly appeared and instantly struck Matsumoto Jima's back with lightning speed. Matsumoto Jima was surrounded by the devouring blood world and the divine flame doppelgangers. He was busy dealing with the divine flame doppelgangers, so he didn't have the necessary defense against the killing move that suddenly appeared behind him. Moreover, under the effect of the devouring blood world, he had to use about a third of his true chi to suppress his boiling blood, which reduced his combat ability and perception. After shattering the divine fire clones in front of him with a punch, Matsumoto Jima finally felt the threat close behind him. His face was pale with fright. At this moment, all he could do was use his movement techniques to the fullest, trying to escape. However, the divine fire clones around him had basically surrounded him, limiting his range of movement. Pfft! The blue dragon halberd stabbed into his shoulder. Ah! Matsumoto Jima, who was surrounded by the divine fire clones, let out an earth-shattering scream. Although he was dodging, his entire shoulder had almost been chopped off by Long Chen. Blood suddenly burst out, and under the effect of the devouring blood world, it frantically rushed toward Long Chen. Baka! Although Matsumoto Jima was injured, his ferocity was still there. He grabbed Long Chen's blue dragon halberd and suddenly turned around, about to punch at Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's expression was ice-cold, and he stabbed a finger in front of Matsumoto Jima's eyes. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light appeared with a whistling sound, instantly piercing Matsumoto Jima's eyes and penetrating his skull. Demon Spirit Sword Finger. Although the Demon Spirit Sword Finger was only an advanced mystic level battle skill, it was still enough to take Matsumoto Jima's life at such close range. The divine fire doppelganger suddenly returned to Long Chen's body. Long Chen also withdrew the devouring world of blood. Before, because Long Chen's divine fire doppelganger had surrounded them, no one had been able to see the battle. Now that the divine fire doppelganger had disappeared, Long Chen had already kicked Songmoto Island toward the Japanese. All the blood in his body had already been completely absorbed by Long Chen. Using blood refinement to chi, Long Chen completely absorbed the blood of the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier into his own body, allowing his true chi to skyrocket. Long Chen had no choice but to use blood refinement chi on someone again. He knew that if he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. Long Chen's plan today was to challenge the elites of the Japanese tribe one by one, and ultimately achieve his goal of becoming stronger. The Japanese tribe is indeed trash. A 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivator can't even defeat a 5th level Heavenly River tier cultivator like me. You're pure trash among trash. Now, which trash from the Japanese tribe wants to come up? Long Chen's expression was arrogant, and he laughed heartily as he looked down at the Japanese tribe. He pointed the blue dragon halberd in his hand at another 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivator, and roared, "You! That's right, it's you, trash! Do you dare to come up here?" This kind of Long Chen caused all the Japanese tribe members to explode. They began to clamor and clamor. If it weren't for the fact that Song Zhongcheng was still standing in front of them, they would have already rushed up. "Shut up! Baka! Hey, all of you, calm down." Song Zhongcheng stopped the crowd. He looked at Long Chen with a deep frown. Long Chen ignored him, and pointed the blue dragon halberd directly at one of the 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivators. He sneered, and said, "The Japanese tribe is indeed a bunch of cowards. I asked you to come up here, but you guys don't dare to. And you call yourselves the Yamato clan? In my eyes, you're just a pile of shit." With Long Chen's current battle prowess, the only one that could defeat him was Song Zhongcheng. However, he just had to provoke the other 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivators to attack. After being humiliated by Long Chen, that cultivator was pressured by the pressure behind him. He roared in anger and pounced at Long Chen. "Baka, brat, I'll let you be arrogant again. Patriarch, if I kill this brat, I'll be able to enjoy your wife tonight." Compared to Song Ben Dao, this cultivator was slightly thinner. It seemed like he was better at speed. Song Zhongcheng gritted his teeth, and glared at Long Chen with blood-red eyes. Fine. Don't follow Song Ben Dao's example and embarrass the Japanese tribe again. Hey! The thin cultivator charged in front of Long Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "Brat, die! I'll drink your blood and eat your flesh. Drink my blood." Long Chen laughed maniacally. In this world, only he could drink the blood of others. No one could drink his blood. Following the previous steps, he used the devouring blood realm and the divine fire clone again. This cultivator was not much stronger than Song Ben Dao, so it didn't take long before he was cut in half by Long Chen's blue dragon halberd. His blood became Long Chen's true qi. The two halves of the corpse were thrown in front of Song Zhongcheng by Long Chen. The Japanese tribe members swallowed hard when they saw the ugly corpse, and they hurriedly retreated. Many of them looked at Long Chen with fear in their eyes. Trash, all of you are trash. Is someone at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier so useless? I don't believe it. Then, let's have another one. You, beast, do you dare to come up? Long Chen wielded the blue dragon halberd, and he looked like a blood-soaked god of war. He stood majestically on the roof, and the morning light shone from behind him, enveloping him. This glorious image caused the Japanese to retreat in panic again. The battle between Long Chen and the Japanese tribe had caused quite a commotion. At this moment, many people were watching from afar. When they saw this scene, they looked at each other in dismay. They gradually realized that today's battle would cause an even greater commotion. Useless trash of the Japanese tribe. Long Chen looked around, and no one actually dared to come up and fight him. Patriarch, you go, one of the elders said to Song Zhongcheng, trembling. One of the old men trembled as he spoke to Song Zhongcheng. Just now, they had underestimated Long Chen. However, from the looks of it now, Long Chen was too terrifying. If they went up, they would definitely become the laughing stock of their peers in the imperial city. If they didn't go up, more people would definitely die today. Song Zhongcheng weighed the pros and cons, and then said, "Fine, I'll get rid of this brat. This brat is already possessed. He's powerful and extraordinary, at least at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Ordinary cultivators won't be able to deal with him, so I'll go." He gave Long Chen the title of being at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. This way, he would feel much more at ease when dealing with Long Chen. I still have to make a move. In truth, Song Zhongcheng was the strongest person in the De clan, and the De clan was one of the 3 great clans of the imperial city. If he let Long Chen deal with him, he really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. It could be said that he would definitely lose. The 8th level of the Heavenly River tier was already close to the level of the absolute elites of the Zhangyang nation. However, Long Chen knew that no matter what, he couldn't take a step back. Thus, even if Song Zhongcheng made a move, he wasn't afraid. He smiled and said, "An expert at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier finally disregarded his status and came to deal with me, a 5th level of the Heavenly River tier? The Japanese tribe is really useless. Even in terms of cultivation level, there's a lot of understatement." In reality, everyone in Clearwater City knew that such a thing had happened here. In these few days, Long Chen had actually come to Clearwater City, and the people surrounding him were actually the De clan, one of the 3 great clans. Everyone in Clearwater City had heard of the reputation of the Japanese tribe. The Japanese tribe was a foreign tribe, and they were outsiders. Although Long Chen was being chased by the imperial family of the Zhangyang nation, the people of Clearwater City still favored Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen's performance, everyone couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. They praised, "This Long Chen is indeed an unyielding man. He's so young, and his cultivation is so strong. Moreover, he doesn't show the slightest bit of fear in front of him. This person's temperament is really shocking. It's really a pity that such a genius became enemies with the imperial family." "Father, I heard that the 9th prince was killed by Long Chen because he coveted Long Chen's beloved woman. How can you blame him? I think it's very possible for him to block so many people by himself. What can I do? Your father is only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. Any one of those people could easily crush me to death." The city lord of Clearwater City sat in a tea house in the distance, observing the situation over here. At this time, Long Chen had no other choice but to meet the head of the clan, Song Zhongcheng. "You're obviously at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, yet you're still hiding it, claiming to be at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen, you're disgraceful. You actually killed the 9th prince. Today, I've received orders to take your life. Enjoy it." Song Zhongcheng also recognized how terrifying Long Chen was. Thus, he already realized that if he didn't kill Long Chen as soon as possible, there might be an accident. Wu tribe's secret technique, shadow kill technique. Song Zhongcheng's figure was taking the path of speed. His speed at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier was many times faster than Long Chen's. Such a powerful enemy stimulated Long Chen's ferocious nature. He clearly knew that he was no match for his opponent, but things had already reached this stage. What else could he do? He could only fight, an endless bloody battle. Roar! With an angry roar that sounded like a dragon's roar, Long Chen, whose entire body was blood-red, looked like a king of slaughter. He wielded the blue dragon halberd and turned into a phantom as he charged toward Song Zhongcheng. The roofs in his path were all shattered by his momentum. Song Zhongcheng was even more terrifying. Although Long Chen was fast, he was even faster. The pitch-black dagger in his hand seemed ordinary, yet it possessed extraordinary power. With a burst of speed, he charged into Long Chen's arms and stabbed the dagger in his hand into Long Chen's lower abdomen. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Ha! With another move, Song Zhongcheng sent Long Chen flying back, coughing up blood. Chapter 336. You were so arrogant just now, but it looks like you're just so. Song Zhongcheng laughed loudly. He slowed down his footsteps, and slowly walked toward Long Chen. To be honest, he had really been scared stiff by Long Chen when he had killed 2 cultivators at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier in quick succession. With his strength at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, the difference between the two was immediately obvious. This guy's speed is really too fast. In the situation just now, Long Chen didn't even have the time to use the Devouring Blood Realm or the Divine Flame Doppelganger. He only felt his vision blur, and then his lower abdomen was directly pierced through. Although this kind of injury wasn't fatal, it was still a serious injury. If Long Chen didn't properly recuperate, it would be difficult for him to fight normally. However, this wasn't a problem for Long Chen. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was that he still needed to protect Lingxi. Thus, he couldn't fall down for a quarter of an hour. Hua! Long Chen clutched the wound in his lower abdomen with one hand and grasped the blue dragon halberd with the other. He stood up in full view of the crowd. Although he was defeated, the blood-red fighting spirit in his eyes made the crowd secretly apprehensive. Not dead yet. Song Zhongcheng laughed mockingly. Not bad, you actually didn't die after being hit by my shadow killing technique. However, you still won't die under this move. Long Chen, your life will end under this move of mine. I've used this move to kill countless people. Today, you won't be the first, nor will you be the last. One move. A move that could make Song Zhongcheng so proud had to be a high-level earth-level battle technique. Moreover, there was a very high chance that Long Chen would die under this move. You can't kill me, Long Chen said coldly as he swallowed all the blood in his mouth. Then try. Song Zhongcheng was about to attack. At this moment, with a low howl, Xiao Lang's huge body suddenly blocked in front of Long Chen. With a light flick of his tail, he immediately swept Long Chen to the door of Lingxi's residence. Xiao Lang's meaning was very simple. He wanted Long Chen to protect Lingxi and leave Songzhong City to him. Xiao Lang. Long Chen was already prepared to die. He was just about to remind Xiao Lang to take Lingxi and break out of the encirclement. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lang saw through his intentions and directly intervened, escorting Long Chen down. Xiao Lang's intention was very simple. He wanted Long Chen to take Lingxi and run. He would be the one to face today's opponent. Roar! Under the morning light, the majestic sun-devouring demonic wolf's black fur was like countless black vortexes, swallowing the light of the sun into its body. Come back here, I'll deal with him. If Xiao Lang sacrificed himself, Long Chen felt that he would never be able to forgive himself. Killing the ninth prince was purely a matter between Long Chen and Lingxi. Xiao Lang had already helped them a lot along the way. If Xiao Lang had to sacrifice his life in exchange for a chance for Long Chen to escape, he would rather die than let this happen. To be honest, the current Xiao Lang was slightly weaker than Long Chen. Moreover, Songzhong City was full of 8th-tier Heavenly River tier cultivators, so Xiao Lang was definitely no match for him. Right at this moment, surging black flames actually soared up from Xiao Lang's body. Unlike the netherworld demonic ancestral flames, these flames were blazing and frenzied. This Xiao Lang's strength is rapidly increasing, but this is definitely not normal power. There should be a heavy price to pay. Long Chen could tell with a single glance that Little Wolf was fighting with its life on the line. When these flames were ignited, Little Wolf's battle prowess became much stronger. Its attacks were direct, and it was able to force Songzhong City, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, into retreat. This was especially true when the 125 Divine Flame clones were used. Songzhong City was beaten into a very sorry state. Unfortunately, the foundation of Songzhong City was not damaged. What the hell is this? Songzhong City had already eaten. When the flames burned, Xiao Lang's battle prowess was already about the same as his. This is definitely a method of burning oneself to deal with me. This method is very damaging to one's foundation, and there's a very high chance that one will become a cripple from then on. Moreover, it will be difficult for one to use this method to harm others in one's lifetime. So, as long as I endure for a while, I'll definitely be able to exhaust him to death. Songzhong Cheng deviously thought to himself. He no longer faced the wolf cub's attacks head-on, but instead began to flee in all directions. To an outsider, he truly was in a very sorry state, but only he knew that before long, he wouldn't even need to do anything. This monster would fall on its own. What Xiao Lang was burning was the sun-devouring demonic wolf's flame of life. This kind of flame would diminish as it burned, until it was completely exhausted. At that time, Xiao Lang would be completely dead. Long Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Xiao Lang. The emotions in his heart could no longer be described with words. Just because of their friendship, Xiao Lang was willing to go this far for him. To be able to meet such a brother in this life, Long Chen was truly content. What kind of brother would burn their own life to give you a chance to live? In Baiyang Town, the relationship between the Yang family ancestor and the head of the Bai family had given Long Chen a vivid lesson. It made him realize that the word brother could not be casually spoken out. But now, Long Chen was completely certain that although he and Xiao Lang were not blood brothers, they were closer than blood brothers. You are so worthy of me, so how can I, Long Chen, be unworthy of you? Seeing Xiao Lang's flame of life diminish little by little, all because he wanted to do his utmost to stop Songzhong City and give Long Chen a chance to live, Long Chen's head was on fire. He felt the blood in his body boil, and endless crimson dragons madly roared in his body. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! Suddenly, a scene appeared in his mind. Countless crimson dragons were burning with crimson flames. When these flames appeared, their fighting strength soared crazily. Their length also increased crazily until they blotted out the sun. At this time, the mysterious dragon Jade moved again. This time, the essence blood actually took the initiative to fly into the dragon Jade and fuse into a divine ability cultivation method. Long Chen was overjoyed. Every time the essence blood moved like this, Long Chen would be able to obtain a heaven-defying divine ability. From refining blood into qi, to dragon soul transformation, to devouring the blood world, to blood escape, which one of them was not a heaven-defying divine ability? Immemorial secret art, blood sacrifice. The words blood sacrifice suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. At this time, Long Chen's whole body seemed like it was about to explode. He stared fixedly at Xiao Lang's flame of life diminishing, and at this time, he used the newly obtained immemorial secret art, blood sacrifice. Suddenly, a wave that made people's hearts palpitate exploded from Long Chen's body and swept toward death. Xiao Lang, stop. Leave this bastard to me. This earth-shattering roar caused everyone to take a few steps back in fright. Even the people in Songzhong City heard it and looked at Long Chen's current situation in confusion. Who? Suddenly, crimson flames crazily erupted from Long Chen's crimson dragon scales. Long Chen's whole body burned crazily. What shocked Songzhong City was that Long Chen's fighting strength soared crazily. From the 5th layer of the heavenly river tier, it immediately soared to the 6th layer of the heavenly river tier, and then continued to soar crazily until it reached the peak of the 7th layer of the heavenly river tier. Only then did it stop. With Long Chen's current dragon soul transformation in 10 times the nature of true qi, Long Chen's current true qi had already reached the 8th layer of the heavenly river tier, and even surpassed Songzhong City in terms of true qi. This kind of terrifying increase was much more powerful than Xiao Lang's burning of the flame of life. However, Long Chen knew that although it was also an increase, this mystical power blood sacrifice was countless times more powerful than Xiao Lang's burning of life. Xiao Lang's burning of life could only be used once in his life. After burning out, he would naturally die. However, Long Chen's blood sacrifice was different. He burned all the true qi in his whole body, and the extent of the blood sacrifice's increase was within a certain range. With Long Chen's current ability, he could at most use the blood sacrifice to increase his fighting strength by 3 layers. Of course, there was a price to pay for the blood sacrifice, and that was, after using the blood sacrifice, his fighting strength would drop by 3 layers. Long Chen was now forcibly raised to the 7th layer of the heavenly river tier, which meant that after the battle, he would drop back to the 3rd layer of the heavenly river tier. However, with refining blood and transforming qi, what was there to be afraid of? Using the blood sacrifice together with refining blood and transforming qi was practically the most heaven-defying combination. In this way, even if Long Chen raised himself to the 8th layer of the heavenly river tier, he would only drop back to the 2nd layer of the heavenly river tier in the end. As long as there was enough time, he could raise himself to the 5th layer of the heavenly river tier again. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to use such a heaven-defying method like the blood sacrifice. Long Chen even felt that this blood sacrifice was even more terrifying than the refining blood and transforming qi that he had obtained at the beginning. As one of the 10 great ancestral dragons, the ancient blood spirit dragon was worthy of such a terrifying method. Because he had used refining blood and transforming qi excessively, the present Long Chen was already deeply affected by the killing intent of the ancient blood spirit dragon. If he used the blood sacrifice and transforming blood and transforming qi frequently, he would definitely not have a good result. On the path of cultivation, it was best to be stable. Of course, at such a critical juncture of life and death, Long Chen could only use the blood sacrifice. Feeling the expansion of Long Chen's strength, Xiao Lang was somewhat puzzled. Long Chen was not a sun-devouring demonic wolf, so how could he burn the flame of life? Hurry up and stop. At Long Chen's shout, Xiaolang had no choice but to stop burning his life. However, immediately after, an overwhelming feeling of weakness indeed came. This kind of pain caused Xiaolang to directly faint on the roof. He shrank to the size of a small puppy and was just about to fall off the roof. Long Chen caught him. Xiaolang. Looking at the unconscious and weak Xiaolang in his hands, Long Chen's whole heart convulsed. He gently placed Xiaolang on the door. Then, his bloodshot eyes were already fixed on Central Pine City. The Wei tribe will all die today. Chapter 337. Everyone's gaze was focused on Long Chen. Even though they were far away, many people could sense the terrifying killing intent radiating from Long Chen's body. When Xiaolang had become like this because he had tried to save him, Long Chen was completely infuriated. Wherever his gaze swept past, all the members of the Wu tribe retreated in fear. Song Zhongcheng also stared at Long Chen in bewilderment. Soon after, he reacted and said, "What's going on today? Why is everyone burning their life force in front of me?" Even Xiaolang didn't last long. "How long can you last, Long Chen? It's enough to take your life." Long Chen finally fixed his gaze on Song Zhongcheng as he said this calmly. His hoarse voice caused the members of the Wu tribe to look at each other in dismay. They all felt a chill run down their spines. Trying to act mysterious, Song Zhongcheng smiled disdainfully. He jumped down from the roof and swung the dagger in his hand. "Do you know that this is the high-grade Earth-grade Hell King's blade? It's the highest-grade weapon of the Wu tribe. When I dealt with you just now, I showed mercy and didn't stab your heart. Next time, it will definitely appear in your heart. Is that so?" Long Chen's killing intent exploded as he looked at Song Zhongcheng. His true energy, which surpassed Song Zhongcheng's, exploded and instantly swept away the surrounding smoke and dust. Insignificant tricks. Using your life force to improve yourself will definitely end badly. In that case, let me show you the strongest move of Song Zhongcheng. Song Zhongcheng's entire body erupted with the aura of an elite at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier as he held the Hell King's blade. True energy surged wildly in his body as the Hell King's blade in his hand drew a strange pattern. Secret technique, Hell King's phantom godly killing technique. A sharp cry echoed in everyone's ears. The Hell King's blade seemed to emit a faint sound. Then, the world seemed to stop. And at this moment, Song Zhongcheng's figure turned into countless phantoms that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards Long Chen. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in darkness. The only thing that could be seen was the Hell King's blade in Song Zhongcheng's hand. The Hell King's blade was like a deadly ray of light that wrapped around Long Chen's neck. "Your strongest move is only at this level." Long Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Engulfing blood world. That scarlet mist that looked like a swimming dragon instantly enveloped Songzhong City tightly, causing him to panic. He had experienced Long Chen's engulfing blood world before, but it definitely wasn't as terrifying as this. That suffocating devouring heart acted on him, who was in the midst of unleashing his strongest move. Since he was defenseless, there was a slight flaw in the Netherworld King's mirage killing technique. Furthermore, there was a flaw right in front of Long Chen. "You're too slow." Long Chen's cold laughter rang in Songzhong City's ears at this moment. It was as though it was ringing right next to his ear. Songzhong City was taken aback. He could feel that because of the engulfing blood world, his movements had slowed down. And at this moment, Long Chen disappeared before his eyes. Boom! Making use of the terrifying suction force of the engulfing blood world and controlling Songzhong City's speed, Long Chen flashed to his right and landed a heavy punch on his armpit. Pa! A bone-shattering sound that made one's scalp go numb was heard. Songjong City let out a blood-curdling scream. His armpit had been hit, and the Hell King's blade in his hand flew out and landed in Long Chen's hand. "You're too slow." As Songjong City watched in horror, Long Chen disappeared before his eyes once again. This time, Long Chen was holding the Hell King's blade like a devil in the night. To be honest, Long Chen's speed wasn't considered fast. It should be about the same as Songjong City's. The problem was that in the engulfing blood world, Songjong City's speed was suppressed by 2/3. The huge suction force had also suppressed his true chi by 2/3. As a result, a shocking situation occurred. Songjong City was clumsily being abused by Long Chen's engulfing blood world. "You stabbed me with a knife, and I, Long Chen, have always compensated you with one knife. So, I'll compensate you with 10 knives. Damn you, Wu clan, enjoy." Pfft. The Hell King's blade in his hand pierced Songjong City's lower abdomen. Songjong City let out an earth-shattering scream, but Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He followed up with a stab that pierced Songjong City's lungs. Fresh blood gushed out. In the engulfing blood world, Songjong City's screams caused all the Wu clan members to fall to the ground in fright. Such a terrifying Long Chen scared them so much that they lost their ability to think. They didn't know that they could still escape at this moment. When Songjong City let out his 9th scream, Long Chen's final strike directly chopped off his head. His fat and large head fell beside the Wu clan members, causing them to let out a series of screams. Songjong City, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, had died at the hands of Long Chen. This piece of heavy news would once again shock the entire Sanyang nation. The death of the strongest member of the Yamato clan stunned all the Wu clan members. They all knelt in front of Long Chen in a panic and wailed. "Spare us, God, spare us. I'm willing to offer my assets, my wife, and my underage daughter to you. That's right, please spare us. We're willing to follow you. All the assets of our Wu clan are yours. All the women of our Wu clan are also yours." Voices begging for mercy rose and fell in succession. "You're just a bunch of beasts." Long Chen sneered as he stood in front of them. "Let me tell you what it means to be courageous, to have backbone, to have assets, and to have assets. No one can take away my things. Women are meant to be protected, and I'm protecting my women today. What about you? You're willing to give up your women for your own lives. Wu clan, you Wu clan members don't even have the right to be called humans. You're just uncivilized beasts. If I let you live in this world, you'll only harm more people, including more of my people. So, if you want me to spare you, you're dreaming." Long Chen used the Hell King's blade of the Wu clan to kill a Wu clan member every time he swung his sword. Within the range of the devouring world of blood, no one could escape death. When all the people kneeling on the ground had collapsed and blood flowed like a river, Long Chen came back to his senses. He was so ruthless. On one hand, the Wu clan was really despicable. On the other hand, Long Chen hated them to the core. Of course, there was also the influence of the primordial blood spiritual dragon. Today, almost all the forces of the Yamato clan had come to capture Long Chen. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the entire Yamato clan had been completely annihilated by Long Chen. Long Chen had destroyed the entire Yamato clan with his own strength. This news would spread from today onwards. Then, the entire Sanyang nation would be shocked by Long Chen. Being able to kill a martial artist at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier meant that Long Chen had grown to the point where he was second only to the young Sword Emperor, Lin Zichen, among the young martial artists. In Clearwater City, all the onlookers widened their eyes when they saw the tragic scene. They looked at the only young man still standing, their faces filled with disbelief. Long Chen. This name was firmly engraved in everyone's mind. This lad has already reached a level that defies the natural order. We, the lowly commoners, can only look up to him." The mayor of Clearwater City stroked his long beard, his eyes filled with shock as he lamented. "He has been on the run since the Imperial City. He has killed the 6 commanders of the Imperial City Guards. Now, he has destroyed one of the 3 major clans, the Yamato clan, with his own strength. With such a great achievement, his name will definitely be passed down through the ages. He might even be more famous than Lin Zichen." "Father." The young girl beside him looked at the young man in the distance with flickering eyes. She said worriedly, "Do you think Long Chen can escape? I heard you say that there is a mysterious person involved in this matter." "That person?" The mayor of Clearwater City shook his head. "Long Chen pales in comparison to his strength. I hope this lad is lucky and won't be stopped." The young girl's eyes darted around. When she looked at the stubborn Long Chen again, she nodded and secretly made up her mind. "I have to go and warn him." At this moment, the effects of the blood sacrifice were slowly fading for Long Chen. Long Chen could feel that his strength was slowly returning to the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier. The battle prowess of the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier was practically trash against other opponents. Thus, the current Long Chen was already prepared. He had used the Hell King's blade to deal with the crowd just now with this goal in mind. At the moment of life and death, Long Chen could no longer care about anything else. The fresh blood of the Wu tribe was the guarantee that he could survive and protect Lingxi. Thus, he had no choice but to use the devouring world of blood to gather all the fresh blood, including the blood of the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, Songzhong City, into his body. After using the blood sacrifice, his battle prowess rose by 2 levels, and then fell back by 2 levels. The road ahead was probably going to be difficult, so Long Chen gritted his teeth and used the blood-refining qi again. The blood of many elites allowed the shattered galaxy in Long Chen's body to slowly form again. Time passed slowly. When all the Wu tribe members had turned into dried corpses, Long Chen's true qi gradually recovered and returned to the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. It was even advancing towards the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. The 100,000 Heaven River pills that he had obtained from the 9th prince were gradually consumed. With so much true qi, it looks like I have to break through to the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Since he was going to be ruthless, he would be ruthless to the end. This was a crucial period, so Long Chen didn't mind being ruthless. However, he knew that after this disaster, he had to learn how to cultivate steadily. Chapter 338. The mystical abilities of the primordial blood spiritual dragon were all nature-defying. The blood sacrifice and blood refinement technique were the same. At this moment, Long Chen was using blood refinement technique to guide the blood of the Wu tribe into his body and refine it into blood-red true qi. Then, as a huge amount of Sky River pills condensed, a blood-red Sky River gradually formed in his 6th star meridian. Long Chen didn't let the other Sky River go. There were even cultivators at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier among the Wu tribe. This huge amount of blood qi was enough for Long Chen to break through to the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, the 100,000 Sky River tier cultivators from the 9th prince were also enough. However, just reaching the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier required more than 10,000 Sky River pills. Who knew how many he would need to reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier? A powerful aura swept out in all directions. Everyone in Clearwater City was watching Long Chen. They were shocked by this mysterious young man. He had single-handedly turned the tables and almost wiped out the Wu tribe. Such a magnificent feat was actually accomplished by a young man who wasn't even 20 years old. After the battle, he had even broken through and reached an even stronger level. For most people in Clearwater City, such a young man was an unreachable existence. They didn't know that a dazzling figure like Long Chen came from a small town that was much lower class than Clearwater City. He had climbed up step by step. He stood up and looked at the strangely shaped corpses around him. In fact, Long Chen hadn't realized that he could do this. He had wiped out the Wu tribe. Killing people and robbing them of their treasures was a matter of course. The other members of the Wu tribe might not have much money, but as the head of the Wu tribe, Song Zhongcheng definitely had a lot of money. Long Chen directly took his universe bag. The Heavenly River pills inside should be enough for him to complete his cultivation in the Heavenly River tier. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. Long Chen sighed and looked in Xiao Lang's direction. At this time, Xiao Lang had already fallen into a comatose state and looked very weak. His foundation had even been injured and his strength might have regressed. Xiao Lang, for you to treat me like this, I won't say anything else, but I will definitely treat you 10 times more in the future. You are my brother for life. Long Chen thought to himself. He picked up Xiao Lang, opened the door, walked in, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. In order to let Lingxi have a good rest, the doctor had added some medicine that could help her sleep but wouldn't harm her body. That was why there was such a huge commotion outside, and even the entire Clearwater City was in chaos. As the person involved, Lingxi was still in a deep sleep. However, Long Chen wasn't by her side. She seemed to be having a nightmare. Her brows were furrowed, and her face was full of fear. Long Chen gently placed the little wolf's body down. Then, he walked over to the side of the bed and allowed Lingxi's groping hands to grab onto him. After sensing Long Chen's presence, Lingxi finally calmed down. She let out a few whimpers before falling back into a deep slumber. However, it could be seen that after the treatment of the medicine and sufficient rest, her spirit had recovered quite a bit. Right now, traces of redness could be seen on her face. To be able to protect someone like this, Long Chen was very satisfied. Even if he was surrounded by blades and swords, he wanted to leave Lingxi a peaceful space so that she could be carefree. Xiao Lang's injuries could only be slowly healed before he could wake up. After all, he was burning the fire of his life. His life was only so long, and once it was used up, it would be gone forever. Elixirs and whatnot wouldn't be of any help. Luckily, Long Chen stopped Xiao Lang from behind. Otherwise, Xiao Lang would definitely be in danger. After a while, a knocking sound came from outside. Long Chen looked over with his soul-devouring demon eyes. It turned out to be a little girl at the Earth Core realm. In Clearwater City, she could be considered a genius. Seeing that this little girl's eyes were pure, and she looked like a kind girl, Long Chen said, "Come in." With a creaking sound, the wooden door was opened, and a beautiful girl around the age of 13 or 14 walked in. She was a little afraid of Long Chen, so when she came in, she lowered her head and carefully looked around. When she saw Lingxi on the bed, her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful sister." Her exclamation was definitely from the bottom of her heart. She had heard about the story of Long Chen and Lingxi. She also knew that it was because of Lingxi that Long Chen resolutely killed the 9th prince, and then began this life and death chase. During this process, this young man, Long Chen, killed the 6 great commanders, and annihilated the entire Yamato tribe. Only then did he rise to fame. This was completely the story of a hero and a beauty. It was tragic, moving, touching, and touching. Every time she thought of these two people standing in front of her, her blood would boil. If only one day, I could be like that big sister. Even though I don't know how to cultivate, I still have a man to risk his life for me. She's really beautiful. The girl was filled with envy and jealousy. What's the matter? It was rare for Long Chen to use a more polite tone when facing strangers. I am the daughter of the Clearwater City's city lord. My name is Lu Qingqing. I snuck out especially to tell you guys a piece of news. Qingqing was a little afraid of Long Chen, so she took a few steps back and said with a numb scalp. What news? Seeing that this little girl didn't seem like a bad person, and that she really did want to help, Luo Yunyang didn't know what to say. My father said that there seems to be a mysterious big shot coming from the imperial family. Even the leader of the Yamato tribe is far from being his match, so he wants you to escape quickly. Long Chen frowned. He originally wanted to let Lingxi and Xiao Lang rest a little longer, but it seemed like it was impossible now. Thank you. She snuck out to tell him this kind of news. She was a girl with a good heart. Long Chen smiled at her, then thought for a while. When he defeated Song Yifeng, he had obtained a mid-grade Earth Divine weapon, the Sun and Moon Divine Blade. The Sun and Moon Divine Blade should be considered a pair of divine weapons. Under Qingqing's somewhat shocked gaze, Long Chen placed the two shining blades in her hands and said, "This is a mid-grade Earth Divine weapon. So it belongs to the Yamato tribe. Be careful when you use it. If you don't have enough strength, it's best not to take it out, lest others covet it. Understand?" Qingqing was so excited that she couldn't speak. She also didn't expect that she would be tempted to tell the news to Long Chen just because she admired Long Chen a little. She didn't expect that she would receive such a huge reward. To her, this was an unexpected surprise. Well, you should go back quickly. It's not good for you to stay with us and be seen by others. I will leave this place immediately. Qingqing, thank you for your reminder today. We will meet again if fate wills it. In the end, Lu Qingqing didn't even know how she walked out of the room. She only felt that her mind was blank. Her entire world was filled with Long Chen's proud and domineering figure, as well as his deep feelings when he spoke. However, Long Chen was destined to be just a bright passerby in her life. I've decided. I must cultivate properly, at the fastest speed. Lu Qingqing quickly ran back to the city lord's mansion. After Lu Qingqing left, Long Chen gently shook Lingxi awake. It's time to go. Oh. Lingxi slowly opened her eyes and looked at Long Chen in a daze. She said, "Chen, is it already dawn?" She stretched out her white hand and gently wiped her eyes. She looked at Long Chen with sleepy eyes and said in a spoiled manner, "I don't want to get up. I still want to sleep for a while. No, little she, I will carry you on my back. It's getting late." Long Chen gently helped her up and then put a thick coat on her body, wrapping her tightly. Okay. Lingxi pouted. "Chen, why does Xiao Lang look like?" Seeing Xiao Lang lying on the side, Lingxi was surprised. "Well, a few thieves came just now. We have killed them, but Xiao Lang was injured. It seems that he needs some time to recover," Long Chen said as he found a piece of cloth and wrapped it around his chest. Then, he put Xiao Lang on it. Thieves. Lingxi frowned. She knew that ordinary thieves wouldn't injure Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang was a sun-devouring demonic wolf that could even deal with a 7th-level heavenly river tier, but it seemed that he was injured quite badly now. Hurry up and get on. Long Chen carried Xiao Lang in front of him and carried Lingxi on his back. If people who didn't know what was going on saw this, they would probably laugh, but Long Chen didn't care. These two were the most important people in his life, and it was necessary for him to protect them like this. Lingxi was still a little confused as she hugged Long Chen's neck. When the door was opened, the scene outside was a complete mess. It was a clear indication of the terrible battle that had taken place here. Without a doubt, the corpses were all killed by Long Chen's blood refinement chi. There were about 100 corpses in total. The Wu tribe. Lingxi suddenly realized that because these corpses were generally short, they were definitely the Wu tribe. Lingxi knew that the Wu tribe had mobilized their entire tribe to hunt down Long Chen. Chen, is it because the Wu tribe is here? Is that why we have to run? Lingxi was a little nervous. Long Chen was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier right now. The Wu tribe is already here, Long Chen said with a smile. Look at your feet. These are all Wu tribe members, but now, they are just corpses. Long Chen walked past the bodies of the Wu tribe members. Lingxi was a little confused. Chen, are you saying that when I was sleeping, you already killed all the Wu tribe members? Lingxi said in disbelief. I killed them together with Xiao Lang. Facing the morning light, Long Chen rushed out of Clearwater City. Then, he headed towards a place with his back to the sun. Chapter 339. After leaving Qingshui City, they were less than half the distance to Shihai Nation. Because of the mysterious person mentioned by Lu Qingqing and the fact that Lingxi's illness had improved, Long Chen sped up. They had been traveling on foot for 2 days, but Xiao Lang still showed no signs of waking up. As for Lingxi, she did not have a good rest due to the bumpy journey and her illness was showing signs of relapse. Therefore, Long Chen could only slow down. According to Lu Qingqing, the mysterious person was much more powerful than Song Zhongcheng, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen could roughly guess who it was. There were 3 elites in the imperial family. Among them, the one known as the Emperor of Swords would definitely not come. Therefore, the mysterious person could only be the Sword Demon and Lin Zichen. The Sword Demon had to protect the Ni Yang Immortals realm, so Long Chen guessed that the mysterious person was most likely Lin Zichen. If it was Lin Zichen, Long Chen did not have confidence. After all, Lin Zichen was the legend of the Zhangyang nation. At such a young age, he was already at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful sword martial artist and even possessed a super godly weapon like the Emperor Sword. The Emperor Sword could be called the number 1 godly weapon in the Zhangyang nation, so it must be above the Earth rank. Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Therefore, the Emperor Sword should be the legendary Heaven rank godly weapon. A Heaven rank godly weapon was something that Long Chen looked up to. He could kill Song Zhongcheng by sacrificing his life. However, Lin Zichen was different. Long Chen vaguely felt that Lin Zichen would be the most terrifying opponent he had ever faced. However, in order to survive, he had to risk his life. Chen, where are we going? Lingxi gently leaned her head against Long Chen's ear. The pure white refined fragrance from her body rushed towards Long Chen. We are going towards Mount Emperor Demon. Long Chen looked ahead and quickened his pace. Why is that so? Didn't you say that the other path is closer? Lingxi was a little puzzled. She had been traveling day and night. Even if she had medicine to nourish her body was still very uncomfortable. In Mount Emperor Demon, there are some forces that the sovereign family is afraid of, such as the Sky Demon Palace. If we go near that path, we will most likely be intercepted. However, in the territory of the Sky Demon Palace, the sovereign family will not dare to act recklessly, Long Chen explained as they hurried along. Okay. Lingxi nodded. She buried her face in Long Chen's back and stopped talking. The spring wind was still a little cold. Only when her whole body was curled up on Long Chen's back would she feel warmer. Chen, can you carry me like this for the rest of your life? Lingxi suddenly lowered her head and said. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Long Chen smiled helplessly. We don't want the 9 heavens celestial fruit. I just want to stay with you like this and find a place where there is no more killing. Lingxi knew that this request was a little unrealistic, but she still said it hesitantly. Don't think too much. We must get the 9 heavens celestial fruit. This time, the sovereign family has treated me like this. If I can escape, I will definitely make a comeback one day and massacre the imperial city. Of course, Xiao Lang will also want revenge, Long Chen said with a gloomy look. Okay. Lingxi nodded helplessly. She was not worried that Long Chen would be in great danger if he returned to Baiyang Imperial City. In fact, Lingxi had a high standard and she believed in Long Chen's strength. What she was worried about was that if she recovered her real body and had strength, her family might sense it. If that was the case, she might be separated from Long Chen forever. Identity and status were a huge chasm between them. Forget it, I shouldn't think too much and distract Brother Chen. This is still a critical moment. As long as we make it through this final hurdle, we will be able to successfully escape and live a peaceful life. Moreover, Brother Chen has been forcefully supporting his body for the past few days. He should be tired. Lingxi thought to herself. Not only was Long Chen tired, but Xiao Lang was still unconscious because he had burned his life. Long Chen hung a piece of cloth around his neck. After the bumpy journey, it would probably take a while for him to wake up. Days passed as they hurried on their way. Little Shi, do you see that black mountain in front of us? Long Chen stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look at the precipitous mountain in front of him that pierced through the clouds. This mountain was ridiculously tall. The surrounding mountains were already considered tall, but the precipitous mountain in the middle was like a crane in a flock of chickens. This mountain looks like a sword, Lingxi said in surprise. Long Chen looked at it carefully. Sure enough, this mountain peak was like a sharp sword that pierced out from the ground. Not only did it resemble the sword, but it also resembled the sword in spirit. Under the illumination of the sun, the black mountain peak erupted with waves of sword light, causing Long Chen to not dare to look directly at it. This should be the highest mountain in Sanyang country, Mount Demon Emperor. I heard that the Sky Demon Palace is built in Mount Demon Emperor. The strength of the Sky Demon Palace is almost on par with the royal family. They should have experts at the level of the Sword Emperor, Long Chen sighed. In fact, Long Chen had already heard of the Sky Demon Palace when he was in Yuanling City. At that time, he had saved Xian Ko from the Blue Dragon planet. He heard that he was from the Sky Demon Palace and his status was not low. I don't know what happened to Godfather and the others after they escaped from the Star Demon prison. I hope they are happy, Long Chen said with a smile. They must be living happily together. To be honest, I am also very envious of them, Lingxi said with a fascinated expression. Little Shi, let's go. Once we pass Mount Demon Emperor, we will be in the territory of West Sea Country. We will go straight to the royal city of West Sea Country. I don't believe that the royal family would dare to cause trouble there. Seeing that they were getting closer to their destination, Long Chen felt a little more relaxed. Of course, he did not dare to completely relax. Although Lin Zichen had not arrived yet, he was still like a mountain that was above Long Chen's head. Seeing that they were close to Mount Demon Emperor, Long Chen stopped in his tracks. This time, his footsteps were a little heavy. He was just talking and laughing with Lingxi a moment ago, but when he saw the proud and aloof figure in front of him, Long Chen's heart sank. This was a path to Mount Demon Emperor. In front of Long Chen, there was a man who was about the same size as him. His back was facing Long Chen, and he could tell that this was a tall and cold young man with long black hair. His body was emitting a sharpness that was even more terrifying than that of Mount Demon Emperor. This young man was absolutely impossible to cross just by standing there. Long Chen gently put Lingxi down, then untied Xiao Lang and placed him in Lingxi's arms. At this moment, his face was extremely solemn, because the person in front of him was the legendary young Sword King, Lin Zichen. Long Chen thought that he had escaped from his control, but he did not expect that he would not be able to escape from his control in the end. At this moment, Lin Zichen slowly turned around. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen this legendary super genius from such a close distance. His long black hair was scattered on his white robe, and he only used a white ribbon to tie his hair at the back of his head. His entire body emitted a cold aura, just like his sword, and his three-dimensional facial features that looked like they were sculpted by a sharp knife. His thin lips were pursed nicely, and his bottomless eyes were shooting daggers at Long Chen. Of course, Lingxi knew that the person who could make Long Chen so cautious was the legendary Lin Zichen. Although they were both princes, Lin Zichen was much more outstanding than the ninth prince, Lin Cangtian. With Lin Zichen's strength, even 1,000 Lin Kangxians would not be a match for him. Lin Zichen's appearance caused Lingxi to lose her composure. She knew how terrifying this person in front of her was. Long Chen had already risked his life to pass the previous 2 tests of the 6 commanders and the Japanese tribe. Now, how could Long Chen still have any luck to pass Lin Zichen's test? His appearance was equivalent to sentencing the 2 of them and the wolf to death. This caused Lingxi to almost break down. Be good, don't worry. If there are any demons or ghosts, I will definitely block in front of you and kill them all. Just close your eyes, we will pass very soon. Long Chen knew that she was nervous, so he spoke while letting Lingxi carry Xiao Lang and retreat. This was the last battle. If he won, Long Chen would have truly reversed the path of life and death. If he lost, it meant that he had reached the end. This was the most difficult and the most crucial battle. At this moment, it was Lin Zichen's first time seeing Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen as if nothing had happened. Then, his lips moved slightly and he said, "I'm really surprised that a person like you could appear in Sangyang country. However, you just had to go against the royal family. I didn't go against the royal family. It's just that you guys refused to let me go." Long Chen said indifferently. "I've long heard that you are very courageous. Now that I see it, it is indeed so. The 6 commanders of the guards and the Yamato family were all killed by you. This time, the royal family suffered a great loss. No matter how much I love talents, I have to bring you back." Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows and continued, "To be honest, I have been alone in this Sangyang country for too long. Finally, someone like you appeared. I didn't expect you to be a hothead and come to deal with the royal family. So, I originally wanted to give you some time to grow. But now, forget it. Your matter has caused the royal family to lose face. My imperial father has already ordered me to bring my head to see him if I don't kill you. There's also this beautiful girl. Everything happened because of her. Hence, she has followed us to the imperial city. I heard that my 9th brother had died because of her. That idiot. However, it seems like I, as his brother, will have to help him fulfill his wish. I recommend my brother's book, Young Sword Emperor. Author, Fengyin Zichen. Chapter 340. Long Chen knew that he did not have the resources of Lin Zichen's clan. Long Chen's rise was really too fast. From the time he started cultivating in Baiyang town to the time he reached the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, not even a year had passed. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, was different. He had grown up under the tutelage of the Sword Emperor. The cultivation technique he cultivated was the best, and the guidance he received was also the best. Now, besides the ancient blood spiritual dragon, Long Chen also had the divine fire doppelganger, which could barely be used in front of Lin Zichen. As for the other techniques, the strongest was only at the medium level of the earth tier, the defensive techniques were also at the medium level of the earth tier, and the movement techniques were only at the high level of the black tier. As for the body refining techniques, the level 3 Thunder Flame Battle Body, in Lin Zichen's opinion, was as good as nothing. And Lin Zichen definitely had everything at the high level of the earth tier. He might even have a super technique at the heaven tier. How could he fight against him? To be honest, if it was anyone else, they would have lost all hope at the thought of such a huge gap. But Long Chen didn't. The stronger his opponent was, the more people he needed to protect. No matter how strong his opponent was, he wouldn't take a step back. Sometimes, only unswerving perseverance could one win the final victory. I've heard your story along the way. Lin Zichen looked at Long Chen and Lingxi playfully. He chuckled and said, "It's very touching. Hero, beauty, passion, killing the 6 great commanders, and exterminating the Wu tribe. From this, it can be seen that your relationship must be very deep. But I don't believe that there's such a strong relationship in this world. I'll give you two a choice. Between the two of you, one will die today, and the other will follow me back to the imperial city. I'll give you 15 minutes to discuss among yourselves. I, Lin Zichen, always keep my word." His meaning was clear. If Lingxi died, he would bring Long Chen back. If Long Chen died, he would bring Lingxi back. Although he didn't know if she would survive in the imperial city, she would at least live for a few more days. "Do you keep your word?" Lingxi immediately replied, "As long as I die, will you let Chen live?" Looking at her earnest eyes, it was as if she was suddenly in a state of drowning and grasping at a life-saving straw. "Little she, shut your mouth." Long Chen's cold gaze scared Lingxi so much that she took a few steps back. He knew what Lingxi was thinking. Right now, Lingxi's body was nothing more than the mysterious sky jade lotus. If Lingxi were to abandon this body, then she would definitely be willing to give Long Chen a chance to live. However, Long Chen knew that even if he was allowed to return to the imperial city safely, the final outcome would only be death. But Lingxi wanted to say something, but Long Chen's fierce gaze forced her to swallow her words. She knew that Long Chen was thinking for her sake. The 9 heavens immortal fruit was still an ethereal thing. Long Chen wasn't willing to place his hopes on such an ethereal thing. "So that's how it is. Long Chen, it seems that I've overestimated you. This girl is willing to die for you, but you're afraid of death. It seems that you're not a real man. How about this, if you say that you're dead, I can let her go and let her leave safely. Are you willing or not?" Lin Zichen teased. There was a hint of provocation in his words. If Long Chen really loved Lingxi, he would naturally give up his life in exchange for Lingxi's safety. However, Long Chen wasn't a fool. He only believed in fighting and his own strength. He didn't want his enemy to give him a way out. "Cut the crap. Come at me if you have the guts. Lin Zichen, don't say such meaningless words. Otherwise, I'll look down on you." Long Chen took out his blue dragon halberd. In the process, blood-red scales gradually covered his body. "Little she, step back." Under Long Chen's order, Lingxi's face turned pale. She could only retreat and try her best to leave the battlefield. However, Lin Zichen's words still made her feel uneasy. She was clearer than Long Chen about the comparison of their strengths, so she knew that it was impossible for Long Chen to do anything. If what this guy said is true, as long as he's not dead, Chen still has a chance. What does my life count for? It's just a mysterious sky jade lotus. I stayed in Lingxi's sword before, so why can't I stay with you now? Because she was worried about Long Chen's safety, Lingxi looked at the two of them nervously, her thoughts running wild. Let's see how the battle goes first. If Chen can't do it, then this is the only choice. Lingxi sighed slightly. And at this moment, Long Chen and Lin Zichen were already facing each other. The battle was about to break out at any moment. Your beast soul transformation seems to have increased your strength quite a bit. You're only at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, but it seems like you're already close to the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, Lin Zichen exclaimed. In reality, he had underestimated Long Chen. The level of Long Chen's true energy had already reached the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. This was the nature-defying aspect of the Dragon Soul transformation. However, even if you're at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, you're still too weak in my eyes. You don't even have the right to make me use my battle techniques. Lin Zichen smiled proudly. Then let's try. After Long Chen finished shouting, his body turned into a blood-red arrow, piercing towards Lin Zichen. With a whistling sound, a blood-red line instantly turned into a dragon, piercing towards Lin Zichen's head. Too weak. Lin Zichen laughed heartily. He threw a light punch, and directly sent Long Chen's Dragon Emperor's mortis flying. It was just a light punch, but Long Chen finally stabilized himself with great difficulty. At this moment, he deeply realized the strength of both sides. However, Lin Zichen's strength was also within his expectations. "You're only a so-so." Long Chen gritted his teeth, turned his body in mid-air, and attacked ferociously like a storm, once again attacking Lin Zichen. His attacks were very ruthless, and could even be described as suicidal. However, every time, even if Lin Zichen did not use any techniques, he could easily send Long Chen flying with a light push. "What's going on? With your strength, you can't even defeat an ordinary 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. How did you kill the 6 great commanders and the Wu tribe's Pinewood City?" Lin Zichen was really too disappointed with Long Chen's strength. Now, Long Chen was only an ordinary 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, and there was nothing special about him. "Looks like the outside world has made you sound so amazing that I was shocked. How disappointing." Lin Zichen's face was full of pity and disappointment. He had taken the initiative to chase after Long Chen because he had heard of his nature-defying abilities. He had always been a superhuman genius, and in the Zhangyang nation, it was not easy to find an expert of the same generation. Now that Long Chen had appeared, he immediately ran back. Who would have thought that the legendary Long Chen was only a so-so? Long Chen didn't care about his sarcasm at all. He continued to attack with all his might, his eyes bloodshot. As soon as he started fighting, his primordial blood spirit dragon personality would immediately erupt, and Long Chen's aura would be adjusted to a sufficiently violent state. What is Chen doing? Lingxi was a little confused. She had the best understanding of Long Chen's strength. Currently, Long Chen did not use the devouring blood world, nor did he use the divine fire clone. He also did not use the even more nature-defying blood sacrifice. Could it be, as expected, at this time, Lin Zichen had already lost his patience with Long Chen? When he truly tested Long Chen's strength and found out that it was only the standard of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, he directly punched Long Chen's lower abdomen, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward, falling to the ground. What a piece of trash! Such a piece of trash actually caused such a huge commotion in the Zhangyang nation. It's really unbelievable. Lin Zichen approached Long Chen step by step. It was obvious that his next attack would take Long Chen's life. Such a light punch, but he actually can't get up. Seeing that Long Chen was actually struggling on the spot, Lin Zichen was really a little speechless. He casually walked towards Long Chen, glancing at Lingxi along the way. To be honest, he was also a little moved by such a beautiful girl. However, in his opinion, no matter how beautiful a girl was, she would still distract him on the path of the sword, so he suppressed his impulse. 9th brother actually died because of a woman. What a useless guy. Lin Zichen shook his head. He was just about to bend down and end the painfully struggling Long Chen's life with a punch, but at this moment, a blood-red space instantly surrounded him. What is this? Lin Zichen was taken aback. The sudden turn of events had caught him off guard and he could not react in time. The surrounding blood-red mist whizzed and danced around Lin Zichen like a blood-red dragon. A suction force caused Lin Zichen's blood to boil, and he even lost control of it. At this moment, endless red flames suddenly rose from Long Chen's body. In an instant, 125 divine fire clones formed in an instant, and countless attacks covered the sky and earth as they attacked Lin Zichen. In an instant, the flames howled and the ground shook. He was hiding his strength just now. Lin Zichen suddenly recalled this. He recalled that when he looked at Lingxi just now, he realized that although Lingxi was nervous, she did not feel heartache or fear because of Long Chen's injuries. This meant that she was fully aware that Long Chen was fine. "Bastard, how dare you trick me?" Lin Zichen was extremely furious. The combat power of these divine fire clones in front of him was not high. It seemed to be a domain-type battle technique. Although it was very troublesome and required true qi to suppress the blood qi, it was definitely not to the extent that Lin Zichen could not react. Even if Long Chen suddenly attacked, he could still easily deal with the attack. Even if he hibernates and then explodes at this moment, with Long Chen's strength, it is still a little difficult to come out on stage. For someone at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier like him, the current Long Chen was really too weak to withstand a single blow. And at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly exploded where Long Chen was. Chapter 341. Blood Sacrifice. Long Chen could have used the blood sacrifice right from the start to increase his battle prowess and have a pinnacle battle with Lin Zichen. However, he was worried that it wouldn't have the desired effect. After all, his opponent's foundation was too strong, so Long Chen could only endure it. When Lin Zichen looked down on him, he would choose to erupt at that moment. At least for now, it seemed that he was successful. After using the Divine Fire clone to completely block Lin Zichen's vision, Long Chen used the blood sacrifice to forcibly increase his body by 2 levels, reaching the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Blood-red flames burned fiercely on his body. The increase in strength didn't come without a price. After the battle, Long Chen's strength would once again drop to the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. At that time, if he hadn't taken care of Lin Zichen would only need to casually wave her hand to kill Long Chen. This was Long Chen's final gambit, which was why he had used such a method. When his true qi immediately soared to the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, because of the Dragon Soul transformation, he had actually already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. This was the first time that Long Chen had such terrifying true qi, and he really felt like he couldn't control it. This strength was really too strong, and compared to before, he was at least 10 times stronger now. Because of the sharp increase in true qi, the power of the devouring blood realm instantly increased to the point that it could pose a threat to Lin Zichen. Now, in terms of true qi, Long Chen was almost on par with Lin Zichen. Generally speaking, in front of cultivators of the same level, the threat caused by Long Chen's devouring blood realm would require cultivators of the same level to use more than half of their true qi to suppress their blood qi. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight normally at all. As for the Divine Fire Doppelgangers, because the Divine Fire Doppelgangers were unleashed by the true fire seeds stored in their apertures, the power of the Divine Fire Doppelgangers did not increase. The effect of the Divine Fire Doppelgangers at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier was only a slight hindrance to Lin Zichen. Very soon, a large number of Divine Fire Doppelgangers were killed by Lin Zichen. The moment Long Chen completed the blood sacrifice, he withdrew his Divine Flame clone and unleashed a torrent of attacks on Lin Zichen. This was Long Chen's goal. He quickly completed the blood sacrifice and immediately launched an attack. In this way, Lin Zichen was suppressed by Long Chen, whose strength had unexpectedly skyrocketed. Lin Zichen was actually forced to retreat. Just what kind of domain-type combat skill is this? And Long Chen, how did your strength suddenly increase by so much? Lin Zichen's eyes widened in shock. He was forced to retreat by Long Chen's Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. No matter how hard he thought, he would never have guessed that Long Chen would have the 2 nature-defying mystical abilities, the Blood Sacrifice and the Devouring Blood Realm. Long Chen could still be weak now. As his strength increased, the power of these 2 mystical abilities also increased. It was not hard to imagine that when Long Chen's strength reached its peak, he could still increase his strength by 1 or 2 levels through the Blood Sacrifice, or even 3 levels. How terrifying would that be? Die. This was the only chance to reverse life and death. At this moment, Long Chen did not hold back at all. He exploded with all his strength and increased the devouring power of the devouring blood realm. Then, he used the Dragon Emperor's downfall once again with his life on the line. The current Dragon Emperor's downfall was much stronger than before. Long Chen's extraordinary talent and control allowed him to use the Dragon Emperor's downfall to the level of an advanced Earth-level combat skill. Rumble. The explosive power of each move was stronger than the previous one. Blue Dragon Combat Skill, Dragon Emperor's Downfall. Roar. The blood-colored divine dragon turned into a small, sharp blade. The blood-colored light appeared in front of Lin Zichen at lightning speed. Seeing this blood-colored light, Lin Zichen was shocked. Long Chen's sudden explosive power was too shocking. He finally understood that this was the true heaven-defying strength of Long Chen. He was just pretending before. Only this kind of Long Chen was worthy to be Lin Zichen's opponent. Of course, he did not know that Long Chen's current explosive power was at the cost of 2 levels of strength. If he was not careful, he would face such a dangerous moment. Moreover, the terrifying devouring power made it difficult for Lin Zichen to move. Under the explosive power of Long Chen's ultimate killing move, Lin Zichen was immediately in a precarious situation. Long Chen's eyes were filled with bloodlust. He knew that this was his most important opportunity. If he didn't kill Lin Zichen this time, or if he couldn't leave any wounds on his body, it would be very difficult for him to attack again. 9 revolutions of the Milky Way. At this moment, dazzling starlight suddenly appeared in Lin Zichen's hands. He rotated his hands, and suddenly, a huge force acted on Long Chen's blue dragon halberd. Under Lin Zichen's control, a dazzling starlight vortex appeared in front of Lin Zichen. The huge reverse force directly pulled Long Chen's blue dragon halberd to the side. You want to reverse? Dream on. Lin Zichen's strength was not weak, but the power formed by Long Chen's devouring blood realm and blood sacrifice was not weak either. Although Lin Zichen's 9 revolutions of the Milky Way was strong, Long Chen's blue dragon halberd was not weak either. Pfft! The blue dragon halberd pierced through Lin Zichen's shoulder, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Of course, Lin Zichen screamed in pain. Even with the 9 revolutions of the Milky Way, a high-level Earth-rank defensive battle technique, Lin Zichen could not completely block Long Chen in the face of the double power of the devouring blood realm and blood sacrifice. The injury on Lin Zichen's shoulder was actually not serious. The flesh that was sliced off was only half a kilogram. However, the problem was that Lin Zichen's talent had always been extraordinary ever since he was born. He had never been defeated, let alone injured. Long Chen was the first person who had ever injured him. A person from a small place, whose strength was only at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, actually managed to injure him in the end. This immediately made Lin Zichen explode with great anger. Originally, he only wanted to play around with Long Chen. Long Chen actually hid for so long and came up with such a killing move. This made Lin Zichen feel humiliated. You're courting death. You're courting death. Lin Zichen suddenly retreated and stretched out his hand to cover the piece of flesh that was missing from his shoulder. Even so, blood still flowed out. His face was instantly filled with blood and turned steely green. Long Chen, you're the first person to injure me. I've decided that you must die. You must die. Lin Zichen's face gradually revealed a crazed expression. He had always been high and mighty, and this was the first time someone had profaned him like this. When he felt the burning pain on his shoulder, his heart twitched. With a swoosh, a golden sword appeared in Lin Zichen's hand. Instantly, a majestic pressure acted on Long Chen's body. This Emperor's sword was indeed the legendary Emperor's sword. Just a few glances at it made Long Chen's heart palpitate. With such a divine sword, I still have a chance. The move just now could be considered as Long Chen's killing move. However, it only slightly injured Lin Zichen. The killing move did not kill Lin Zichen, but it left a wound on him. It would be easier to deal with later. However, Long Chen was really not confident about Lin Zichen's Emperor's Sword. Emperor's Sword Qi. At this moment, Lin Zichen simply waved his sword. Suddenly, a golden blade of light shot out from the Emperor's sword, whistling towards Long Chen. That terrifying speed and that fatal power. If Long Chen's reaction was a little faster, he would definitely be split in half. What a powerful Emperor's sword! Long Chen was shocked. This was obviously only the most basic power of the Emperor's sword. Even so, it was far beyond Long Chen's most powerful killing move. Chen. When the Emperor's sword Qi appeared, Lingxi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Lingxi was an expert in using the sword. With one look, she knew that Long Chen would definitely not be able to withstand the power of the Emperor's sword Qi. Long Chen heard Lingxi's reminder. Now, even if he forcefully used his movement technique to dodge, he might not be able to dodge it. However, it was not that Long Chen did not have a solution. Blood escape. Although this move was not as terrifying as the blood sacrifice, when used, it allowed Long Chen's speed to soar immensely. The extreme speed made it impossible for Long Chen to control his direction. He instantly accelerated, turned into a bloody shadow, and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was at least 100 meters away. If not for Lingxi and Xiao Lang, with the blood escape, Lin Zichen would not be able to catch Long Chen at all. Using the blood escape, although Long Chen tried his best to control it, he had already flown 100 meters away. This was already the shortest distance. Lingxi was still at the original place, so Long Chen had no choice but to rush back immediately. For the true energy of the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, a breath's time was enough to cover a distance of 100 meters. However, even a breath's time was enough for Lin Zichen to kill Lingxi, so Long Chen knew that he could not use the blood escape again. This time, Lin Zichen had not reacted, and he did not know what would happen the next time. Indeed, Long Chen used the blood escape to escape, causing the Emperor's sword Qi to hit thin air. Lin Zichen was indeed stunned for a while, and while he was in a daze, Long Chen had already returned. He was worried about Lingxi, so he stood in front of Lingxi. I have to say, Long Chen, you have a lot of amazing and enviable techniques. Lin Zichen narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Chen. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curled up into a sinister smile. The technique you used to escape just now was very powerful. It seemed like even my Emperor's sword Qi could not hit you. However, I really want to know, if you used it like this, would you be able to dodge it? Lin Zichen's words gave Long Chen a bad premonition. As expected, at this moment, Lin Zichen's Emperor's sword Qi struck towards Lingxi. Chapter 342. Long Chen was not far from Lingxi. In other words, if Long Chen dared to, he could definitely block Lingxi's path before the Imperial Sword Qi arrived. However, would Long Chen dare to risk his life? That was exactly what Lin Zichen was thinking. The Imperial Sword Qi made Long Chen's heart twitch. He was certain that if he did not block in front of Lingxi, Lingxi would be cleaved in half. However, if he blocked in front of Lingxi, he might also be cleaved in half. The Imperial Sword Qi whistled out, and the dazzling golden light dyed Long Chen's entire world gold. Big Brother Chen. Lingxi finally revealed a smile of relief. She had always been a burden along the way, and this made her feel extremely uncomfortable every single day. Even though she knew that Long Chen would not blame her, she still felt terrible in her heart. The profound Sky Jade Lotus had given her many new experiences as a human, and it had even given her many feelings that she had never felt before. However, correspondingly, it had also brought her much pain and self-blame. She had been taken care of by Long Chen every day since Yuanling City. She had gained enough happiness, so she really gave up this time. Long Chen had always been the one sacrificing for her during their escape. This time, it was her turn. At this moment, Long Chen felt his mind go blank, and the golden imperial sword Qi was the only thing left in his world. His thoughts were very simple, or rather, he did not have any thoughts at all. It was just like when he was in the Star Demon prison. Without any hesitation, Long Chen moved and instantly blocked in front of Lingxi. Lingxi knew that he would do this. She understood Long Chen too well. Once he set his mind on something, no matter what kind of disaster there was, he would not be able to change it. He was determined to protect Lingxi, so he had long disregarded life and death. The imperial sword Qi instantly rushed in front of Long Chen, accompanied by Lin Zichen's cold laughter. The huge sword light had already pierced through Long Chen's body before it even reached him. Long Chen was frantically trying to think of a solution. He thought of all the things he had, and the only thing he could use was the Hell King's blade that he had taken from Songzhong City. It was an advanced Earth-grade weapon, and it was 1 grade higher than the Blue Dragon battle halberd. Boom! Long Chen released all the genuine qi in his body and concentrated all the power on the Hell King's blade in his hand, blocking the sovereign sword qi. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and Long Chen was sent flying back with blood spurting out of his mouth. His face was pale, but he still held on. The imperial sword qi did not dissipate, and it pushed Long Chen back at an extremely fast speed. The sharp sword light danced in all directions, piercing through Long Chen's skin and causing Long Chen to be covered in cuts and bruises. Long Chen felt that the imperial sword qi in front of him was like a mountain, pressing down on his head through the Hell King's blade. Even though he used all the strength in his body, he was still pushed back. His hands that were holding the Hell King's blade were almost crippled. You really blocked it. I'm really touched. However, I don't believe in being touched. Since you're willing to die for her, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll give you a little more. As he spoke, he raised the imperial sword high up and saw the other imperial sword qi about to kill Long Chen. Not to mention the other imperial sword qi, the imperial sword qi in front of him had already caused Long Chen to be covered in cuts and bruises. The Hell King's blade in his hand had already cracked and was about to shatter. If the Hell King's blade were to shatter, Long Chen would definitely be killed on the spot. Only now did Long Chen realize just how terrifying this guy was. Perhaps this monarch sword qi was just a very simple battle skill like him. In fact, this young sword emperor should be even stronger than his uncle, the sword demon. At this critical juncture, Long Chen could only resist with his life. His eyes were filled with blood and viciousness. In fact, if Lin Zichen did not attack Lingxi, Long Chen could rely on the blood escape to deal with him. It was certain that Lin Zichen would not be able to kill him. However, it was a pity that Lin Zichen was also a person who did not play his cards according to common sense. In fact, the way he played his cards was very low level. Life and death depended on this moment. Chen, I'm coming to save you. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly heard Lingxi's voice. Lingxi's voice had changed. It did not sound like the voice of her current body at all. Instead, it sounded like the voice that Lingxi communicated with him in the Lingxi sword a long time ago. Could it be? Long Chen's expression changed greatly. He could not care less about the imperial sword qi in front of him. He suddenly turned around and saw a pure white sword qi sweeping over. It immediately shattered the imperial sword qi in front of Long Chen, turning it into stars and dissipating in the air. Little Shi. When the sword light passed, Long Chen was shocked to see that Ling Shi had already turned into a soul state that was completely enveloped by white mist. As for the profound sky jade lotus, it gradually turned illusory and shrunk. In the end, it turned into a piece of abandoned lotus root. It was completely charred black and could no longer be used. This meant that Lingxi had given up the mysterious sky jade lotus body and returned to her original spirit state. She was carrying the Lingxi sword by her side. "I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I can't just watch you die. Forgive me for being disobedient this time, but I've had enough of being a useless piece of trash. I believe that you will find something better for me soon enough." Worried that Longchen would take things too hard, Lingxi hurriedly explained. Of course, Longchen knew that, but the 9 heavenly immortal fruit was still an unknown. At this critical juncture, Longchen had also thought things through. He really wanted Lingxi to have a good body and live a carefree life. Unfortunately, it was impossible to live carefree under these circumstances. The 9 heavenly immortal fruit was a huge challenge, but no one knew who would emerge victorious until the end. Since he couldn't keep it with his life, he might as well let it go. Perhaps there would be light at the end of the tunnel. Longchen heard Lingxi's words and realized that he had been a little selfish along the way. He wanted to give Lingxi a happy life, but he had neglected Lingxi's feelings. "Chen, can you forgive me?" Lingxi asked worriedly. Previously, Longchen was very against her giving up the mysterious sky jade lotus that she had obtained with great difficulty, so she felt a little uneasy. She was very afraid that Longchen would abandon her because of her disobedience. "Because of the mysterious sky jade lotus, I've accumulated a lot of spiritual power. I should be able to hold this guy off for a while. Chen, can you leave first? I'll hold him off for a while, then I'll catch up with you." Lingxi asked nervously. To Longchen, he had lost the mysterious sky jade lotus and Lingxi would have to live in the Lingxi sword. This was something that he could not do anything about. He should respect Lingxi's choice. The matter was already a foregone conclusion, and the most important thing now was Lin Zichen. Then, he could only cultivate even harder in order to find the 9 heavenly immortal fruit for Lingxi as soon as possible. Then, she could truly become a human and possess her peerless abilities. However, it was absolutely impossible for Longchen to escape first. Lingxi had no choice but to give up the mysterious sky jade lotus. Longchen did not blame Lingxi, it was all because of Lin Zichen. Longchen directed all his anger and hatred towards Lin Zichen. At this moment, he turned around coldly and looked at Lin Zichen, his eyes flashing with a cold murderous intent. "How is that possible? I'll leave first. Xiao Shi, if you're still capable, then come with me to deal with him. Today, I must take his dog life." Dog life? Lin Zichen was still looking at Lingxi in a daze. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not know what was going on with Lingxi. Why would a perfectly fine person suddenly become shrouded in mist and become so unreal? Moreover, it felt as if Lingxi did not have a body. Lin Zichen originally wanted to use another emperor's sword qi to kill Longchen, but he did not expect such an effect to appear. This made him stop his attack. When Longchen said that he wanted his dog life, he finally reacted. "Although I don't know what happened to this girl, I'm quite interested. You guys want to join forces to kill me. Coincidentally, I also want to use this girl to study what's going on. At the same time, Longchen, I'll send you to hell." Lingxi came to Longchen's side. Although she did not have much power now, she believed that she would be able to suppress her opponent for a while, just like Longchen. Just as the fight was about to start, there was suddenly a huge wave from the direction of Mount Emperor Demon. Longchen and the others were forced to take a few steps back. A piercing demonic voice suddenly entered their ears. "Little royal family, leave now, or else, don't blame me for being impolite." Longchen was fine with the roar since it wasn't directed at him. However, Lin Zichen was shaken to the point where his blood was boiling and his face was pale. He was already injured and now he was forced to take a few steps back. To be able to directly injure Lin Zichen with a single sentence, such an expert was definitely the legendary peerless expert who had surpassed the heavenly river level. In the entire Ssangyang kingdom, there were definitely no more than 2 people who could surpass the Sword Emperor. This person was obviously the Palace Master of Sky Demon Palace. After hearing the voice, Lin Zichen's expression changed. A stray dog trying to escape. Long Chen did not expect such a thing to happen. There was still a distance from here to Mount Emperor Demon. He did not expect the Palace Master of Sky Demon Palace to be able to sense it. Long Chen, you're lucky this time, but if you have the guts, don't walk out of the range of Mount Emperor Demon. Once you come out, I'll definitely kill you immediately. Lin Zichen said fiercely. Then I won't leave Mount Emperor Demon. Also, Lin Zichen, remember, in the near future, I'll definitely return to Baiyang Royal City. When that time comes, it'll be the time for you, Lin Zichen. Today, I swear that if I don't cut you into 1,000 pieces, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Then we'll see. Lin Zichen sneered and walked away. Chapter 343. In this escape, Long Chen experienced a total of 3 hunts. Whether it was the 6 great commanders or the Wu tribe, Long Chen completed the final reversal from an absolute disadvantage. But for the 3rd time, not only did his strength fall by 2 levels, but Lingxi's mysterious sky jade lotus body was also lost. Although Long Chen did not show his anger on his face, in fact, his heart was already filled with anger. One day, I will appear in Baiyang Imperial City and defeat you, the number 1 genius of Cangyang Kingdom, in front of everyone. Long Chen swore in his heart. He would definitely go back to Baiyang Imperial City. He would also go back to Nai Yang Immortal's realm. This time, the imperial family had oppressed him. This was hatred. One day, he would go back openly to get it back. He would return everything that the imperial family had given him during this period of time. Lin Zichen, I have to admit that you are definitely the heavens' favored one. Not only is your strength super strong, but you also have a peerless heavenly weapon. Everyone thinks that you are an undefeated legend. Today, I can only rely on the blood sacrifice to forcefully increase my strength to resist you. One day, I will rely on my own strength to trample on you. If there was no Lin Zichen, Long Chen could escape to Shihai Kingdom with Lingxi and live a peaceful life with Lingxi while working hard to improve himself. But now, it was different. Long Chen needed to work hard to return to Baiyang Imperial City as soon as possible and regain his dignity from the royal family. At the same time, there was also Xiao Lang's dignity and hatred. This was a matter between the 2 brothers. Under the pursuit of the royal family, Xiao Lang was still unconscious, and Lingxi also lost the mysterious sky jade lotus. How could Long Chen not be angry and hateful? One day, you will regret not killing me today. Royal family. From the moment I return to Baiyang Imperial City, the word royal family will no longer exist in this world. Long Chen roared in his heart and made such a blood oath. At this time, Lin Zichen's figure gradually walked away. It could be seen that the celestial demon palace master seemed to make him very fearful. Chen, it's really okay. Even if I'm like this, I can still live well, right? Floating in front of Long Chen, Lingxi said with some grievance. In fact, if she didn't choose to do this, Long Chen would be dead now. Long Chen didn't blame Lingxi at all. I'm fine. I know what's going on. You don't have to worry too much. Long Chen looked at Lingxi. It had been a long time since he had seen Lingxi appear in this illusory state. Our life and death escape this time was all because of the mysterious sky jade lotus body. Now that we've abandoned it, I actually feel a lot more relaxed. I just need to experience the feeling of having a body. I'm really satisfied now. It's just that I can't let Chen hug little Shi to sleep in the future. Lingxi was a little bashful as she spoke towards the end. Don't worry. The 9 heavens immortal fruit won't take long, Long Chen said firmly. Lingxi nodded heavily. She had absolute trust in Long Chen. Then, she continued, Chen, I'm going back to the Lingxi sword. After saying this, her body gradually turned into a cloud of smoke and entered the Lingxi sword. The Lingxi sword gradually became smaller, and with a final whoosh, it pierced into Long Chen's ear. This piercing pain in his ear that he hadn't felt in a long time stunned Long Chen. It had been a long time since he had experienced this kind of feeling. With Lingxi here, he suddenly felt very satisfied. Forget it. The mysterious sky jade lotus is ultimately just a dream. Only the 9 heavens immortal fruit can turn this dream into reality. So, work hard. In this process, Long Chen's blood sacrifice had already come to an end. His strength gradually faded, and finally stopped at the level of the 4th level of the heavenly river tier, just like when he had just come out from the Ni Yang immortal realm. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. During this period of life and death escape, there was not the slightest change in his strength, but so many things had happened in between. There was suffering, there was emotion, and there was one thing that could not be denied. That was, whether it was the feelings between him and Lingxi, or the brotherly feelings between him and Xiao Lang, they had become especially strong because of this ordeal. Nothing, not even time, could destroy the feelings between them. It was possible that in a very, very long time, this experience of reversing the path of life and death would appear clearly in their minds, moving them and making them reminisce about it. If life was only as long as it was when we first met, why would the autumn wind grieve over a painting fan? How many years later, they would still be able to remember the appearance of that year. Hot-blooded, righteous, chivalrous, tender feelings, sticking together in life and death, never leaving or abandoning each other, fighting side by side, living and dying together. Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang. Everything will wait for the day I return to Baiyang Imperial City. Long Chen, who was at the 4th level of the heavenly river tier, held the unconscious Xiao Lang in his arms. From now on, he needed to start another path, and that was to work hard to improve his strength. Chen, where should we go now? Lin Zichen, that guy, must have set a trap outside of Mount Emperor Demon and is just waiting for us to walk right into it. There was some uneasiness in Lingxi's voice. We don't need to go anywhere, just stay at Mount Emperor Demon, Long Chen said calmly as he raised his head and looked at Mount Emperor Demon, which looked like a giant black sword. Why? Our original goal was not to go to Shihai country. Lin Zichen is in the way of the Shihai kingdom, so we can't go there. Let me tell you directly, I think the palace lord of the heavenly demon palace is determined to protect us. Otherwise, why would he chase Lin Zichen away? Just because Lin Zichen is a member of the royal family. Long Chen knew that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Long Chen was the enemy of the royal family, and Sky Demon Palace was the enemy of the royal family. It was normal for Sky Demon Palace to want to rope in or even take in Long Chen. Are they going to take you in? Lingxi did not understand. Their original plan was to go to Shihai country, but now they suddenly said that they wanted to stay at Mount Emperor Demon, so she did not know how to react. Let's wait here, we'll find out soon. In this battle, Long Chen had suffered quite a few injuries. Of course, they were only external injuries. After a short period of recuperation, he quickly recovered. When he opened his eyes, a white-haired old man was already standing in front of him. His speed was incomparably fast. Long Chen quickly looked at the appearance of the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was tall and sturdy, even taller than Long Chen. Although he was old, his body did not show any signs of aging. His muscles were firm and full of explosive power. His face was very tough, his eyes were as sharp as swords, and his nose was high, like an eagle flying in the sky. Under the old man's gaze, Long Chen felt that all his secrets were unmistakably seen through by the white-haired old man. Suddenly meeting a martial artist who was much stronger than Lin Zichen, Long Chen felt somewhat restrained. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Junior Long Chen greets the Sky Demon Palace Master. With such strength, his identity could only be the Sky Demon Palace Master. Long Chen had heard of his name before, it seemed to be Zhao Qingyun. Although the name sounded elegant, it was rumored that this person was cruel and merciless, raping and pillaging, committing all kinds of crimes. He was a peerless demon. But Long Chen did not believe it. A person's character could be easily seen from his demeanor, eyes, and temperament. This was Cangyang country, ruled by the royal family. If the royal family wanted to discredit the Sky Demon Palace, it was easy for them to spread some rumors. The Sky Demon Palace Master, Zhao Qingyun, should have been discredited. Long Chen still had some foresight. This Zhao Qingyun's eyes were calm, giving off a feeling of being aloof from worldly affairs. Not only did he not have any killing intent, but he also had a kind of tranquil demeanor, and even a trace of awe-inspiring righteousness. How could a person with such temperament be the legendary demon? At this moment, Zhao Qingyun was also looking at Long Chen. His heart was full of doubts. After eliminating these doubts, he still nodded and said, Little child, I have heard too many of your heroic deeds these few days. My ears have gotten calluses from listening to them. I guessed that you would come to the Sky Demon Palace, but I didn't expect that you would really come. This is Junior's honor. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life just now. Zhao Qingyun might be a senior worthy of respect, but he was also one of the top elites of Cangyang country, so Long Chen maintained sufficient respect for him. This mystical power, the blood sacrifice, also had a time limit. If not for Zhao Qingyun, if he and Lingxi continued to fight with Lin Zichen, there probably wouldn't be any good results. The current Long Chen was still quite a bit weaker than Lin Zichen. Zhao Qingyun smiled faintly. His gaze passed over Long Chen and landed on the mysterious heaven jade lotus that had already withered. He praised softly, although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I can more or less sense what has happened here. This little girl is really amazing, and Long Chen, you also have many amazing things on you. For example, you could still fight against Lin Zichen just now, but now you are only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. As expected, Zhao Qingyun had some understanding of what had happened here. Lingxi's mysterious heaven jade lotus and Long Chen's blood sacrifice were all things that were difficult to explain. Long Chen was worried that Zhao Qingyun would interrogate him, so he was already on his guard. Don't worry. If it was me when I was young, I would naturally pester you to find out what exactly is going on. Everyone has their own secrets and trump cards. You are an exceptionally outstanding junior, and there is hope that you can grow to be a match for Lin Zichen, so I won't make things difficult for you. I'm here to ask you about your future plans. I'll tell you the truth, Zhao Qingyun paused, then said, if you want to leave Cangyang country, I can escort you out. That's great. Long Chen was shocked. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Zichen guarding outside. However, he was more interested to hear what Zhao Qingyun had to say next. The other option is to become my personal disciple. You will obtain many things that you want, including battle techniques, strength, and even a divine weapon that is comparable to the heaven-grade divine weapon, the Emperor Sword. Chapter 344. A heaven-grade divine weapon comparable to the Emperor Sword. Zhao Qingyun's words instantly attracted Long Chen's attention. To be honest, Long Chen risked a drop in level and used the blood sacrifice. In terms of true qi, he was almost on the same level as Lin Zichen. He lost to him purely because of his battle technique, and more importantly, Lin Zichen's Emperor Sword. Seeing that Long Chen's interest had been piqued, but there was still a sliver of wariness in his eyes, Zhao Qingyun smiled helplessly, and said, don't be too abrupt. Everyone loves talent. Our Heaven Demon Palace has always been the mortal enemy of the imperial family, and our strength is also in a relatively balanced state. However, among the younger generation of the imperial family, there are martial artists at the 9th level of the Heaven River tier who stand at the peak, while our Heaven Demon Palace does not. From your performance these few days, I can guess that you definitely have an extremely great secret on you. If you become my disciple, you will definitely be able to inherit my mantle in the future, and even surpass Lin Zichen. I have been suppressed by the Sword Emperor all my life, and even my descendants are far inferior to him, so I am not satisfied. Zhao Qingyun lowered his head and said the last sentence. It's not that I don't believe you, but it's a little abrupt, so I hesitated for a while. Hearing Zhao Qingyun's sincere words, how could Long Chen not know that this was a great opportunity? If Zhao Qingyun could give him what he had less than Lin Zichen, then so what if he became his personal disciple? Moreover, Zhao Qingyun had just saved him, and his strength was far above Long Chen's. He even had the identity of the Heaven Demon Palace Master, the first level of the Zhangyang country. It would not be embarrassing for him to have such a master as his master. Don't be anxious. Seeing that Long Chen was no longer on guard, Zhao Qingyun said with satisfaction, why don't you listen first to what weapon is comparable to the Emperor Sword? I was just about to ask. Long Chen smiled a little embarrassedly. It can be said that this sword was originally a pair with the Emperor Sword. Heaven Demon Palace's ancestor and the royal family's ancestor each snatched a divine weapon when the divine weapon was born. The royal family got the Emperor Sword that Lin Zichen is using, and the divine weapon that Heaven Demon Palace got is called the Demon Emperor Sword. Demon Emperor Sword. Just from the name, it was obvious that it was a pair with the Emperor Sword. Of course, Sky Devil Palace Master would not lie to Long Chen. Therefore, for Long Chen, this was a huge surprise. If he obtained the Demon Emperor Sword, he would definitely give Lin Zichen a huge surprise when he returned to Baiyang Imperial City. Senior, what do I need to do to get this Demon Emperor Sword? Long Chen gritted his teeth and said very directly. This time, he had already decided that he must stay in Heaven Demon Palace. If he went to the West Sea country, he might be able to improve his strength, but he might not be able to get battle skills and divine weapons. But it was different in Heaven Demon Palace. Heaven Demon Palace was a force comparable to the royal family, with thousands of years of heritage. The treasures and battle skills they had were probably not inferior to the royal family. Long Chen's words proved that he was already tempted. To get the Demon Emperor Sword, you must first have the identity of a disciple of Heaven Demon Palace, and a core disciple. Only a core disciple of Heaven Demon Palace is qualified to compete for the Demon Emperor Sword. In addition, you need to suppress all the young disciples of Heaven Demon Palace. Zhao Qingyun said. Deal. From today onwards, I, Long Chen, am Zhao Qingyun's personal disciple, Long Chen said boldly without another word. Don't be happy too early. Among the core disciples of Heaven Demon Palace, although there is no one comparable to Lin Zichen, there are 2 disciples at the peak of the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and there are even disciples at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Suppressing them with your current strength at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier is a complete joke. It's very possible that even if you enter Heaven Demon Palace, it'll be all for naught, and even become a laughing stock. Zhao Qingyun looked at Long Chen with a rare teasing smile. He was very satisfied with Long Chen's decisiveness. 2 at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and even comparable to the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, were basically equivalent to Lin Zichen without the Emperor Sword. This kind of strength was undoubtedly super strong. However, Long Chen could leave a wound on Lin Zichen's shoulder just now, so why would he be afraid of 2 at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier? Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough time. How much time do I have? From the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, it would still take a lot of time to at least reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. There isn't much time. You have 3 months' time, so make good use of it, Zhao Qingyun said. 3 months' time. Long Chen smiled. 3 months' time was enough. 3 months later, it would be time for him to make a comeback and kill his way back to Baiyang Imperial City. Little child, have you really decided to come to my heavenly demon palace and take this risk? Do you know that the heavenly demon palace is known as the Devil Palace? Naturally, there is something devil about it. If you become my direct disciple, you will have an endless halo around you. But if you don't have the strength to match this halo, then you will only have an endless halo around you. Be prepared. There has never been any benefit, and it has never been accompanied by a challenge. I have long since gotten used to this. No matter how deep the waters of Heaven Demon Palace run, for the sake of the Demon Emperor Sword, a heaven-grade divine weapon that can rival the Emperor Sword, I, Long Chen, will also come and give it a try, Long Chen said with a resolute expression. Don't you worry that our master-disciple relationship is like a union of interests. It is a little unhealthy for us to be together, Zhao Qingyun joked. Everything that is unhealthy will become healthy with the passage of time, Yi Zichen said. After a period of observation, Long Chen had a good understanding of this Zhao Qingyun. Indeed, as a rival of the Sword Emperor, he did not have a descendant that could stand against Lin Zichen, which was a bit embarrassing. And the astonishing talent that Long Chen had displayed these few days had attracted his attention, evoking his long-dormant desire to take him in as a disciple. All right then. From today onwards, you will be my 9th personal disciple. Finally confirming this matter, Zhao Qingyun was slightly gratified. Of course, this disciple was not sincere in seeking refuge, but had come purely for the Demon Emperor Sword. However, Zhao Qingyun naturally had his own plans. He had only planted a seed today. Who could be sure that this seed would not grow to the extent that it would wipe out the Wu tribe, and then destroy the imperial family? The 9th one, the 2 at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier that you mentioned, are both my senior brothers and sisters. Long Chen was a little depressed. Because of his relationship with the 9th prince, he was really a little speechless at the title of 9th junior brother. None of them. Speaking up to this point, Zhao Qingyun said a little awkwardly, they are not my personal disciples. I must have been blind. Back then, I was not cautious in taking in disciples, and your senior brothers and sisters are not very promising. Now, the best that they have achieved is only at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Now, the more outstanding disciples of Heaven Demon Palace are all gathered under the command of the 3 great demon elders, so that's how it is. Long Chen understood. No wonder this old guy was in a hurry to recruit Long Chen. It was purely because his personal disciples were really too embarrassing. Not to mention that they could not compare to the Sword Emperor of the imperial family, they probably could not even compare to the 3 great demon elders of Heaven Demon Palace. Long Chen's look of sudden realization made Zhao Qingyun's old face twitch. However, truthfully speaking, Zhao Qingyun loved this disciple from the bottom of his heart. However, now that he was a teacher, he did not dare to show too much. Long Chen, let me tell you. Long Chen, let me tell you. Currently, there are 2 major factions in Heavenly Demon Palace. I am the Palace Lord and also the strongest person in Heavenly Demon Palace. Therefore, most of the power in Heavenly Demon Palace is controlled by me. Of course, the 3 great demon elders also have a greater say in Heavenly Demon Palace. Moreover, they have countless disciples under them. If you become my direct disciple, you must be prepared to be provoked. Part of the reason why my direct disciples don't cultivate well is because they are used to being bullied by the disciples of the 3 great demon elders. Speaking of this, Zhao Qingyun was somewhat bitter. Long Chen did not laugh at him this time. He also knew that as a teacher, he also did not feel good when his disciples were so miserable. Among the younger disciples, there was equal competition. Zhao Qingyun had given his disciples more resources, but they were not good enough, and Zhao Qingyun could not do anything about it. So, I will rely on you to make me proud. Zhao Qingyun said honestly. Make me proud, of course I can. I have to say, Zhao Qingyun is actually quite interesting. Long Chen smiled treacherously and said, I am the disciple you are most proud of course I will make you proud. But teacher, I have just become your disciple, why don't I have a greeting gift? You, this guy, want to ask for something so soon? Zhao Qingyun was a little speechless. I can't give you ordinary high-grade things now. Tell me, what do you need the most now, and I will help you think of a way. Long Chen hesitated for a moment. If it was a high-level Earth-tier battle technique, it would be useless for him to cultivate it with his current ability at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Though Zhao Qingyun spoke of it lightly, Long Chen knew that it would definitely be filled with danger. Without sufficient ability, he would definitely be humiliated. It was fine if he lost Zhao Qingyun's face, but Long Chen definitely could not allow himself to be looked down upon by others. Thus, what he needed the most was to increase his ability. Of course, Xiao Lang in his arms was also an important matter. I want the corpse of a demonic beast. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the more help it will be to me. Long Chen directly stated his purpose. In truth, Zhao Qingyun had already seen quite a number of special things about him, so Long Chen did not mind letting him look a little more. Of course, Long Chen only wanted the corpse of a demonic beast, and did not necessarily have to refine his blood into qi in front of Zhao Qingyun. The corpse of a demonic beast. Zhao Qingyun was startled, a little confused, but he still immediately agreed and said, I do not have the corpse of a demonic beast with me, but there seems to be a 7th level Earth-tier demonic beast near Mount Demonic. Come with me, I will kill it for you now as a gift for you to become my disciple. Long Chen was instantly excited. This is the benefit of having an expert to protect me. Done with 11 updates. Please don't say that I update slowly. Now, my nickname is Update Madman. Chapter 345. In the past, Long Chen basically relied on himself for everything. Even if it was a high-level demonic beast, he had to rely on himself to kill it and then use blood refining to qi. But now, with the protection of the Sky Demon Palace Master, the top master of Cangyang country, everything was different. With the help of the Sky Demon Palace Master, Long Chen could imagine that the time for his revenge was not far away. Although I don't know why you want the corpse of the demonic beast, I am afraid that the strongest demonic beast within 300 miles of Mount Demon Emperor is the single-horned rhinoceros king. Zhao Qingyun said as he hurried along with Long Chen. So miserable. Long Chen was still immersed in the joy of having the help of his master to kill the demonic beast. He did not expect this to be the result. It seemed that his dream of relying on blood refining to qi to quickly grow was probably going to be ruined. However, frequent use of blood refining to qi was not the way to go. Long Chen knew this, so even if there were no demonic beasts, he was not discouraged. However, in Mount Demon Emperor, there is a passageway that leads to the Fire Evolution Earth Vein. In the Fire Evolution Earth Vein, there are many fire flame beasts. However, the passageway of the Fire Evolution Earth Vein has been closed and I can't open it for you alone. It seems that there will be a trial in the Fire Evolution Earth Vein in the near future. At that time, if you can make it to the top 10 among all the disciples, you should be able to participate in the trial. Fire Evolution Earth Vein, Fire Flame Beast. Long Chen secretly remembered these names. He had already thought that if Xiao Lang could wake up, the Fire Evolution Earth Vein would be his paradise. This demonic wolf is as special as you. I, Zhao Qingyun, have seen a lot of things, but I have never seen this demonic beast. Is this a mutation of the moon-devouring demonic wolf? The moon-devouring demonic wolf has a silver crescent moon on its forehead and this demonic beast has a golden sun. It is really amazing. But he should be injured, how are you going to fix it? Zhao Qingyun saw that Long Chen was looking at Xiao Lang with some sadness, so she said. Master, do you have any treasures of the fire attribute? Long Chen raised his head and asked directly. Since there was a master to kill, he would be an idiot not to. A fire-attributed treasure, let me think. It could be seen that Zhao Qingyun really liked Long Chen, his new disciple. Long Chen had already made 2 requests in succession, but Zhao Qingyun didn't even frown. Zhao Qingyun thought for a while and said, I have some fire essence, but they are not with me. I will give them to you when we get back to the demon palace. You have fire essence too. I was chased because I killed the 9th prince, and the 9th prince's sword has 9 fire essence, Long Chen said with some surprise. The refined fire essence was originally produced from the elemental fire vein of our Heaven Demon Palace, and the Sword Emperor should have taken it from the hands of a disciple of our Heaven Demon Palace. Although the imperial family and the Heaven Demon Palace did not have a large-scale battle, there are quite a lot of fights in the dark. It seems like not long ago, our Heaven Demon Palace had an elder in the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier die outside the imperial city. He died because he tried to kill the 9th prince, and you killed the 9th prince, which can be considered as revenge for him, Zhao Qingyun said with some regret. As the palace lord of the Demon Palace, he obviously didn't want any of his disciples to die, especially at the hands of the royal family. You killed the 6 commanders of the imperial city guards, and even exterminated the entire Wu tribe. Brat, you have some guts. To be honest, I wanted to exterminate the Wu tribe for a long time, but the royal family always protected them, so I didn't have the chance to do so. Zhao Qingyun's face was also full of hatred when he spoke of the Wu tribe. Those were just appetizers, Long Chen said calmly. From this sentence, Zhao Qingyun could hear Long Chen's determination. Brat, you have great ambitions. If you can kill the royal family, the Demon Emperor sword will be yours from now on. It doesn't matter even if you take it away, Zhao Qingyun said with a smile. Zhao Qingyun smiled. If Long Chen could reach that level, with his talent, he would naturally not choose to stay in the Zhangyang kingdom. However, that wouldn't be easy. Then I will accept the Demon Emperor sword, Long Chen said with some arrogance. Under the strong self-confidence, there was only a surging heart. I'll wait and see. By the time Zhao Qingyun finished speaking, the 2 of them had almost reached their destination. In front of them was a vast plain, overgrown with many wild weeds and muddy rivers spread throughout the wilderness. The ground rumbled and shook. This entire wilderness was filled with many wild beasts and even demonic beasts. Among them, in the deepest part of the wilderness, there was an extremely violent aura. It should be the 7th Earth Stage One-Horned Rhinoceros King. Under Zhao Qingyun's lead, Long Chen passed through the wilderness and saw the appearance of the One-Horned Rhinoceros King. The body of the One-Horned Rhinoceros King was huge, even bigger than the 9 heavenly fire beast. Its skin was gray, and its muscles were intertwined together. It looked like a rock, but Long Chen knew that the skin of the One-Horned Rhinoceros King was definitely harder than steel. And the most prominent part was the sharp, 4-meter-long horn on the head of the One-Horned Rhinoceros King. This horn was sharp and ferocious, definitely a natural weapon. However, to Zhao Qingyun, all of this was like a fleeting cloud. A dignified 7th-grade Earth-rank demon beast's internal organs were directly shattered by a light palm strike from him. The huge Rhinoceros King howled miserably and directly fell to the ground, smashing into the dust that filled the sky, and then lost all signs of life. Zhao Qingyun turned around and said to Long Chen with some pride, "With my strength, I am qualified to be your master, right?" Of course. How could Long Chen not say good things about obtaining such a huge treasure for no reason? However, he really admired Zhao Qingyun. After all, even a martial artist at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier would not be able to kill the 7th Earth Stage One-Horned Rhinoceros King so easily. Without a doubt, Zhao Qingyun was above the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen vaguely knew that the realm above the Heavenly River tier was called the Connecting Heaven tier. The meaning of connecting heaven was easy to understand, it was a realm that led to the heavens. It was definitely not something a martial artist at the 9th level of the heavenly river tier could compare with. In the path of cultivation, the dragon vein tier, divine core, heavenly river, and connecting heaven tier were known as the 4 fundamental realms of cultivation. These 4 realms were the foundation, and above the 4 fundamental realms, there were even more realms. Most of the strong warriors from Lingxi's hometown were in that realm. As for their realms, not many people in the Cangyang kingdom knew about them. Of course, Long Chen did not know about them. The 4 fundamental realms, whether it was combat skills, godly weapons, elixirs, or demonic beasts, all of them corresponded to the 4 realms of heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Just like the cultivation of martial arts, combat skills, godly weapons, elixirs, and demonic beasts also had more realms, but they did not exist in the Cangyang kingdom. These were all stories to be told later. Long Chen used the biggest cosmos sack he had to store the unicorn rhino king's carcass. I've accepted the gift. Long Chen, if there's nothing else, let's go back to the heavenly demon palace now. I'm going to gather some of the high-ranking members of the heavenly demon palace and announce that I've accepted my 9th direct disciple, which is you. At that time, I'll need you to kneel down in front of me to become my disciple. Are you willing? Zhao Qingyun said with a serious expression. If you really treat me like your disciple and treat me well, I'll kneel down in front of you. Besides, since you've given me this unicorn rhino king, should give you something in return, don't you think so? Long Chen did not mind it at all. Normally, when someone wanted to become a disciple, they had to kneel down. Without enough respect and etiquette, why would the master teach you anything? Then let's go now. But let me remind you that your current cultivation level is only at the 4th level of the heavenly river tier. If someone provokes you, you can ignore it and endure it for a while. When you have enough strength, those noisy clowns will naturally shut their mouths, Zhao Qingyun instructed. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. I won't choose the time when I'm at my weakest to be bullied by others. Long Chen said calmly. However, Zhao Qingyun's words made him understand that his days in the heavenly demon palace would probably not be easy. Little Shi, Xiaolang, just watch as I advance by leaps and bounds in the heavenly demon palace. 3 months later, I'll be wielding the demon emperor sword and killing my way back to Baiyang Imperial City. With this thought in mind, Long Chen followed Zhao Qingyun and stepped onto the path to the heavenly demon palace. Mount Emperor Demon was extremely tall, and its peak had already pierced through the clouds high up in the sky. The heavenly demon palace was built on a huge platform halfway up Mount Emperor Demon. This platform was completely smooth, and it looked as if it had been directly carved out with a sword. Are you very surprised? Zhao Qingyun looked as if she had expected it. Indeed. After Long Chen reached this platform, he touched the ground. Although there were many marks, it was easy to tell that this ground was definitely made by someone. This is the platform that the founder of the heavenly demon palace, Tian Mozi, used the demon emperor sword to directly carve out. The current me does not have this ability. In the heavenly demon palace, it seems that each generation is getting weaker and weaker, Zhao Qingyun said with some emotion. To be able to carve out such a shape with a sword, the legendary Tian Mozi must be much more terrifying than Zhao Qingyun. Even among the reaching heaven state, he must be a relatively powerful existence. Feeling emotional about this magnificent feat of Tian Mozi, Long Chen then raised his head and looked at the heavenly demon palace in front of him. Although the heavenly demon palace had the word demon in it, the buildings of the heavenly demon palace were like a paradise on earth among the mountains. Long Chen could not associate the heavenly demon palace in front of him with a group of ruthless and insane people. A little surprised, isn't it? Zhao Qingyun had already expected this. What is a demon? In my opinion, demons are not bloodthirsty, demons are not violent, demons are not restrained by the secular world, demons are free, and they cultivate against the natural order. This is the original intention of the heavenly demon palace. If we are talking about bloodthirsty, the royal family is the demon. Zhao Qingyun's words made Long Chen a little shocked. In this case, Long Chen was also a demon, and a demon among demons. Alright, I'll gather everyone now. You have to get ready. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.